that hopefully the spotter's helping him out, communicating out to the water, and just saying, hey, relax, you already got a 6 on the board. You know, you're doing really good.
Out to the podium. They were out to the podium. They were absolutely buzzing with the win. They're natural performers, entertainers, very highly skilled.
That was a big party, huh?
All right, so 8.5 to go here, and all sorts going on really in terms of the frequency of these waves and just the amount of attacking that we're seeing. It's not kind of survival so much surfing down the waves at the moment. It's getting in and getting across them and getting under the hook. Nick Van Rut's in attacking with some really vicious snaps that it's the sort of stuff you see the way people surf a head high wave, just really pushing, but he's doing it much bigger pieces of water.
You know what, Paul? I really like it. You know, I like it because, you know, they have the power of the ski, the speed of the ski, and the performance of the board, you know. Man, you got to go for it, you know. It's the future of the sport, you know. They got to come up with something new, you know, like not only turns, but, you know, really like going underneath of the lip, you know, change rails and pull a lot of pressure, you know, going airs, you know. We want to see it. I like the show. I like bring more youth, bring more energy to the sport. You know, we want to see rivalry. We want to see performance. We want to see the guys just, you know, going for it.
No, and that's the beauty. Oh, here we go. That's Kai.
That's bomb of a wave. Kai drops straight down. Look at this section here. Lenny, patient in his approach, looking for this, being selective. It pays off. A bomb of a wave for Lenny. And he'll boost out of that thing and avoid the explosion. Kai Lenny in full flow.
Yeah, he waited, but that was good waiting.
Yeah,
there you go.
The wave didn't offer much to him, too. You know, it was kind of, you know, at first kind of mush a little bit, and then the wall
ran off.
And ran off, yeah, and close out.
Yeah. But yeah, the fact that this contest for the youth and for everyone, you know, it really is this amazing stage that just allows people to, in real time, be seeing the performance, you know, and where things are. And you can go back home to your local beach break and also, you know, learn and then also come here, obviously, once you've kind of like got to that point. Oh, here you go. Wow, he really took a aggressive line there, went straight down. Yeah, he wasn't quite able to get probably around that corner the way he would have wanted, and identifying that big, gosh.
You know what? He's warming up with his board. He's not used to it. It's an old board. He's used to the new models.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see, you know, he doesn't normally do that kind of line.
He would have committed a bit more.
He would have committed more. He would have been more aggressive, you know.
That's a big challenge. Ooh, there are the sets that Rob was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the real wave frame that we all know of.
Yeah, that's
from Nazaré. Yeah,
taller one.
Yeah.
This is probably right on the tide shift. So it's amazing how quickly. It's a little bit, you know, how Hawaii, right, Carlos? How it changes so quickly in 3-4 hours. The surf can just like radically change in this Atlantic exposure.
That's Nick again, huh?
Yep. Looks like him.
Nick Van Rupp here on the rope. He had a look at one a second ago.
4 minutes left. 4.5.
And again, just deciding, not much potential there. He will try and find himself another wave. And it's been a really busy opening to the Tudor Nazaré. Big wave challenge so far. We've seen a nice century from Kai Lenny, Ian Walsh. A couple of good waves for him. Justin Dupont looked great. Her time on the rope. Clement Rosero at the moment with the high score that we've seen throughout. He's teamed up with Nick Van Rupp, who right now is surfing. They're in pink out there. And they're leading this one at the moment. Of course, when everyone's surfed, so after the third heat, we will have the leaderboards with scores in for everybody before we go again and just essentially repeat in terms of our running order, but all sorts going on the last few minutes here. Everyone wants another wave.
That's surfing, isn't it? Oh, here we go. This is Justine and Eric.
Oh, yeah, that's Eric. Justine and
yeah. So just what happened there, that looks like pretty easy. Oh, he didn't want to go on that wave. That's high speed. Like the rope is tense and just those little adjustments. So when you're learning just to survive and go behind the ski at high speed, just that is something in itself. And so when you put a wave and you put an angle and you have to jump and then reconnect, or the jet ski has a slight direction change, you have to follow everything that's happening and almost forecasting what the driver's thinking.
And in terms of being on that rope, what you don't want is that rope to go limp.
Slack.
You got to keep that tension.
And it's very hard on your legs too, because
Really
you're always
hard.
standing up. You know, it's so, your legs burn. Joe, I want to ask you something. Do you feel more pressure surfing or driving?
That's a, wow. I feel more pressure driving. I feel more pressure driving because I just feel like you're
Responsible.
You're responsible. Yeah, and you're, you know, you want to give that
I feel the same way.
to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a tricky, it's
and if you're in the rope, you always can blame the driver. Huh? Yeah.
well, we can't, but you always want to, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not the right thing to do, but
nah.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. You got to really, and this is a bit of the team dynamic. It was interesting because I've been, you know, Nick is I mean, to call a guy like Nick a student, obviously he's teaching me so many things these days. But he started at my surf school many years ago, and so in some shape or form, in a very loving way, I still call him a student, which doesn't really sound right, but. And so we were coaching a little bit, and part of the thing is like to deal with mistakes at this level. So when you are in the water and you make the classic wave selection mistake, you go for the wrong wave, the rescue doesn't quite happen. I mean, that is so tense. And the fact that you have a driver, normally if you're by yourself, you can only blame yourself. But here, it's almost like an illusion that you can blame someone, but you have to take that responsibility. It has to be, because if you're going to heal and quickly get back into the game, you have to take your own responsibility, and that will then make you quicker because you forgive the driver, and then you're right back into it.
yeah,
And
it's a team. It's a teamwork.
It's a teamwork.
And you cannot blame.
You can-
you have to
he's trying
support.
his
You have
best.
to support. Yeah, you have to support. So it's a mental game that you have to be on top of it for
On
sure.
top
You know?
of it.
And I really like it. I like
It's
it.
beautiful. It's
You know,
amazing.
I think I changed my way of seeing life when I'm under pressure. You know, I like to be under pressure. It's good.
It's a blessing, isn't it? I think
it's
it's a blessing. It
Yeah.
really is not the normal.
Probably the state of flow. Wow, that's
That was a
good,
cool hop.
cool jump. Yeah. Too bad the wave
They
just
didn't
flattened
connect
up.
for
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Last 45 seconds.
That was a beautiful hit. Congrats to Nick and Clement. It was nice performance. Amazing. You know, we didn't stop talking all the time. You know, they were so busy. You know,
So much happening.
Yeah, trying to deal with quite a lot of wind out there. I think that's been pretty significant as well with a lot of these waves. Just been able to get that read with that strong wind blowing up. The offshore direction coming slightly across.
There it is. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
He just fell off the rope.
Okay, maybe last action here. Final 10 seconds of this heat. We will see everyone surf again.
This is still counting.
Looks like Kaileni.
If he lets go of the rope, bang, it's counting.
Kaileni here on a right-hander. And he'll just spin on the outside. That's a move that he brought to this. It's great to see a few people.
nice turn.
Trying to join in with that. Great hook from him up high on a right-hander that comes back towards the cliff. So always challenging if you ride that wave through towards the inside. You're right underneath with quite an imposing rock wall.
Yeah, that won't move.
We've seen some surfers go in there down the years as well. Notably, people like Ross Clark-Jones had a little adventure in there, which was good enough to have a chuckle about afterwards as well. So many characters from around the world.
I was with him that day.
That day?
That day, yeah. I was driving for him, you know, and I was like, I missed the guy. I said, where is him? And I thought he was dead. And me and Maya, we were looking for him for a long time, you know, and we got just like,
He was
freaked out.
inside the rock.
He was inside. He disappeared, totally disappeared, and I was like, where is he? That was a crazy
That's an
moment.
intense, stressful moment.
Yeah.
So this one did count, right? Kai's last wave.
That was a good effort.
That's probably, when he lets go
Wasn't
of
a
the
huge
rope.
hair, but
But he's feeling the board. I think this is important for him,
good
too.
turn, yeah. Wasn't a good wave.
No.
It wasn't a good hit for them, huh?
No, Ian had they started really good. Ian was the first one, and it looked like they were going to, you know, kind of really get into the rhythm of things. But hopefully this thing of the boards didn't get to their spirit too much. And it's a tricky swell coming from Hawaii, the wetsuits. I mean, yeah, they haven't really had an opportunity to train or practice this season. Obviously, Kai has experience. Ian's been here many, many seasons, but there's just something about like having that really present memory, right, of just having surfed it recently and being in the water. And so if you spend a whole season without coming, and the first time you come, it's like maximum pressure. If anyone can do it, it's them. But it is kind of asking
tough.
A lot. Yeah.
It is tough, especially if you go in the first heat.
Yeah, God.
Check the recap and see the story of how this one went down. And the busyness, really, the frequency of the waves, aside from the surfing, is one of the things that's really impressed us.
Yeah, this is close. Look at this carve.
That's the best wave of the heat.
Whoa.
Beautiful carve. So smooth under the hook. It deals with the phone very well and then turns again. So smooth. And kicks out in a beautiful way. That counts too. A lot of control.
So we're checking out the best two waves of Team Pink, Von Rupp, Rosero, who are pretty dominant out here. They're loving these lefts, the goofies.
So he's getting his scores from the left. So again, under the hook.
Yeah.
That's all you want to see, you know. Days like today, you know, it's big, but it's not huge, but you want to see them going for it.
Yeah, here goes Nick.
That's the best score of Nick for sure. The first turn.
This big carve.
Yeah. And then somehow he falls. Yeah. Justine, what a great hit for Justine, huh?
Yeah, she has some high scores.
Yeah. She's pushing the limit for the girls now. Huh?
Absolutely. No, look at these lines.
Yeah.
Pushing back in and really using.
Feeling good with the board too.
Yeah,
huh?
look at that.
Yeah.
High line, beautiful.
Second turn and third turn now.
And again, she charged it. Yeah. She listened, Carlos. You willed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Look how low she's going. It's like,
look at that.
Wow.
She made it.
She claimed it.
Yeah.
Great.
Made it. I'm a huge fan of Justine.
Yeah.
You know why?
Wonderful.
Because she's having fun all the time. Doesn't matter what's going on, she's always happy.
Enjoying it.
So opening heat, all wrapped up here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. And it was the combo of Von Rupp, Rosero, who were able to get the lead in that one at this stage.
Was Ben.
That was Ben. That was Ben right away. It's already counting. Yeah, straight into the second.
And so we're going to get into our second heat, which we'll see Luca Senna, Pedro Scooby, Andrew Cotton, Ben Larg, Michel Bouillon, Ian Cosenza. We're going to bring in Chris Cote for the call as well. Shortly.
Who's that?
Just watching the action straight into it here. This is Michel Bouillon, and she's getting involved on a left. But we did catch up with Luca Senna for some thoughts from him on a movie that he's been making, made for big wave surfing.
Always looking to be the best. Always looking to be with my best performance, with my best surfing. I don't know if I'm the best big wave surfer in the world, but I'm happy, super proud of myself. Can't wait to see the future, because the present, it's amazing, and I'm doing everything what I dreamed it for.
Yeah, someone.
We go bye-bye. We go bye-bye.
My name is Luca Senna. I'm from Brazil, and I'm a big wave surfer.
For those about to rock, we salute you. 6 more surfers sent out into this water. João, Carlos, what an epic morning so far here from Nazaré. The Tudor Big Wave Challenge is on, and it's on in a big way. You guys non-stop in that first session. So many waves ridden. I haven't seen anything like this for a big wave event in a long time. Usually it's a pretty slow cadence. The pace seems to pick up throughout the day, but with that first session in the lineup, I mean, that was just action from the get-go.
Wasn't easy for the judge. No, we could tell here, you know, very busy, and for us as like spectators and viewers, you know, so exciting. I really like it the way they approach the waves, and you know, it's amazing to see that dynamic going on. You know, it's unbelievable. I really like it.
Yeah, and just after reacting for that first session, I mean, you come to this wave at Nazaré, and a lot of times you're expecting to see death-defying mountains of water coming in. Today, you could actually almost say this is a fun size for these surfers. And for us watching, I mean, now we're going to see performance big wave surfing.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is Lucas already on his backhand. I mean, yeah, that movie, I mean, gosh, that looks like something else. He really... this Nazaré, again, it's like when you connect with the place, I think this has been one of, you know, just the performance aspect that he's brought here to these giant faces. It's really gone all around. Ooh, there goes Ben on the right.
So this young surfer from Scotland has put in a lot of time in the water out here. And him being Andrew Cotton's partner, they seem to have a kind of big brother, younger brother relationship. They're constantly bickering, but at the same time, trusting each other with their lives. What do you expect from this team, Team Blue, Andrew Cotton and Ben Lark?
Well, they are very well connected. Every season I can hear, you know, we are together training, doing the Red Bull training camp. And I think Chico is waiting for us. Let's hear from Chico.
So this is going to be our first post-session interview. Chico is waiting now with Team Pink.
Yeah, boys, I have with me the first heat winners, Nick Van Roop and Clément. Nick, you just told us here in private it was one of the biggest poundings you got here. How was it out there?
I didn't say it was one of the biggest poundings, but I spent a lot of time underwater. Yeah, I fell a lot on this heat. I don't know. I was just not feeling. It was super bumpy, and maybe I was trying to push too hard, and I fell in a couple times. And I mean, the waves are not that big, so I didn't want to pull. So one time I was just like, boo, boo, and then I was almost on the inside. But yeah, stoked to win the heat with Clement. Clement was ripping, and yeah.
I was going to ask you about that. So you guys have been working really hard these past couple of seasons, and it seems like you've got a really good synergy here in Nazaré. How good is to work with Nick, Clément?
Yeah, it's very nice. He teach me a lot of things, a lot on the driving and giving in the good waves. That's the part hard for me. After, I think it's we have a good relation that we are trying to push each other every day. And today is the day of the comp. Maybe I was pretty lucky. I got the wave. Maybe it was more hard for him. The wave were maybe a bit more bumpy, but I'm sure we're gonna have more time in the second heat, and we're gonna do again very good, I think.
What's the preparation for the second heat right now?
I think the preparation is just do what we're doing, you know. Yeah, Clement he has a 7 and a 6. I still need to work a little bit, so I think the next heat is really trying to get Clement on one more good wave, and then that I can have a little bit more time to build on my scores and hopefully win the event.
Thank you so much for your time, and good luck for the next round.
Let's go.
Back to you, boys.
I like that. I like to hear those goals. Just hopefully win this event. That's the kind of confidence that you want to hear. And for Nick Van Roop and Clement, I mean, both those guys, you know, they can ride waves 2 to 3 feet, do big airs, you know, rip in those type of conditions. But put them out here, and you see that act that they've honed in the smaller waves around the world is translating really well into the big stuff we're seeing out here at Nazaré. So we have 3 teams in the water right now. Team Blue starting off with Ben Lark. So
wow, look how fast he's going. Amazing.
We're looking at 40 to 50 miles an hour on the high end of how fast these surfers are going.
They say right kind of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour is like a top speed. I mean, these again are 300 horsepower, you know, Yamaha Sea-Doo engines that are just like throttling the guys over the ledge on top of the wave speed. But here goes Lucas. Yeah, they wanted a really tall one, a really big one. He's finding his rail. And Yeah, there he goes. There he's able to kind of put the edge a bit more. But for Lucas, yeah, dealing with all that bump, you can tell that it's a challenge.
And he's coming back from a pretty brutal injury, right?
Yeah, he broke his ankle surfing a huge session at Mavericks, pulling in and a barrel. And that happened like 50 days ago.
Yeah, I think his first session out here was 2 days ago.
Yes,
wow.
Yeah, so
that shows you his fortitude.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of time on his discovery, but it's still very, kind of
fresh.
Yeah. And it's bumped today, and it's windy. It's not going to be easy for him. It's a good opportunity for the other teams to really put pressure on. But how Luca is.
Yeah. I mean, you look at his resume, right? He's got in 2023, 2024, the biggest wave of the year. He's a 4-time Nazaré tow champ, WSL Performer of the Year, and if anyone's going to come out here and basically prove everybody right with how good Chumbo is, it's Chumbo.
It's Chumbo.
And I think for him, the preparation, right? So 50 days for most human beings would not be enough time to heal, especially an ankle. When you look at what their ankles and knees, hips are going through out here.
Oh, look at that.
Boom. Perfect. Big.
Oh.
Ollie 360 right there for Lucas.
Look how deep he's going.
Okay.
So what is this zone of the wave? Is that normal for these surfers to be that close to this cliff?
I mean,
and
for
he's
them,
going all the way to the inside too, huh?
And that's not where you want to be, if I can imagine.
He's somehow, at this point, I think he's riding in so that there'll be less energy and make it a little bit easier for the pickup. So it's a bit of a contradiction. You'd seem like going further inside, but at least then the waves won't be as gnarly. Ooh, this is a tricky one. Yep.
Well, the board goes underneath. He has to take the board back.
Okay, and that's why he went so far in. So normally if you're further out, so if he didn't ride that white water further in, he would be much closer to those, next waves. So that was a strategy. He really milked that wave. And
this looks like our first real meaningful ride for Michelle de Bouillon.
Yeah, Ian put her on a
beautiful left, huh?
So this is surfing's preeminent big wave power couple, Ian Cosenza and Michelle de Bouillon.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely. They have a great connection. They've been surfing together here. And they definitely, I mean, Ian, I think it must be, it's a concern. I mean, to put your partner behind the peak and really.
2022, Michelle had the second biggest wave ridden out here, a monster left at Nazaré. I think everyone in the world at this point had seen that wave that Michelle rode. So maybe, Joe, you could give us a little bit of history that Michelle has out here. Obviously, she's put in some time, effort, and experienced the rewards, the highs and lows this wave has to offer.
Absolutely. I mean, she's just been so dedicated, and I think this is something that I remember, it was a bit of an example, just this immersion, again, that we talk about, of just coming here and just, sticking around for the whole season as Ben just whipped full speed. Oh, yeah, this is that. Oh, but he undug the rail there.
Ooh, close call there. So that actually gives us a chance to talk about these boards they're riding. Carlos, so describe for somebody who's never been on a tow board, what's the difference that this board has, the rails, the tail? What's different about this board than our average short board that we ride on any given day?
They are basically made for performance. So you don't need to worry about the volume, the flotation to paddle. So everything on the tow board is made for, performance. So they are narrower. You have the right weight depending on the condition, and the fins are made for speed. The bottom curve, everything is there for them to perform at its best. So it's incredible. It's different because you have enough speed to get into the wave because of the power of the jet skis, and as soon as you hit the wave, it's all about you and your capability to turn into turns and maneuvers. And what I can see on Ben's waves is that he has a board that is pretty loose and fast.
Yeah.
And I just have a look on the scores to see how the judges are giving the scores for them. Man.
Yeah.
So
that's a 5.
And he got a 5. Yeah, a 10.14 altogether, hitting double in it. So he's getting good score out there. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy to do what he's doing. Look at he play over there again. No, he's going.
He dug the rail a bit, but now he recovers.
Comes back,
Slashes right here.
Wow. Kind of a little bit too short, but I guess the judges are liking it, you know.
Yeah, it's maybe not in the excellent range. This one, yeah, I don't think, you know, but he just kept his, you know, kept it together and got a second chance and did something, you know, more radical right after.
I like it. I
liked his approach. Really cool. Absolutely.
Tight turns in the pocket.
Kind of radical approach, you know, like what Nick was trying to do to.
Yeah,
you know?
just go for it. I think the straps, Chris, because you were talking a bit about the boards and stuff, it really is an interesting thing because the straps allow the board to get more narrow. And with the bumps, you can kind of reconnect and connect and still, when you get used to that, you don't want the straps too tight because that's, you know, where a lot of the injuries come. But just the fact that you do have straps changes dramatically the way that you surf. And so, you know, it is something to be said that, you know, with the bumps, the straps really allow the boards to be that short, you know, and it would be unheard of if, you know, to ride such a short board on such massive waves.
So with 31 minutes to go here in this session, Michelle Desboillons on a massive left right here, setting herself up, driving down the line. Here's where she reaches that top speed. Nice carve.
Yeah.
Coming in this inside section.
Oh, look at that double up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, one of the bigger waves we've seen of this session for sure. So her partner, Ian Cosenza, just locks her into an absolute bomb. It was a perfect wave. She had a great read on it. So again, it's not just about the biggest waves. We're looking at performance on the best waves available out here. And this right here from Michelle was masterful.
For sure, the best wave selection of the heat. The best waves of the heat, they came
that
for.
That carve is really nice. Yeah.
Beautiful carve. And
you see how he dropped her off way down there, and he just hit the throttle all the way to then be right at the end of the wave waiting for her.
Yeah, out here, no channel. The pickup is as important as the drop-off.
Key.
And especially today. Today it's even harder because of the swell. Yeah. And he's right there waiting for her.
Yeah.
Come on, honey.
Masterful.
So as our judges react and lock in their scores.
Animal.
Is that Lucas?
Yeah.
Chumbo.
That's that layback slashing carve that... I mean, if you're next to Lucas, I mean, again, the waves are big, so you don't see how much of a unit he is. He's a huge dude. Like, he really is a big guy. And when he puts all that pressure, and again...
Can I do it?
That's why the Dylan boards, I think, are just built for him.
Boys, I have with me Justine Dupont. Justine, how was it out there? Looks hard, but you got some really nice ones to start off the competition.
Yeah, I'm happy with the score, but it was hard. As you can see, there's a lot of wind, so the water is choppy. There's a lot of chops on the wave, so it's kind of a rodeo sometimes. And then you need to find your line. But I'm really stoked. Eric is amazing to find the wave. He's got so much experience doing the city before, so he's a man. He's amazing. And I'm lucky because André has been there since the beginning with us on the radio. He's on the cliff, and his wife was supposed to give birth yesterday, and she may give birth tomorrow. So we had the opportunity to have André with us. So I'm really happy. And Fred is there, for sure, my love. Elio is at home with the nanny, so yeah, I'm happy. We have a really good team, and conditions are tough. We knew about it with the west swell, with the wind, it would be like that. So yeah, we just need to now reset for next heat, and my goal will be to get a good wave for Eric, because he surfs so good, and I want him to be able to surf a nice wave. I just find a one for him, and the one was at the end of the heat, so yeah, he needs a score now. Yeah.
And coming into an event like this, there's a lot of things to figure out, and one of them is fear, right? We talk about fear, Nazaré, huge waves. How do you deal with that emotion that it's so raw and deep down?
Yeah, the fear, I had way more fear before. Now having the baby, you have a lot of things to think about. This night he didn't sleep, so he was crying because he was a little bit red on the napkin, of the diaper. So I was a lot of things to think about for the baby. So at least it removes the fear, because you don't think about the fear. You just think about practical stuff, you know. Do I give a yogurt to the nanny for the baby? And then you have the comp. And when you have the comp, I know my material is ready. The team is amazing, and we know with Eric is that we are surfer. We're just going to adapt. And as soon as we are with the lycra in the water, it's okay. You are living the moment, focus on the moment and enjoying the time. And
Thank you so much for your time. Time to be ready for the next round. More diapers coming, but a lot of good ones here in Nazaré as well. Back to you, boys, and good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Well, a lot to unpack there, Justine Dupont.
So
if
cool.
she says it's challenging out there, you know it's challenging. And I will say, babies are the worst teammates you can possibly have. But let's talk about that team dynamic. So I'm sure there's a lot of people out there watching that have maybe never seen a big wave event, have never been to Nazaré. So we see the teams in the water, surfer, driver, they switch off. But let's take a look at the top of the bluff right there. There's a group of spotters. So, Zhao, maybe you could just give us in the simplest terms the entirety of the team. How many people are going to be working with the surfers in the water?
You know, well, there's the core team, right? So like you said, the driver, the surfer, but then the spotter has a huge role because he's there, you can see the lighthouse.
On the edge right
and they
here.
have exclusive access today. There's Lino Bogaglio, the iconic spotter that would help Nicole and Garrett back in the day. So that's his company, Nazaré Water Fund, and there he is. That's what he's doing. He's informing the guys in the water, giving them as much information as possible so that they can make the best decisions possible. Again, what we always say is the surfers still have to be surfers, just like Justine. They still have to read the waves. They still have to digest the information and then, you know, ultimately come up with their own conclusions and decisions. But so the spotter is a key role. One of the other jet skis that is in the water is what's called the first rescue. This is Lucas Fink. There he is, doubling up. Hopefully he'll come on board.
One of the greatest skimboarders of all time, right there.
Of all time. Animal. Absolute animal. Dry rope from North Devon. They're representing. Those things are cozy.
That's Lucas again? Oh, no.
This is Michel. I believe
Michel,
it's
yeah.
Michel.
Yeah.
So, Carlos, I know you've been on the ski and on the wave, of course, many times out here as we see Michelle on another big left. This one growing down the line.
Yeah.
There's where it starts to get wild.
She's getting the best waves, huh?
What is some of the communications? What's some of the words and phrases that you'll be hearing from spotter to ski? And then how is the ski driver communicating to the surfer?
Well, normally the spotter are keeping the eyes on the sets.
Okay, so go left, go north,
left,
go south.
Pick one, pick two, and pick three. If pick one is right in front of the cliff, right in front of the lighthouse, pick two is more further north, and pick three it's even further north. But everything happens mostly close to the cliff. That's where the action is. And, you know, and what you want to hear from the spotter also is if how many waves are coming on the set, if the waves are moving more north or south, first, second. And, you know, if of course, if you're riding the wave, you're going to keep hearing your spotter saying to the driver, he's on the wave still, he's on the wave still. Just keep falling, you know, oh, he fell, come back. You know, so again, in the water, it's not only the driver, it's the backup rescue tools. Both are connected on the radio. So it's a teamwork, and you want the spotter to be on top of it all the time. It's a very key person on the team, and I couldn't see myself going in the water here at Nazaré without the spotter anymore. You know, it came very practical for us, and it's very necessary. You know, it's very important for us when it comes to surfing Nazaré.
And the safety and the pickups, it's really been a role that's been developed and extremely important. And that communication aspect, that to really, because if someone falls down and they're lost in the whitewater, I mean, you can imagine if you're going, you know, fast, you're being chased by a wave, and you're trying to forecast where the surfer might pop up. And again, I mean, these are massive waves. There goes Lucas. Oh, he chose the right.
Yeah, I had to make that kind of quick decision there.
That's a beauty. That's the
under the hook. Huh?
Yeah.
I would say big wave surfers are some of the most adaptable.
Looks like that's Pedro, huh?
Oh, it does look like Pedro.
That's so
Pedro,
they made the switch.
Yeah.
So with 23 minutes left on the clock, nearly halfway through, now we have Pedro Scooby behind the rope, Lucas Cianca driving. And as our surfers make their way back into the takeoff area, that gives us the chance to catch up with AJ McCord, standing by with some pertinent information.
Thanks so much, Cote. You guys are always talking about the importance of the connection with these two teams. Well, Ben Larg and Andrew Cotton, a team that became one just about 12 hours ago. With McNamara not able to make this competition, Ben got a chance to surf in it. So I asked him, how'd you sleep last night knowing you were getting this opportunity in the morning? He said, I didn't sleep great, feeling a little nervous, but obviously hitting the water with a lot of energy. Andrew said that he, Ben, and McNamara were training all winter together as a team, and so now trading in and having Ben come up and be one of the surfers in this competition, he's more than ready to go. And he said their strategy today is to really focus on the rights. They've been really liking those ones that head into the rock, find some spots to do some maneuvers. So that's the plan that they're implementing, but a last-minute call-up for Ben Larg and taking advantage of it this morning.
Thank you, AJ. So AJ McCord is reporting down from the harbor. That's the staging area for these surfers to get in and out of the water. Yep. And, of course, all of our support staff. And that's just around the corner. You might think, oh, that's a quick and easy drive. Well, when things get serious out here, that drive becomes crucial because that is the point where everything has to go through in and out of the water. We're stoked to have AJ over there.
It's a unique situation in Nazaré that the harbor is so close.
Big straight ollie there.
Oh, that's Ben. There we go. Ben, the Scottish Highlander.
So Ben putting in time in the water all over the place, but recently he has been training in Ireland. Some serious open ocean waves there and kind of a similar feel, cold water, kind of that dark, heavy water feel. You look at his Instagram lately.
Looseness, right?
He's been charging. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of got that Grom feel. You can almost, you know, that up-and-coming rider who he's already proven himself, of course, but he has a lot more to give. And we saw in his previous wave, he kind of got whipped maybe harder than he expected and went flying, kind of like sliding into home base.
Yeah, exactly.
20 minutes, 44 seconds to go. Let's take a look back at this last wave from Ben. Team Blue. So Andrew Cotton on the ski, and here goes Ben. This wave forming up nicely in front of him.
Yeah, look at that jump. That was
he's in control.
Much harder. Yeah, absolute control. So this is kind of the new generation, as Carlos was talking about. It's kind of what the new generation is bringing. It's just that this ease to kind of hop over lumps and reconnect, and then slash and combining that with power. It's just something else. It's beautiful.
And do you think this new generation of big wave tow surfers, do they have a little bit more of a history with skateboarding and snowboarding more than previous generations? Oh, that was
Michelle.
That's an avalanche. Just when I say snowboarding, an avalanche comes down.
hits the surfer.
But do you think there's a different point of reference for the younger tow surfers out there? Because we see them doing, skate, snow style tricks.
Yeah, and I think because surfing evolved and suddenly got so much closer to snowboarding and skateboarding, on the shortboard tour, that I think it just kind of crosses over. And now, again, you have the straps and you have these opportunities to really explore airs, and again, it's this crossover. So Nazaré, for sure, one of it, and Carlos was mentioning this, it's the evolution of the equipment, but also getting surfers here, enjoying it. It is a little bit, it's not straightforward, to get used to the power. Surfers are pretty individual kind of cats, right? And so at the same time, to suddenly have all this logistics and the team, once you get used to it, it's exciting and it's something very new. But at the start, for someone who's been a bit formatted, more doing their own thing, it kind of takes a while. And the lines that you can pull and figuring all of that stuff out. This is Scooby, yeah.
That's Scooby, yeah. That was a nice wave, Reading
amazing
very well.
Again, he's a surfer, so he was like...
he's trying.
So describe that, because there's not a lot of surfers on the planet are going to go through a wipeout like that. So what happens on this closeout section? And this is where you wanted to get out, but there was no exit there.
He went for a crazy layback in the gnarliest possible place.
He got hammered there.
Who does that? That was wild.
That's Scooby being Scooby, charging.
You were
so he's on the beach.
All the way to the beach, yeah.
But that's the way to go today, You go all the way to the beach. It's easier for the rescue, You don't lose your board. If you lose your board board is right there, and you can make some points,
Yeah, no leashes out here. No one's wearing
leashes. No. This is Scotty on the...
That's Scotty on the right. They're definitely going for the rights, huh?
Yeah, this is something that we're used to seeing. Andrew Cotton on some of the biggest, gnarliest waves out here. He's put in a lot of time in this lineup. one of the stars of the HBO series, 100-foot wave. And, you know, it just kind of shows he's obviously an incredible speaker, and he shows you the sacrifice that he's had to make for this lifestyle. You know, one of the more passionate individuals that you'll see in this sport.
And he had some really bad injuries too.
Yeah,
and
he's been through a lot.
Yeah, through a lot.
Huge comeback. But really shows his passion for
when it comes to performance and the way that the new generation are approaching the waves here at Nazaré, I think it became mandatory. As soon as you get a guy doing things like Kaileni and Luca Senna was doing when they first start coming to really go high here at Nazaré, you know, you see the new generation and they look at that and they think that's doable, you know. So that's how things evolve in life, you know. And today, if you want to become a big wave surfer and you want to really be respected, you're not only thinking about, you know, charging the waves. You really need to do something new, you know.
Let's listen in to the Red Bull water mic here.
Oh,
cool. Yeah, you just hear that calm breathing.
Yeah, he was keeping it calm. Sometimes you could hear like or something, but yeah, he just kept the breath perfectly.
So some communication between teammates here for Team Blue, Andrew Cotton, Ben Log.
Yeah.
So
that
nice
was a bomb.
start.
Ben did a really good job putting him on a big wave.
He did.
So you see the surfers with one wave being doubled. Everybody pretty dead even right now. You know, you got Lucas Chanko with a 10.14. Pedro backs that up with a 10.14. You got a 9 in the scoreline for Michel de Bayonne, and for Ben Lang, he's got a 10.34, so the highest single wave score of this heat so far.
It's
so
from
that's
Ben.
the fives.
From
right?
Ben,
Those
yeah.
are the fives.
And they're going again. Oh no, that's Pedro.
That's Pedro.
All right, this is one of my favorite parts of the wave, the decision to go right or left. So a big fade for Pedro Scooby. He's going to opt to go left, just hanging on there.
He's looking for the barrel, maybe.
This wave is mutated.
Warping. Oh my God!
What is happening?
Bouncy, huh?
Yeah, he made the most of that. He really. That was
calm under pressure right there, because that wave was doing some diabolical things.
Yeah, that was easy to lose your cool there. He just sliced right through it.
So 15 minutes left here. These surfers right now, I mean, if any of you out there watching have been wakeboarding or water skiing, you know how tiring that gets on its own. But now you add the element of the pressure of the ocean trying to basically eat you every time you let go of that rope. And you can imagine, you know, the physical fitness, the physicality that these surfers have to go through for these 40-minute sessions. It's got to feel like a month of surfing compacted into under an hour.
Minutes, yeah. No, and these bumps, right? I mean, these bumps are crazy, Carlos, to be behind the rope.
That's the thing about surfing Nazaré and getting rewarded by the judges. You know, you can see some of the things that the waves are doing in front of you as an obstacle, or you can see it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, and things that are people that are thinking like differently, like Luca Senna and Clement and Nick. You know, people that have more talent, surfers that really can deal with this situation. They see a big lump or a backwash or you know, or something like a mutant wave right in front of you. It's your time to show off. You know, and I like that. I like that.
That's really cool.
With both you guys being pioneers out at this spot, you know, you put yourself in some very uncomfortable positions trying to figure out this lineup. I think what we're starting to see in the past few years, you know, with Kai Lenny, with Chumbo, is a different comfort level. Mm-hmm. Just to be able to go out there and not think survival, but think maneuvers, you know, think making things look different on waves. When do you think that started? I mean, how many years ago did we start to see the progression of big wave surfing, big wave toe surfing specifically, kind of just hit this new level?
As soon as WSL started to do events here.
Right.
You know, and WSL started to do the events here. You know, they brought the best, and the best, they all pushing the limits all the time. And that's when we started to see things that we never saw before, you know, and then that was the beginning of everything, the revolution.
That was it. No, and these guys kind of like came right into it. And so that's what's so important about you know, events and you know, the importance of having this stage, or the importance of like. And I remember, I mean, when we were paddling, we were pushing the limits of paddling. I mean, we were just remembering Twiggy's amazing ride at Jaws. I mean, that would have been unheard of. I mean, Billy Kemper's barrel. I mean, to get barreled paddling on a 10-foot board, I mean, that's just remarkable. You know, how that performance is just pushed. And again, the contests, they really do help, and it gathers the tribe.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be chosen to be, you know, one of these team members. Everyone here is like, that is the absolute biggest honor. We are in the Hall of Fame. Here we are doing our webcast. And so, but it's just all of these things, they join, and it matters, you know, in this day and age, and it absolutely, and you feel good, you know, because you put in so much effort, and then to be a reward, that a reward exists, that the contest exists, that, you know, a place where you honor your board, you know, all these things are
very
really
important.
Very important.
It's important to have a platform, you know. An entity like WSL and contests going on all over the world, you know, so.
Yeah, in terms of desire, too, I mean, one big event here for the WSL for the year, and that puts the spotlight on these surfers who literally have been training for this their entire adult lives.
Exactly.
So today, you know, we're going to see a lot of desire from these teams, especially in the second round when this comes up. But we just did see a switch for Team Yellow. Ian Cosenza now on the rope, and his partner, Michelle, driving, partners in water and on land. Surfing's, you know, got to say it again, surfing's ultimate big wave power couple. That's a pretty good moniker for this team. With 11 minutes to go, there you see Team Blue, Andrew Cotton now holding the rope, Ben Larg driving, Lucas Chanka and Pedro Scooby. They switched about 15 minutes ago. Pedro Scooby now trying to up his scores. Both of those surfers on Team Pink, the 10-plus high mark. Andrew Cotton, 6.86 as his highest scoring wave so far. So he'll be looking for something to try to keep the pace currently being set by Lucas and Pedro. For Michelle and Ian. Michelle with a very respectable 9-point ride. Ian right now just with a 2.34, 10.5 minutes to go.
You know what I really love? You know, everything that goes behind the scene and we don't see. Like the testimony that Justine just said, you know, I wasn't really worried about the waves because I had to worry about Ellie. My baby. And what goes on behind the scene between Michelle and Ian, you know, they're a couple. You never know what's behind the scene, you know, and how do they deal with this situation, you know. It's
you don't want to get into an argument just before a tow session with your partner.
No, it's not ideal either.
Whether it's your partner, or just your tow partner.
Absolutely. No, and we were discussing this, that I think it really is like a team setting, you know, like, and really under pressure to have arguments is the worst possible plan. So you really have to bite your tongue, be the better person, I mean, whatever you want to call it, in the sense that to overcome that, because this is not the moment to be bickering. You've got to get over it and just keep going.
Look how sharp it is.
Wow.
You look,
these guys are
you look
dealing.
from the cliff, you look from your sofa,
clean.
you know, kind of, you know, very cozy at home. But look, these guys in the water, you know, they're going to surf the biggest waves in the world, you know, and they have to deal with these conditions. It's not easy at all.
So water temp,
see him pushing the rope, so he's always what you were talking about, keeping that, you know, slack, no slack.
So keep the rope tight. That way you can get right back up.
Behind it,
So water temp here, I mean, it's not freezing, but these surfers are wearing probably 4 3s, booties, gloves,
5-4 booties, gloves, and
45 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 Celsius.
13, 14. I think.
Wow.
14,
I can't believe I just pulled the math out. I'm not good at that. 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go here. So for Andrew Cotton and Ben Lang, last time the Nazaré Tow Challenge went down, we saw some pretty cool moments of, you know, kind of the big brother, little brother scenario that these two have, as they're right now just trying to identify a wave coming through. So when you're sitting on this ski right there, and of course you have the spotter on top of the bluff, but what type of wave, what type of lump are you looking for to try to get your surfer on? Are you looking for one that peaks up straight, or one that looks maybe like it's going to taper down the line?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, you're kind of looking at something that has a bit of a definitive line. Obviously, today with the west swells, it's kind of tricky because some of them might just elongate themselves out a little bit. But a lot of the eye is some waves, if it's big, you know, they kind of come under a little bit, you know, and so the guys are positioning themselves and they're seeing waves that are just a small line, and it's actually maybe one that's going to really hit hard. And the skis, you know, the drivers get better and better, and they hold their line where you would probably be paddling almost more and more. So it's just a quick lift, and you're right onto the wave. So if you're way further out, it's harder to see these lines. So you risk a bit more, and you hang out a bit more on the inside.
And Joao, you have to add the priority effect.
Yes, very important.
All right, if it's not your turn, stay out of the way.
And you can play with that too. Let's say that you don't have any priority at all. You are in the third position, you know, so you have to play with the situation, and sometimes you find a wave underneath of everybody.
Yep.
You know, you got to watch out for interference. Of course, you don't want to mess up with someone else's wave, but you know, it's a game that I really like to play. You know, it's important for you to be aware that the ocean, it's something that you cannot control.
All right, let's listen in to Team Blue. They try to put themselves in position.
If you want.
Oh, cool.
Okay, go left, go left.
So we're listening to the spotter right now.
Close, I think.
Is he gonna let go? No, no.
Oh, that's a scary test, because that wave.
Big line on your
and
back,
they lost priority.
Be careful there with the team.
Oh, we're still listening in to our spotter talking to our driver for Team Blue.
So now it's Lucas Chumbo on the wave.
This is Lucas. Huh?
That's Lucas.
That's
They switch back to Lucas.
Oh, big line.
Legs.
Yeah.
So watch this wave grow. You see as it comes from that deep canyon, and just as I said, that wave is going to grow, it shrinks. So that's the commentator curse. It works in a lot of different ways. Inside of 6 minutes to go, Team Pink currently with the lead with 25.31 for their total. Team Blue right there with them with 24.60. Team Yellow has some work to do. Only one wave ridden from Ian Cosenza, and it's just a 2.34. So with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go, they've got their work cut out for them to keep up with the blistering pace currently being set by Team Pink and Team Blue. Big whip for Team Pink now.
He just burns it off there.
Fading. That was the deepest fade we've seen yet of the day. Now this wave starts to build up through this inside section. A lot of whitewater coming up the face. So super hard for this board, these rails and fins to engage with that much
His ankle looks
wash
pretty
coming
strong.
up.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay, so the scenario here, you saw there's no leashes out there because the leash would provide the drag, and you don't want any of that. So for Chumbo, you got to kick his board out. So they're going to go back to the beach to pick that board up and try to get a quick turnaround back into the lineup.
So they all have backup boards in the boat, so that's always an option if it becomes too much of a hassle or if they don't want to deal with that. And they sent his first rescue, so I think it's William Santana. He's actually a brilliant big wave surfer too. Or they just abandon it. Yeah,
yes,
that,
I think
that
so.
can also be their decision. Yeah.
So one more board is somewhere on the ski.
On the sand.
Or
they let it go, and then they might come back later, or someone then takes it back to the harbor. So
someone from the contest, or maybe
someone from the team.
Spotters. Yeah, for sure.
So some of the teams have two spotters, and so one guy on the beach just.
So they're going to go back on the main boat, and they're going to get the
backup board.
The backup board for sure.
So not only do you have to know how to pull your surfer into a wave, but you got to know how to get back out there. And you know, this wave is very famous and infamous for not having a channel. So that weave to get back out there, that's something that you really need to learn here, right? There's no other place you can really train for that other than here at Nazaré.
I mean, the beginning training, and I mean, Carlos, you know,
in Brazil we have a lot of beach breaks.
Yeah. And so you don't want to learn at the hardest place right away.
Right,
yes, you need to practice, but at the same time, the basic skills and just that thing of like when you see a big whitewater, as a surfer, it's not instinctive to just ram into it.
Right.
And so, but you build into that, and then you start learning that the jet ski has so much power to just launch over huge whitewaters.
That's Scotty.
Here's a whip right now. Andrew Cotton, another test. Just a tester. Didn't like the looks of that wave.
And stayed on the rope. That's it. It's my call. I don't like it. You know, Ben kind of saw something, but it's not what they're looking for.
So you think Andrew has so much knowledge and history out here. Is he giving commands to Ben as the driver? Is he helping the spotter? Or
there's an interaction. There's definitely an interaction. So, you know, no, I don't want to go. You know, if he's kind of going for it, and you can already even just drive,
just wave
and say, I don't want this one.
It goes a lot by sign, you know, waving. And
so Michelle is back behind the rope now. Do you think this could potentially be Team Yellow's, I guess, strategy to maybe get Michelle in that position as top female rider of the day?
Yeah, I could see Ian. You know, Ian, I mean, he loves surfing here, and he loves, but
the priority is Michelle.
Yeah, the priority is Michelle. You know, she has a shot at the leaderboard, at the female leaderboard, and yeah, I think Ian's totally cool about that. He gets a lot of waves all winter long, and yeah, he wants to have a score, maybe a big barrel. He lives a lot of the season in Indo, but he has no problem, you know, just giving Michelle more opportunities to kind of.
I think this is the plan. You know, the main plan is to put Michelle on the top of the rank for sure. You know?
Yeah,
she's had one of the biggest waves ridden today. A monster left in the first 10 minutes, and she could be on to another one right here.
Yeah.
So Ian Cosenza pulling Michelle de Bollon into this wave. Now this wave looks like a grower.
Man, the wave selection from Ian Cosenza, it's been amazing this year. Amazing. The best waves for Michelle for sure.
Definitely the cleanest, biggest laps that we've seen.
Big walls. Yeah, he's feeling it. He's definitely.
And of course, our judges, they're looking at these waves from beginning to end, so they're going to watch not only how you get into the waves, but how you get out. So I love to see just that nice, beautiful, controlled pull out there for Michelle. A complete ride from beginning to end, and just a lot of poise and a lot of grace all the way through to that inside section.
Good control.
And now we see Cotty, big ollie.
Charging that right.
I mean, he's looking. These surfers right now are looking at
right on the rocks,
not over the falls. No.
He made it
away.
So do you think he got lucky right there to not get dragged into the cliff?
Yeah, that's and I mean he's had a traumatic experience.
What's that? Scooby?
Go Scooby in the barrel.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And even a wipeout, I mean, this would be the worst wipeout of, again, 99.9% of the surfing population in the world. But even these seemingly benign wipeouts that these surfers are going through, imagine.
It's heavy water. Nazaré is heavy water.
I mean, it's much different than any other wave, especially because the whole energy converges to that point where you fall, you know, and you get held on the water for a long time. And you get bounced all over, you know. It's just like getting run by a truck or something.
So it's as rough on top of the water as it is beneath the water.
Maybe it's even harder underneath of the water. Yeah.
All right, so that's it for our second heat of the day. And that gives us a chance to listen in to our Red Bull water mic. What's happening in the lineup?
Cool.
Right.
That's the spotter.
Right.
So I think he's saying right.
Yeah, the spotter is calling right, because the surfer is going to the right. You know?
Right, so he's just signifying to the driver. Yeah, because there's so much
static, you have to keep.
Yeah, there's so much wind and noise happening. Okay, so.
And communication has to be very clear.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you're going right towards the bluff like that.
Yeah.
Because that's. So everywhere is dangerous, but that right there must be the most dangerous zone.
So if he stops saying, he changes from right to down.
Okay,
and so that gives the driver, oh man.
So they have their own language.
Here, and so he can then like wait a little bit closer to the whitewater or expect, because sometimes you don't really see what's happening. So in your mind, he's surfing all the way through, and he felt, you know, like.
And the fades we've been seeing too, you know, he could say right 5 times, and then the fade could happen, and then he'd be yelling left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's key information from the spotter, as we're saying, the team.
I love that. I love that we have that Red Bull water mic to listen in to what is really a 3-way conversation between the spotter on top of the bluff, the driver of the ski, and the surfer. I mean, Andrew Cotton's not saying much on these waves, but you can hear his breathing, and it's really admirable how, you know, almost calm it sounds. I mean, he's got those deep breaths as he's going down the wave, and you know, we're looking at probably waist-high chops coming up the face of these waves. So That's about as high as a jump ramp that you'd see, you know, skateboarding.
Yeah, I mean, if it was flat and we were surfing, you could ride one of those chops, you know, like that's on, like you said, on a 5.6, a nice, you'd ride a chop. And so that's just the scale of things really is crazy. Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, let's take a look at Group B Heat 2. It's going to be Team Pink with the win with 29.88. Team Blue, 24.60. Team Yellow, 15.37. So you see, Brazil has come strong with a heavy-hitting list of surfers. At the moment, Chianca, Scooby on top here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. We've got 3 more teams to take to this lineup, 45 minutes on the clock. To bring Paul Evans back here on the call. We'll be right back with more action from Nazaré.
Good reason. It regularly produces the largest rideable waves on planet Earth. Thanks to the ultimate deepwater canyon setup, the large deepwater Nazaré Canyon has the potential to significantly amplify the surf. Wave face height can multiply 3, 4, even 5 times the offshore deepwater swell height.
Well, Nazaré is the heaviest beach break in the world. It's because of the canyon effect and how the wave wedges, how steep and gnarly it is.
Man versus moving mountains here.
Nazaré is one of the wonders of the surfing world. That deep canyon out there, there's funnels of North Atlantic swells that are nonstop. It's just a bizarre freak of nature.
So Kai Lanning starts off with a spin. He's flying down the line. You can hear the crowd.
This place is really special to me. I've won events here and gotten some of the biggest waves of my life, gotten some of the worst beatings of my life. You know, you have to pay to play here.
I definitely think that Nazaré is more of a tow wave than a paddle wave. Just moves around from one peak to the other constantly, and it's hard to be in the right place when you're paddling. Towing, you're just getting wave after wave after wave. People are coming to Nazaré to see the biggest wave in the world, and the biggest wave is ridden with a tow board, so.
The Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge is brought to you by Tudor, the official timekeeper of the World Surf League, by Visit Portugal, one of the world's best surfing destinations, and by Surfline. Know before you go.
Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge continues as we have a look at brand new matchups out in the lineup. Rodrigo Kosha, former Guinness World Record holder, the Kosha Bomb, and one of the charismatic figures around this town over several seasons. Real popular guy, great energy from him, an absolute charger as well. He's teaming up with his mate Vitor Faria. We're also going to have a look in blue, Rafael Tapia of Chile, who's been a fixture here since the beginning, one of the OGs out of this wave, teaming up with Pierre Rollet of France, absolute charger, originally from the Pays Basque, now based up in Senyos, right next to Hossegor there. And then in yellow, you're going to see Laura Crane, surfer out of North Devon in the southwest of England. First entry into this event from her. Really looking forward to seeing what she can do, turning up with the local boy, Tony Laureano. And he's been part of that new wave of the youngsters. I think first time towing out here is maybe 12 years old, something like that. His dad took him out. And what a story that is to see those two teaming up here and looking to try and post some numbers. Already seen 2 heats go down, and after this third rotation, we'll just repeat that basically. Everyone will get another shot. And real busy in terms of the action that we've seen go down this morning, the frequency of the waves. And they've been getting right into it from the beginning of heats and posted numbers. Looking at Team Blue into it right now. And a solid looking left with a steep pocket on the inside, but unable to get around. We've seen that happen a few times this morning. Teams on the attack on the left, being aggressive. Just size of the waves, they're not crazy big, so about trying to find the lip to do that. You've got to drive that bottom turn from around a section. Can't really be in front of it or on the shoulder, particularly It's the sort of size of the waves and the way they're breaking. That more westerly swell is linking up these sections, so you will get a wall that kind of comes into this close-out bowl on the inside. And then the question always there, how long do you stay with the wave? How much do you risk it? And it is first up. Looks like we've got a switch, so interesting. Seeing these guys not spend long at all before mixing up between the drivers. Rollet and Tapia getting in the rotation already. Another look at their wave. So the early release, one arm. And they deal with a load of bump and chop. You can see those creases going up the wave. This wind is hacking kind of side shore, so really blowing into the right. And you can see the lip line there from this water shot, just how ruffled that is. And as if it wasn't challenging enough in terms of the speed and just the bumps in general that you find out here. Also absolutely caning in terms of the winds coming through. And that switch instantly going down. So off the Rollet comes Tapia. And almost looking like he's stalling for some tube time there. But just driving that board with the speed and loads of flow. And just hack him on off the top. So not traditional big wave surfing. This inside section, performance sections. We've seen loads of that go down. The goofies on this left able to really drive and get that hook under the lip. It's different sort of story on the backhands. Looks like Laura Crane here. Solid looking left for her. So Laura getting into it. Towed in by Tony. We talked at the top of the show this morning about the achievements of Maya Guerrera down the years here and offering that mentorship role. Two surfers like Laura. Spent a couple of seasons here. She's been working a lot with Eric Ribier as well and just training super hard. And really enjoying her role here at Nazaré. And the vibe, the camaraderie, the interaction between the surfers that really commit tons of time, because it's not so much a fly-in, fly-out kind of spot for swells, Nazaré. In the winter time, it's all about really posting up in the autumn. And basically putting a whole season in here, Carlos, and just being super dedicated, because it takes so much commitment to do well out here.
Oh, like everything else in life, you know, if you want to do good in something that you choose in your life, you have to put time, you have to dedicate yourself, you have to keep focus. And Nazaré is not different at all. And I think it's even harder, you know, you have to be here all the time to get to understand the lineup very well and to get used to our equipment, to train how to drive. You know, when it comes to be a big wave surfer, you have to be good all over around. You know, you cannot just go on the rope and, hey, get me a wave. You know, you have to drive, you have to take care of your ski, you have to take care of your board. You know, it's not simple. And I really like that. I like because, you know, it makes a huge difference when you are young, just like Laura, and you commit yourself to be a tow surfer here at Nazaré. You have really to think twice, you know, because, you know, you're going to have a lot of times of challenge ahead of you.
Laura Crane here. Here she goes. Fade in this one. Looking for it to get steep. And then she'll go right for the kick out. And this one will crunch. Good call to get out. But already a couple of ways for her logged in. It won't be a massive number, but she will look to try and connect with one of these. And the amount of time that you spent here, Carlos, down the years, how impressed so far have you been with Laura? This is her second full season here, right? What she's been able to do, the learning curve that she's shown, obviously, it's been incredible, that story. That's why she's in the event.
Well, like I was saying before, you know, I was checking the social medias, and she's doing really good. You know, she's doing really good as a young surfer, as a young charger here at Nazaré. She has the advantage of the body. You know, her body is so strong. She trains a lot. She can, you know, really hold the bumps over here at Nazaré because the waves here are very, you know, bump. you gain a lot of speed. You have to deal with that surface that is not even. You know, you have a lot of current, especially between the tide changes here. And today it's a day of, you know, of wind and bumps, and the waves are going to be very challenging today. And she has all the what's necessary for a surfer to be surfing well here at Nazaré, because she has talent and she's strong.
Let's get down to AJ McCord with Pedro Scooby in the harbour.
Thanks so much, Scooby. First heat under your belt. Talk me through it.
Probably would choose wrong ways. It's a hard day, you know, really bumpy. Let's see. We have another hit. Change our scores and okay, get a better waves.
What's the biggest thing you want to fix between the first heat and the next one?
I think I don't know. I think choose the right wave, you know. I think that's it. It's really hard to surf on these conditions, you know, really bumpy, you know, smoothie, no barrels. It's hard. Let's see.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. There's the update from the harbour. And relatively...
They're not happy, huh?
No,
he's not happy. He's not happy.
He wants to get better waves. That's the update from Pedro Scooby.
Yeah,
you know what?
yeah.
Let's go out to the water. Chico Alves has got Andrew Cotton and Ben Larg.
Yeah, Ted, I'm here. So yeah, boys, I have with me Andrew and Ben. How was it out there? Looks quite difficult, but there's a few for sure.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, trying to focus on the rights, but it's a weird sort of sidestep on a few of them, like close to the cliff. But Ben got a couple. He's driving really good as well.
I got a couple. Cotty got one bomb. We were all right, actually. Yeah. But I wasn't even going to be in the competition, so I'm pretty happy.
And what's the strategy for the next one? Looks like the swell is picking up, and we're going to see a few more probably lefts and some big mama here on the corner.
I don't know, I was trying to keep Cotty calm. He was asking what's the time, and Diego on the radio, he was saying, oh, you've only got 9 minutes left. I was telling Cotty we had 15 minutes left. He was he was stressing out.
I wasn't stressing, that's a lie.
Yeah, you guys look ready. Good luck for the next one, and get warm and prepared for the next one.
Yeah.
Good luck, boys.
Having fun, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, all the best.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for your time. Back to you, boys.
Great spirit.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Love it. Great bants there from the lads. Cotty always enjoys his time here. Really cool to see Ben Larg getting the call up. Garrett unable to compete. Ben putting his hand up, and justifiably for his performances here in the practices and just spending time and being committed. Interesting to see.
That was Victor Faria on the left.
This one right now, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was a bomb.
That was a bomb.
Gosh, a bomb, put him on a bomb.
Yeah.
There you go.
What about this matchup? These guys, I mentioned earlier about Rodrigo, just his energy and how he's so stoked. Obviously, life-changing stuff for him. That way that he got here completely changed his life. I mean, a Guinness World Record, even when someone replaces it, that's something that will be forever. I mean, that's really just a wave that's made his career and set him up here. But he's stoked. His relationship with Nazaré, it's a really special one.
Yeah, he's very enthusiastic about Nazaré. You know, everything changed in his life after he started to come to Nazaré. And he was here the first year we came, 2013. That's when we had the huge project going on with Red Bull. That's when we got the biggest days of our life ever here, and that happened to Maya too. I had to rescue her, and so it was a big scene. Went all over the place, all around the world, you know. And Kosha was here. Kosha was here, and since then he has been coming every single season. And finally, one season he got the biggest wave. He was driven by Sergio, which is one of the best local guys here when it comes to surfing and driving into big waves. So after that, he teamed up with Victor Faria, and he's doing all the WSL events. And like you said, you know, changed his life. And back in Brazil, he's doing a lot of speeches. You know, he's very famous, and you know, he's very happy guy too. He's very enthusiastic about big waves. It's good to be around with Coach.
Really positive.
I like the team. I like Victor too. You know, I like they team up, and they are doing very, very well. For a long time, it's a long partnership. It's a long
yeah,
partnership
so they've
already.
known each other, they've been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
I remember, you know, Kosha visiting at the time Alex Martins. Yeah, we were all at Mavericks at that time. That was, and he was there. He had his big wave gun too, and he was, yeah, just had
He
surfed
loves-
some huge. He loves it.
He loves surfing. Yeah, he loves surfing.
Huge swells in Chile, and yeah. But Nazaré really was that turning point for him, and yeah, and he had a really traumatic experience here.
Yeah.
I think it was with Rafael Tapia. The rescue didn't go well, and he was basically abandoned in like the most horrendous scene.
Situation.
And his partner was actually his psychologist. So it's something that sometimes is not, you know, there is a lot of talk about mental health. And I mean, this is as traumatic as you could possibly get. And I think it was 2 years that he almost stopped surfing, and he had to like basically rebuild himself. And then it actually came, and that was like maybe 1 or 2 seasons after that he was able, you know, to get the world record.
Yeah.
So it's a tremendous story of again.
That's a beautiful story.
Yeah, of overcoming. I mean, a nightmare of yeah, an experience, and really being able to transform it. Obviously, with the right, you know, kind of
support. Yes.
Yeah, and would become his partner, and you know, was able to kind of really get into the mental side of things and transform something that is just so hostile into something so unique, you know, because that's what's unique about his life and our lives, you know, in the big surf, and but being able to really, yeah, turn it around, and like you were saying, Carlos, that thing of like a challenge becoming an opportunity, and in the heat of it, it's not easy to do that.
Yeah, and it's important for us as human beings to understand and visualize that, you know, and that's the way I like to approach life. You know, some people see problems, I see opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, and that has a lot to do with big wave surfing for me.
That's
because,
what we learned.
You know, when you surf big waves, that teaches a lot. You know, that teaches a lot to be humble all the time, to be resilient, you know, fall and come back, and to be calm, you know, to be vulnerable, you know, to not predict things, to adapt yourself, to anticipate, to survive, basically, you know.
And be okay with surviving. It's okay, yeah.
And the amount of time that you two both spent, the amount of seasons down the years, some of the key changes that you've seen in that time. Obviously, there's a lot more teams, a lot more people dedicated, busier out there now. The waves haven't changed, but how has the town changed, and particularly the lineup?
Yeah, the lineup, I think, definitely has been really significant on bigger, you know, days at the beginning of the season when everyone kind of comes out pretty hot. There's a lot of skis. It's traffic, you know, and obviously, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that the locals love it, you know, because it does bring, again, it brings this movement, and so a lot of people and a lot of the local, you know, economy benefits, and that's been really cherished and celebrated, and I think, yes, I mean, if you're just focusing on your own thing about surfers, you know, and oh, now I'm not catching as many waves, I think it's a bit of a pity if you find yourself, you know, being grumpy about that, or, you know, being a little bit,
maybe selfish, because you think only about yourself, you know, not enough waves for myself, but you have to think about the community.
Yeah.
And last night we had a good dinner together, and we were talking about that. You know, one of the persons that I saw dealing with this situation of becoming famous because of the waves, that place has a huge opportunity. If you have a good, you know, break right in front of a town, you can take advantage on that and make a big scene, just like Nazaré did. But it depends a lot on the community, on someone that is ruling the town, like Walter Chicharro was doing for many years. He just left, you know, I think last year. But I have to take my hat off and say, congratulations, Walter, because you did a great job. He had to deal with these conflicts a lot, you know, like between surfers, paddlers, tow-ins, you know, local team, you know, authorities, you know, media, all the drama that goes on behind the scene, and he had to deal with that, and he did very well, you know. He did very well, and it was good for everybody at the end.
He was focused on Nazaré. You know, I think that because that's his charter, right? That's why, you know, he is an elected, and I think it's hope for that, you know, politicians, when they are good, they make a difference, and I think that's...
Laura Crane here.
Oh, this is Laura on her backhand.
On a
Good
right.
style, huh?
Good.
And you see the line, she chops that back to stay close to it.
Keep going, Laura, keep going. Yes, another turn.
Ooh.
Wow. And you can see how quickly
that's going to hit hard.
Things turn around.
Oh, man.
Oof. So straight back up. That's the good
not too
news.
far from the board.
But that was a good try, huh? I really liked her approach.
And then back on the sled already, so quick in with the response there.
And the board is right there.
Board a little bit inside. They'll forego that for the moment.
It's 25. It might be that time to just, go out and change. Yep. She looks okay, yeah.
4, 5, her fifth wave. So, yeah, maybe it's time for her to change.
Halfway through the halfway mark.
Yeah.
So let's see. The backup ski goes in after the board. These two head straight back out. That's Tony Laureano driving. And we're speculating maybe we'll see a change here. Laura doesn't have a board, so it would be, for the moment, opportune. Let's see if they do go ahead and make that switch. 45-minute heats. Doubling the high score. So scoring out of 10. The total will be out of 30 to double that high score at the moment in that. Yeah, we're looking at Tapie and Rollet with the best of it. But this one, relatively speaking, just a little bit more quiet in terms of that frequency. Let's get another look at Laura's wave here.
Yeah, there she goes all the way through the chatter, right? Waiting for that moment, for that big bottom turn. Here it comes, yeah.
Look at her stance, how solid it is, huh? I like it. Very strong legs, too. Set up for the turn. Oh, but she falls, huh?
Gosh, yeah, that was...
Right in the middle of the turn, yeah?
See that a lot in Nazaré where we see that big line and then everything kind of folds and compresses in one place. And obviously she's can attack.
I don't like that place.
She's going back. She wants to go back towards the power section, but actually from behind her, things get steep real quick. Goes down, but not getting a big beating in terms of getting knocked inside. She came up straight away, so always good to see. But yeah, things can converge real quick here. It is that convergence to swirls that makes this thing famous, almost like a wedge that you get off a cliff. But rather than actually being off the cliff, it's from that canyon that causes that big famous A-frame. We're looking back towards the harbor there. A couple of minutes on the skiers on the ride, you come out.
That's actually in that direction where the camera's going is where we are. Hope Zones Foundation is actually putting, their seaweed plantation. That is this project that, I've been happy enough to be part of and pushing, and it's this zone. So part of planting seaweed as a way to help innovate this space, surfing has really helped the conversation, obviously, because it attracts, but fishing and everything that happens in the ocean space is something that, it's very unique to big wave surfing, because if you're at the beach, you're not really aware of the harbors. And so because of big wave surfing, you have this element of the jet ski. If you're doing big wave explorations, you need a boat. And then so all of this suddenly happens inside this space, which is the harbor. So you see fishing communities and you see, all of this ancient connection to the ocean. Yeah, here's
big set, huh? Big set.
Big set.
Who's going for it? Ooh, Team Yellow. Laura again. Is that Laura or Laura?
Laura driving.
Yes,
Laura's driving. Yeah, it's
on the ropes. So let's see his first wave from Team Yellow as they look.
I think they're just warming up a bit.
Yeah, it must be a huge challenge for her to drive the ski here.
Yeah, yeah. But that's it. That's the thing. A bit like we were remembering. I mean, at this level, if you are, an extremely competent, pro surfer, and when you get on the ski, if you put enough time to really go and iron out those kinks, because the relationship is different, like how close you can get to the moving wave, how do you steer, the amount of power you have, you don't have a fin. And so all of these things, I remember it was vicious to learn, because, and then if you really do it session after session after session, your learning curve really is very, very quick. And because then you're converging, you're putting your, surfing experience connected to this new tool, which is the jet ski.
And she's committed to it.
Wow, there she goes.
Here we go.
Come on.
Tony Laureano, his first wave, whipped in by Laura Crane.
Oh, come on, keep going. Ooh. Okay.
I was going to mention about that rip. You see all the white part right in between the peak, the zone. I don't like that, That's the whole energy that comes with the wave going out, but not dissipating, It's staying on the same place and kind of messing the surfing a lot.
Yeah.
And the surfers, they have to deal with that.
Yeah, and it rips up the lineup, and instead of having a clean face, you're really dealing with huge chops, as Paul was kind of.
And that's one thing about Nazaré that's very unique, It's a beach break, point break. you know, and it's different than heat breaks where you have the channel, you know, the whole energy comes in one place and then goes out in the channel over here. The energy, it stays there on the beach, and some of them goes back and creates this rip.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Who's that? Rafael Tapia? Is that Rafael surfing?
That looks like Tapia.
Oh,
solid
too
wave.
late. Oh my God, what do you think?
Well, he was going for that radical line. He really stayed deep. He knows that that's what you need to do. Oh, that's a good hold down.
Yeah.
The board, look how lucky the board is right
long
there.
hold down, huh?
Oh, that's a huge double up.
Oh,
right
the
on
board
top.
is behind him, kind of further outside, huh?
Ooh.
See how steep was that pound, huh? He was underwater for a long time.
He was. Oh, did they get the board?
I don't think so.
I think it's still floating there.
Yeah, outside.
Who's the first rescue?
Yeah, it's coming for the board right now.
So the drone picking up vision here of Team Blue. Rafael Tapia, the Chilean, with a committed left. You saw they whipped in. They kind of just did that circle whip from where they were. They're in exactly the right position for the wave. Didn't need to try and cover ground to get there. Committed line from Rafael. And then a big wipe out.
Maybe too radical, I think, because he didn't need to be that deep. And it was a good wave, huh?
It was a good wave, yeah. Maybe a couple of pumps. It's that thing, that approach that you need to, you know, even with all that speed, generate even more, because you have to surf the wave. You have to make that line, and if you commit that deep, then you have to come up with speed to then pass these huge sections.
Of course, you have to come up with some maneuvers to be rewarded, huh? To get the scores, huh?
But yeah, there are also veterans. Pierre Rollet, he wasn't seen much this season here, but he really put in a lot of time. He was part of that French movement, you know, with Justine and Fred, and he paddled into some massive waves. I remember seeing him also like really charging, and yeah, he's just a full waterman, you know, and very experienced.
Let's get an update from the top of the lighthouse with Claudia Pinto.
That's right, we're here at the viewers point where the spotters are helping their teams with wave locating, safety, and we have an iconic person here next to me, Lino. Tell us a little bit about this role and also a little of your contribution to the spotting and the Nazaré scene.
Oh, this is more or less like a son for me, okay? It's a long time, a long story, but we developed step by step until this, and I think we don't need to talk too much about all the people stay here, so you could check. This is amazing. Everybody have fun. We have some waves, good weather, so we stay on the process, developing all days better and better and better.
You were one of the pioneers here in Nazaré, did an important job with McNamara on the early days. How was that?
It's a long story on the beginning. So on the beginning, it's everything hard. Nobody believes, you know. But after stay growing, and now everybody believe on the spot. So we are probably the best spot of big waves on the world, the most consistent. Okay, so in Portugal, it's a really nice country, and all these organizations make an amazing job. So I'm really happy with this.
We're happy to see Nazaré on the spotlight. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks,
So
Claudia.
cool.
Lino, the legend, just an eternal presence here, really, at Nazaré.
Always in shorts, always in shorts, no matter.
We love Lino.
Lino's a beast. Lino's and he loves it. He really loves it, and he has such a connection with all the athletes. I mean, Carlos, so many stories. But he just loves welcoming people.
And it's amazing how it works, how he works with the whole community. He's always there to help you, you know. And things can be really bad, and he is always calm, always calm. It's hard to see him really nervous or, you know, out of control. Actually, I didn't see him out of control. Never. You know,
there he goes. Look at it. It's just
beautiful.
And in the water, you can hear the screams. It's a unique thing about Nazaré and about the spectacle. It is this energy. It's the festival. It's just people come to celebrate nature and watch it and feel it, and And it's just rewarding every single time, every year. And it is important, you know, even if the conditions aren't perfect. One of the spotters, Dino, one of the guys from the original team, he was just telling me up there where all the spotters were, where we just were, 5 degrees in the swell direction. You know, if we go from 280, you know, to 285, you know, or 285 to 290, that it suddenly starts lighting up all of those, you know, peak one. And he was saying, you know, the forecast had that in it. Sometimes it might take longer. As we know, the ocean does its thing. And, yeah, what's 4 hours for ocean time? For us, it's a huge deal. But, yeah, when big swells are crossing the Atlantic and these little shifts in direction have huge consequences here. But yeah, ooh, here we go. That's a fast whip. Ah, there we go.
Pierre
committed to that turn.
Beautiful turn.
Look, nice style.
Another turn.
Yeah.
Looks like the best wave of the heat, huh?
Yeah, this might be. He did a very good carve there.
Very good carve.
Rollet onto the inside. Putting in the time here at Nazaré. Real strong French contingent here. Got a chance a couple of weeks ago to see him surf at Lannion and Osagor in the big wave challenge there.
Cool.
Paddling in on big boards and then getting some sessions done.
Oh, look, that one. That's Tony.
Wow, Tony.
Tony, carve it. Yeah.
Nice turn, Tony.
Yeah, he was really stumped on this board.
Yeah, not a big turn. Beautiful. That's a good wave.
That's a good one to get under his belt and just, you know, feel it. Laura, good job. That's
I was going to say that, you know, very good that Laura is driving him very well and be able to catch good waves for him.
Oh, that was Laura, huh?
No, this is a strategy. So one of the things they agreed on, I remember kind of being privy to this, was like, hey, let's just keep Laura, like, focusing just on getting Tony on the wave, not following, and then Ramon, Tony's dad, will do the pickups.
Oh, really?
So that was some strategy, and they were kind of thinking about that, and here it came into practice. So it just takes a little bit of pressure off Laura. She doesn't have to, like, put so much on the line. She can kind of
just
really
drive
focus,
and
picking
relax.
the right wave, drive, put him on the wave, and then, okay, I don't need to think too much.
Relay again.
Very busy, huh?
Straight back into it.
Another
Stick
good one.
section. Patient off the bottom. Pierre Rollet.
Nice one.
Hook under the lip.
Cool hook.
Good kick out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Flyaway kick out, kind of air reverse. Ooh, is that going to be...
That's a huge set, huh?
That's huge. That was cool. Amazing. Probably, what, in like 2 minutes, 2 back-to-back waves, or maybe 3 tops. That's interesting how suddenly...
Yeah, the ocean is on again, huh?
Yeah, just finding the kind of deeper on the inside, under priority. Oh, nice turn there. That's cool. Cool bottom. Waiting. There he goes. This was the hook, wasn't it? He kind of was able to identify that section. Nice. Yeah, got a little moment there.
So getting close towards the midway point in the event when we conclude this third heat of the morning. We'll see the first teams, the A group, go out again. You're watching the Frenchman, Pierre Rollet, right now. Backhand, super committed. And a bit of flamboyance with the kick out as well. This is the view. So behind the peak a little bit, and that gives you that real nice angle across.
That's his first wave, huh, Pierre? I like this one better. You know, the first turn,
bigger,
a little bit bigger, more steeper, you know, more sharp on the turn, more speed. The second turn is there also.
Yeah, that first carve was critical.
Yeah. But he has 2 waves already, so they can change again.
Maybe, yeah. Could Tapia got that big wipeout? Maybe he opted also to. Ooh, he let go. No, I don't want that. Yeah, so I think Rafael might be. Yeah, he probably got drilled pretty heavily. So when you're driving, you recover a bit. It's a bit of like a active recovery.
Just want to ask you about the communication between waves that you want or you don't want. How exactly does that go out between you know, you're on the back of the ski, you got the engine noise, you got the winds.
Each team, I think, has their thing, right, Carlos? I mean, it's kind of like this. Yeah, you know, waving, you know, doing a lot of hand signals. The driver, that's the thing. An experienced driver is constantly looking back. So you're driving, you're moving forward, back and checking in to see what your surfer wants, how he's feeling, if he's still on the rope, which is a classic. Sometimes you just throttle, and then you're driving, and then you look back, hey, where's the surfer? And he was like, so these things are not obvious, and they're all part of this, you know, kind of like Lino was saying, this learning curve.
Oh, Tony, weaving in.
No, this is Kosha or Faria.
Sorry. This is
look, maybe Faria. Looks like Faria.
They have similar styles,
yeah, they do. You have to really look a little bit closer to identify who it is.
Who's Kosha, who's Victor
Not
Faria.
something we see in rail to rail pumping out here at Nazaré.
Yeah.
So super committed to the speed.
And it's good that you guys were talking about communication, because guys like Kosha and Rodrigo Faria, they are partners for a long time. Sometimes just looking at the eye, it's enough to understand what's going on.
Okay.
You know, I really do that. You know, you look back and you have the eye contact, and you know what's going on.
Mm-hmm. No, and sometimes because you're super deep, and so if you feel the surfer is like really feeling it and feeling that risk, and you can do that, then you know that's kind of what you want as a driver, is to just trust.
That's Tony on his third wave or second wave? Third wave.
Close. Third, huh? Yeah, I think it is probably the third.
Yeah, the third wave.
He got that first, and gosh, they didn't. I don't know if that was the reward. If it was, oh gosh,
I think no, that's his fourth wave. So they're missing the third wave score.
The highest score.
Yeah, the highest score.
The one that looked like his better wave.
Pierre Rollet again with a speedy left with a nice steep face for the opening part, and then just shoulders off a bit, but on the attack really, going after it hard, these two, Tapia and Rollet. So, tell us about that rope work. So not going all the way to the handle of the rope at the back, just picking up halfway through, shortening. What's the idea there?
You want to be quick.
Quick.
Yeah. So if you don't have much time to wait, you want to be quick, you just grab the rope where it is, and then you fix it out later when you can, if you can. If you cannot, if, let's say, another wave just comes by, you are able to do it, you just turn and go. How it works, you know.
Yeah. No, it's kind of tricky because you're very close to the wake, so you're close to the power. Obviously, if you're shorter, and you know the driver has to kind of, you see, it's kind of like a timing. You're never quite sure. You see that distance? He went like maybe 5 meters. So just because you're going so fast, and when you kick out,
he's on the rope again. He's getting another wave. Huh?
Right into the right.
Yeah.
Oh, big carve.
Beautiful first turn, and then back to the zone. So now
he's on a roll. Go
Pierre.
Yeah, when you start feeling it,
I was gonna say that he's been evolving a lot when it comes to surfing and performance. You know, the last years I noticed him turning a lot. Look at this, a beautiful turn. Right, all the way, all the way to the inside. He's happy, huh?
Yeah.
He enjoyed that one.
I like it.
How was the fade back that whip? So committed, like a full roundhouse back into it.
That was insane.
I think Tapia should go back on the water now.
Yeah, I think Pierre with this one, might, I mean, looks like his highest score for sure. This is Victor.
Victor again, huh?
Yeah, trying to find something. Swells hasn't quite materialized, so they're just making something.
You see how important it is to have the wave selection, huh? If you don't have the right waves, it's so hard for you to get the scores, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was
turned out to be a nice one, huh?
Yeah, it opened up a bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're adapting, right? They are going for those smaller ones and just feeling that that's probably what we got to do, get some waves. But yeah, those carves from Pierre were beautiful open face. Really pushed it all the way in.
Can't wait to see the scores, huh?
Yeah. Jeez. There's Tapia. Yeah, they changed.
Yeah. Go, Tapia.
Rafael Tapia of Chile on a bomb left here. Nice setup work. He's really smooth, isn't he? Knows his line that he wants to try and find. Patient. Doesn't want to get too much in front. Most of the score will come in the initial part of the wave. We'll just cruise through here, maybe for a better spot for the pickup, or maybe even look for a little bit of cover in a steep section.
Tried some kind of a flip there.
I mean, you're coming out with all that speed. You got a heavy board with the nose, tail is sharp. He looks like that's a quad, so 4 fins in that as well. And
that's dangerous.
You want to get away from that.
You know, not everybody can come up and do a backflip. Sometimes even, you know, double backflip.
Yeah. How is that? Yeah, Clement almost did like a double rotator there. Yeah, that was awesome. Right at the start of that first heat.
5 minutes to go in this. It's our third group, the Group C. And when this concludes, we'll be halfway point in the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. We have a leaderboard update as well. Just watching this wave that just went down for Rafael Tapia, teaming up with Pierre Rollet, and they've been all action, these two.
Yeah, these carves, it wants to generate a little more speed. There's the flyaway. Oh, ooh, gosh, that board.
Yeah, you don't want the board so close to you. Huh? That's why he's kicking, taking his foot away.
Away from it, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, nice drop. It's this thing.
Probably his best wave.
That looked like his best wave. I would think so. Yeah, that's a make, and he has that flyway.
He has one that was something around 3 point something, the first wave. Maybe this one is going to be better.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can't remember that first left he made. We'll have the recap soon.
Ooh. Is that kosher? Looks like kosher, this one, huh?
Yeah. That was loose, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kosher.
That's kosher. Yeah, they switched.
You know, the stance is the same, but you can see the way they move the legs a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kosher's a little more active,
yeah.
Right?
So we do have Laura Crane on the medical boat at the moment. There she is, just receiving a bit of attention there.
What happened?
Oof. It might have been that wipeout on her backhand. Yeah. She was on the sled complaining a bit right when she got out. But that's, I mean, what a champion. She really was able to punch through it, put Tony on a couple of waves, and then probably the pain just got really way too much. But what a champ to kind of fight through it initially.
Good section for Tapia here.
Good.
Yeah, great.
Probably his best wave now, huh?
Real steep one that just held its steepness throughout and able just to get into that juice. Take an aggressive attacking line, all sorts going on here. Had a quick glimpse before that of Laura Crane on the medical boat. Obviously the team in the water there with the boat, all part of this. Just getting a little looked at this stage. Everyone is going to surf again. Hopefully she's all fine. We'll update that when news comes in. But at the moment, a couple of minutes to go in this, and we've seen Team Blue.
I like the strategy for Team Blue. Yeah. You know, they did the first job was Pierre driving for Tapia. It seems that, you know, Tapia didn't have a lot of good waves, and then Tapia drove for Pierre, and Pierre had a lot of good waves. And at the end of the heat, they switched it again, and now Tapia is getting his best waves of the heat so far.
Wow, that's a beautiful wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the commitment where Nick went, and that's probably why it was so committed, that turn.
Oh, but look, that turn for Tapia was nice.
Yeah, that was a bit better. But I think it's not going to threaten the leaderboard at the moment. But definitely, what a beautiful wall. Hopefully Laura's feeling better, and we'll have an update. But I'm glad Tony's been a little bit unlucky. He won his first year. Justine got injured right in the morning, I think in a warm-up before the contest started.
Last year, I think Maya got...
Yeah, I think there was something, so he wasn't able, or he got injured.
He got injured.
Tony himself got injured.
He got injured. Yeah.
And so it's been a rocky connection here with the contest. But I mean, gosh, he's such a big future ahead of him. He also was in the HBO show. Yeah. Great.
He's doing great.
Doing really good.
And I love the family.
Yeah,
they're the best. Yeah.
Final minute here in our third heat of the day. Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Tapia Rollet with the best of it in terms of the numbers. Really good scores in for them, and that's just a reflection of the commitment that they've had.
Yep.
Surfing with speed on steep waves, choosing a really good line. That all comes from the experience. And it's one of those days today where Surfers really just deciding to attack. It's not so much about survival in terms of your line across the wave. It really is trying to impose yourself, be exuberant, and show the judges some committed maneuvers. The switch will come and we'll see
Jolé's back on the rope, huh?
And I don't think we'll see another wave ridden here, so decided not to go that. 10 seconds maybe. Let's see if something comes behind. We're definitely counting down towards the end of this. We'll have a leaderboard update soon as well, as everybody surfed, and everyone will get another chance. So 2 heats apiece for the team, and their scores will be made up from the best across those 2 sessions. And we're all wrapped up now for our 3rd heat of the day so far. We're bringing that leaderboard shortly, but another entertaining one, and again a theme that's been consistent throughout the day. It's just the frequency of the waves that have gone down here. So not the crazy hugest Nazaré we've ever seen, but in terms of how regular it is and the energy coming through, and relatively short rides back out on the ski guys as well. So you get a wave. We've seen surfers kick out, get picked up, and almost back on, maybe not the next wave of the set, but like 2 waves later, back on another wave. And that's not something we see all the time.
Yeah, really quick turnaround in the sense that, yeah, the guys are, you know, really in the rhythm. And sometimes you just get in a rhythm and you catch 2 or 3 waves in a row. And it's awesome, you know, just to see that openness. And like you said, they're attacking. They're really wanting to show that exuberant approach. And I think that's exciting. That's why these days, you know, come together. Again, it's this kind of division when the massive waves, but at the same time, a performance. And, you know, again, if it wasn't the development of the boards and the way that, you know, so much has come, you know, from those pioneering days, and, you know, in different ways at the paddling, you know. So obviously if you're a good big wave paddle surfer, you're going to have that line, but you're going to have a surfing line. And then when you put it on a toe board, then you adapt that shape. And then, you know, when all of this coalesces and comes together, it's a show. And that's what this is all about.
Well, I think it's the jet ski that makes the whole difference. You know, jet ski, it's more dynamic. And, you know, if you have the talent to drive quick between the waves to rescue your partner, you know, to keep yourself up on the rope all the time, if you have enough power, everything combined, you know, it can have as many waves as possible. And, you know, that's the spirit of the competition when it comes to towing. You know. The more you get yourself around these elements in comfortable situations, you know, the more you're going to be able to score the waves, and the more you're going to be successful, and the more you're going to train, you know, the more you're going to see results.
Just to this midway stage of the event now, your thoughts in terms of the conditions that we've seen compared to the forecast? I mean, famously, it's one of the toughest places here to know exactly what you're going to get. Yeah. A lot of people talk about showing up on the day, but overall, your impressions of what we've seen so far in terms of the size of the waves and the surfing that we've seen go down?
I mean, I was, again, you know, one of the famous original spotters and forecasters, you know, it's just this little kink in the direction. I mean, yes, it would be, if the wave gods could kind of just give us that, it would be amazing, you know, and just give a couple of like first peak bombs. But I mean, just some beautiful faces, and, you know, a lot of speed, and you know, already putting on a show. And here we got, yeah, wow, there we go.
Yeah, Team Blue ahead. That was Jolé and Tapia. Good job.
Really solid numbers from them. 25 points, decent rewards for their aggressive lines that they showed us. We're going to see bit more from Koshan Faria, also from Laura Crane and Tony Laureano, and they'll look to try and improve. They will have another chance to go up in terms of points on the board for a score out of 30. As you combine those totals and look to crown champions here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. We're going to go away and check out Life of Kai Season 4. A little update on that. It is live. We'll have a teaser. We're also going to bring in Chris Cote and Lucas Fink onto the host set. Stay tuned for more from Nazaré.
Kai is really dealing with like life and death situations more than almost anybody on earth right now in the big wave scene.
Deep down inside him, there's a burning desire to be the best.
What I do now means more than it ever has.
All of like life's biggest milestones in 12 months.
You know, the fact of the matter is you're never truly ready until it happens. and then you just rise to the occasion.
Welcome back. As you can see, the crowd is amassing here on the bluffs of Nazaré. And right there is an international field of surf fans literally flying in from all over the world. I was at the airport last night. I saw it from my own eyes. So many fans flying here, driving here to get on top of the action. I am Chris Cote, very excited, of course, to be rejoined by Zhao. And right here, four-time United Skim Tour world champion, one of the only skimboarders on the planet brave enough to ride this wave. Lucas Fink, welcome back to Nazaré and welcome to the booth. So far, so good here today.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. It's an honor to be amongst these legends and this good friend as well. Always hearing your comments all over the world and all the WSL events. It was good to be here and watching a great show of surfing.
Yeah, so far we've seen a lot of different angles of this wave. We've seen big airs done. We've seen huge waves charged, of course, high speed, intense surfing. That will all continue. And there's a look at the arena we're dealing with. We've got an epic Group A Heat 4 in the water now. Team Pink will be Rupp and Rosselló. You got Kai Lenny, Ian Walsh out there, Justine Dupont and Eric Riviere. Heading out into the lineup, this will be their second opportunity to amass some points. And talking about the arena that is Nazaré, this place is unlike anywhere else on the planet Earth. You know, you look at the beach in the background, you don't see 40-foot waves in there. You know, it's a manageable head high. Incredible that just around the corner, we're now looking at these huge waves coming from that submarine canyon. And right there in the middle of it, we've got Chico out on the boat.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here on the boat with two happy men, Tapia and Pierre Rollet. Looked really good out there. Started off really well. Talk me through this first one.
That was pretty nice. We get some really good wave, and yeah, we are pretty happy about the team. Rafa got pounded, we lost the board, and I hold there just find it again. So just after, yeah, it was pretty good, and now we know how hard the wave, and going to be ready for the next one.
And Tapia, you were saying it's always good to start off this comp with a wipeout. Talk me through that.
Well, I didn't say that. It's the first time I think I had a wipeout on the big wave contest. I didn't start with a wipeout. I started with a really good wave. So, but then I got a big wipeout. So it's good, you know, just part of the game, and we're ready for the next one. I think we played pretty good on this first heat. We know what the waves are doing. They're amazing teamwork. We're very connected, so we're ready for the next one.
Ready to rumble. What's the strategy for the next one, Pierre?
Maybe land the floater I didn't make a few years ago with the jet ski. No.
Let's bring back the floaters.
No. Now, strategy for the next one is to get good waves and surf, finish the wave with the smile, and yeah, like always, we're having fun in the water and keep going like this.
Let's keep having fun, boys. Good luck for the next one. See ya. Back to you, boys.
Judging by those smiles, they are the team that's having the most fun in this lineup. And I think, you know, for this particular group of surfers, this is a fun day for them at Nazaré. This isn't one of those days that we're going to see a record-breaking wave. However, still very dangerous, still huge out there by any scale. So I want to throw this out to both of you guys. We're looking at a day like today. Lucas, if you pulled up, there's no contest. What were you thinking and going out here?
I'll be skimming for sure. Yeah, it looks pretty fun. The wind's not as strong as the forecast said. The direction is definitely not our favorite, or at least not my favorite, but it's still better than any beach break we have in Brazil, and probably like bigger than anything we've seen out there on its biggest days. So this just shows how Nazaré is magic, you know. On a day that we are not judging about being so good, we see rides like this. Massive.
Zhao, I'm loving the consistency that we're seeing today. So many waves ridden. Live action right here.
Looks like Clement, yeah.
Clement,
our leader.
Rosselló.
He's on the leader, right? I think leader of the event on individual performance.
Nick and Clement very determined in their post-session interview, Zhao. They were just saying how they came here to win, you know, and they've been putting in time. I saw a video of Nick Van Rupp, I don't know, a week or two ago, riding waves twice this big and seas twice this rugged.
Yeah, really windy, and that's kind of, I think, what Lucas is saying is kind of just the consistency and just the fact, but you got to put in your time, and you got to like connect with this place and how violent it is, you know, and in between those days and days like this, if you have that mindset that you're able to like say, yeah, you know, this is actually better than so many other places. Yes, it's a little bit rough, it's not clean, but you're always learning, you're always, you know, dialing in those details. And then when it comes to these days, you know, yeah, it might be a little roughly, but you're just like feeling it and you're like, yeah, let's go. And you're not, you know, kind of complaining about it, which I think is just the worst place. Oh,
cool.
Wow.
And when you're doing turns like that, you're doing it right. This is just an amazing example. This is an amazing example of big wave performance surfing.
That was
right
it.
there, two
right
big
there,
turns.
Live, bang.
And are they getting some juice from the judges for those just kind of straight ollies that they're doing on the takeoff? Does that add an element of excitement or danger in the eyes of the judges?
I mean, I think it just shows that extra control, you know, because you're losing and regaining control, like you're accelerating through turns, and you know, it's just like those jumps it's kind of for sure that performance, that show aspect of things. You know, you're just hopping, you know, going airborne. You know, it's a bit like snowboarding. You reconnect, you're going faster. You know, and so to have that control and to just be able to show that off, and you know, that's what this is all about. It's putting on a show, and yeah, Clément is a showman, and yeah, he's feeling it, and it's great. I'm really stoked for Nick too, because he puts a lot of effort, and he wanted to keep improving his surfing. Like you said, he has all these videos. He's been getting barreled all around the world. Could have just said, hey, I just want to stay home and watch TV, you know, but not at all.
That's like, not Nick, is it?
That's not Nick, and that's, you know, Carlos was talking about it. I mean, Lucas has his film about how he was able, I don't know how, to put in his mind that it was a cool idea to skimboard Nazaré, right, Lucas? I mean...
Yeah, what made you think that that was something that was possible? Because it seems like the most impossible thing to do.
I think it's 30% my fault, being like passionate about skimboarding and like a little bit crazy. 30% Brad Domke fault for being the pioneer in big wave skimboarding and like just giving me the idea to, and another 30% or maybe 40 to Lucas Schumel, who was the guy who provided all that experience and believed in me since day one. Oh, we just saw a massive air from Kai into the backwash, and he almost landed that. Yeah. Unfortunately, couldn't continue on that ride, but I think that would have been a massive score.
Yeah. Kai's really been putting in time practicing big tricks in big waves. I know he was going switch at Jaws quite a few times already this season. And for right now, if you know, Kai Lenny's the type of surfer that if someone's going to go out there and do a backflip or do a 720, most likely it's going to be Kai Lenny, because you know he hangs out with Travis Rice a lot. He hangs out with a crew that runs hot. Yeah. And so for Kai, he is one of those surfers that has unlocked the potential of what's possible in big waves. You know, the airs, the spins, and eventually, hopefully today, the flips.
Yeah, exploring that side of things, right? It's amazing. I mean, and Kai is so light, he taps into the windsurfing and all of that. It's really, yeah, it's revolutionized, I think, and really helped toe surfing kind of have a slightly different style. I think it's what you're saying, like he is identifying gnarlier and gnarlier sections, and I think that combo when Lucas and Kai got together, because Lucas has, like, let's say, more traditional surfing approach, and so the way that he was attacking, and I think they really fed off each other, and, you know, being part of the Red Bull team, and, you know, they might not be on the team together, but they're buddies, and, you know, and they look at each other surfing, and it's amazing. I was just thinking, because Nick it was a really similar thing when he kind of asked, you know, Clement to join him. It was a little bit that, to feed off that energy, watch live every single practice session. They're watching each other, kind of seeing what they're doing, and just feeding off that. And I think that's what makes a really cool partnership, and, you know, yeah, just progresses.
Oh, that giant airs like that.
Oh my God.
Wow. So 39:30 to go as we watch for Kai Lenny, who just gets evaporated in the whitewater as he gets picked up from Ian Walsh. Gives us a chance to go down and check in with AJ McCord with an update.
Thanks so much. It's not the kind of update we were hoping for here from the Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Laura Crane being helped off the dock after that last heat. She injured her right ankle, almost unable to put any weight on it. So her team literally carrying her off the dock to go get further evaluation. Not the way that she wanted her day to end.
Yeah, this is something we did not want to see, and anybody who's familiar with Laura's path to get to Nazaré today will know that she has put in so much hard work, so much sacrifice, so much time and energy into preparing. And yeah, you could clearly see right there the ankle not in a good way. We'll keep you updated, of course.
What an effort. She drove Tony into 3 waves after that injury. That really is a massive testament to just...
She is as tough as they come.
Wow.
I didn't realize she got injured.
Yeah, we'll be providing updates. But of course, when you think of big wave surfing, tow surfing, one of the first things you think of is safety and the protocols we have in place. The water patrol, the lifeguards, the safety crew is so on it. I mean, they are the A-team when it comes to keeping these athletes safe. And, we want to just say thank you already to them. They've already been putting in work today, and they will continue to do that. Swell is increasing, and so is the intensity that we're seeing in this lineup. And, of course, these are competitors, so they're going to amplify their desire, their want to win and push themselves into riskier situations. And basically that's what they have to do if they want to get the win here today. It's going to be a Herculean task for any team, for any individual surfer to get a victory out here in waves like this that are just intensifying with every minute that passes. 37:30 on the clock. As we see a look there, we've got Justine Dupont and Eric Ribière potentially having a look at this wave. You see it building as it makes its way to the inside. This could be an absolute monster. We'll see. So, Lucas, what is our surfer behind the rope thinking right there?
On a day like today, it's very important for the tow team to really navigate with the wave, and until it really hits a good section on the sandbar, it's not going to stand up, and you won't be able to realize if it's a really good one or not. I was just being spotter for Shumbo and Scooby, and it's really rough from up there. You can see the sets coming in, but the waves really just solidify when they hit the banks, and that's always more on the inside. So all that positioning and the driving on the ski is pretty crucial. I think that's what Justine and Eric were just trying. They probably saw a wave that had potential, but you can't really know until you're really there. So I think Eric waited till the last second to let the rope go, and whenever he saw that wave didn't have much potential, he just decided to stick on the rope and go back out. We can see right now that a lot of lines are coming through, definitely the swell pulsing with the tide rising, but also maybe a little bit more south wind. We can see a little bit of texture, and that makes it harder for the surfers and drivers on the outside lineup. Once it gets inside the cliff with this wind, it's very protected and almost offshore, but the outside can be tricky.
Yeah, not the place you want to just blindly send it, because that will get you in a lot of trouble quick. So 35 minutes, 50 seconds to go here in our 4th heat of the day.
Yeah, we had a good score from Clement already. That's 6.83 on one of his rides.
Yeah.
And now we have Kai Lenny trying to put a good score on the board.
High speed approach from Kai Lenny. Big carve right there. This wave growing down the line. Gets to this inside section. Here's where Kai could get tricky. Nice under the lip snap right there. So remember, Kai's boards are still somewhere between Hawaii and Nazaré at an airport, a random location. We don't know, but big wave surfers have a way of adapting. And we'll talk a little bit more about Kai and Ian's mission to get here. But right now, let's talk about the results we have so far. Your overall standings looking like this for the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Number 1, Clement Rosero, 21.83. Nick Von Rupp in 2nd. Pedro Scooby in 3rd. Ben Larg, 4th. And Chumbo down the line in 5th place. You see Ian Walsh there in 7th. So one name that we did not see in that top 10 picture is Kai Lenny. So he's got some catching up to do. And here's what it looks like for the women so far. Justine Dupont, kind of as expected, you'd have to think. She is the favorite going into this event. But Michelle Bouillon right there with her with a 13.03. And unfortunately for Laura Crane, injured. We'll see if she can make a triumphant return here. Thoughts are with her now. But here's your overall team leaderboard. Nick Von Rupp, Clement Rosero in that top spot. Justine Dupont and Eric Ribière in 2nd. Chumbo, Scooby 3rd. And Tapia Roulette in that last heat broke through into that 4th place spot. So an awesome international field here competing at Nazaré.
Very interesting, yeah.
It's looking stacked, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's definitely looking
We're getting
stacked.
to that crucial point on the contest where either these guys, for example, Nick and Clement, are going to step up on the leaderboard and hopefully hope that nobody catches them on the next few heats.
Yeah.
Or like
Uh-oh, here we go, Justine DuPont.
Yeah. Another bomb for her.
And this is a familiar sight for big wave surfing fans. Watching Justine DuPont absolutely charge these monster lefts. This whitewater is trying to eat her, and
is she gonna hold on to that?
Wow. That right there is dancing with the devil. She was just in front of a mountain of whitewater.
It's going to be a huge score.
Yeah, that might have been one of the biggest waves of the day, maybe with the other one from Michelle. It's kind of, I think maybe the girls are taking the biggest waves of the day.
So far, you're right.
Think about it. Definitely some of the boys really pushing on the performance side, but I remember a really big one from Michelle on her first heat. Justine was ripping on her first round, and now she definitely got a bomb and survived all the way to the end. In my opinion, she must be the best backside in Nazaré. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Could be.
I mean, boys and girls. Look
Yeah,
at that.
yeah.
That's
I'm talking overall.
So is this more of our proper Nazaré takeoff area?
Yeah. Proper takeoff area, and it has that proper look as well. A little bit more A-frame on this one.
Ooh,
always longer
carves
rides.
Under. Wow.
And the judges will give her a lot of credit, I would assume, for being in that critical whitewater. She got engulfed by it, came out standing strong.
Standing strong.
Yeah,
So
I'm
Justine
curious to see
DuPont,
that
a new mom. You'd say probably one of the hardest charging moms on planet Earth.
And just that's the thing where she's just feeling relaxed because the baby's not her concern, so she can just surf.
This is her time off.
This is her time off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting that she was sharing that, you know, in her interview in the boat, and yeah. So I think it just adds that extra relaxed approach, and that she's just really having fun. She really seemed so happy to be in the water and just stoked and very confident with her team. You know, she's known Eric for many, many years, and knowing that Fred, her partner's there, and, you know, just the whole entourage that she's, you know, had gives her just that extra boost of confidence.
Yeah.
I am worried about Kai Lenny's because it really does seem that this board, obviously, you know, it could have been an old favorite, but it just, and especially a man like him that is so in tune with his equipment, he's just always perfecting his equipment, and to not have the board that, you know, that he's been dialing, you know, with this shaper, I mean, it has to be getting to him a little bit. Well, he still has some time on the clock, but
that's when you need to think about me and be like, this guy will be skimboarding on like
bring out your inner skimboarder.
Any board will work.
No, I mean,
I'm sure he can do the job on any board.
It is a great point because the board that Kai Lenny's riding is 5 years old, and if you think of what Kai's done in the last 5 years, right? Everything has changed.
Yeah.
So he's probably riding a board. Of course, he's familiar with it, but when you're in this situation, you've got to feel comfortable with your surfboards. You've got to feel comfortable with everything that's happening in the lineup. Luckily for Kai, Ian Walsh did get his board bags. So he had a couple extra fins. He had a couple extra straps.
Right.
And, you know, when I offered, I said, if I see your board bag at the airport, I'll grab it for you.
And here
Not
you go.
thinking that these are the heaviest, biggest board bags you'll ever see. But for Kai Lenny, here we go. This is his chance to crack up into the top 10. And, you know, Kai's one of these surfers where you have to just watch him like a hawk every second on these waves, because at any given time, he can just bust a back three, a 720, a flip. He's got all the tricks. He invented a lot of the tricks that we see in big wave tow surfing today. But right now, you can just see he's maybe still figuring that board out, trying to remember what made it magic.
Yeah,
magic enough for him to leave it here and kind of rely on that.
I'm sure the board factor will get in your head a little bit and also affect your surfing. But on a day like today, I think something that's really making the difference on the surfers and the scores is the knowledge on the spot. As I said, looking from up there as a spotter, it's really hard to tell which wave's going to be the right one. And in the water, probably even more.
Even harder.
So, yeah, those guys who've been putting in the hours here are definitely finding more waves, better opportunities.
And Lucas, you're spotting for
Lucas Chumbo and Scooby, yeah. Unfortunately, that's not like my main role here. I would be either driving for them as safety or something in the water. But since Ian and Michelle are in the same heat as them, and we usually use the same spotter, Stragi, a local bodyboarder, local legend, good friends of us. So I had to also help out. And yeah, I hope I did a good job.
While they were surfing, you were up on the edge of that bluff, looking, scanning the lineup, just trying to get them into the right position.
Yeah, the spotter here in Nazaré is crucial, I think, more than any other big wave spot in the world. Definitely, spotters are used everywhere these days that you go surf big waves, but here in Nazaré, they're just so important because of the lineup, the beach break without much escape, the proximity of the rocks as well. So, as I said, from the water, you can have a good perspective, but a completely different perspective than when you're in the cliff or up in the fort. So, we just try to give the surfers and drivers the most information possible so they can have a better view of the ocean. And yeah, we try to help them choose the better waves, but also like help them on the riskier situations, like making sure they pick their partner on the right spot. Where is he gonna pop up? Where's the lost board? And stuff like this. So yeah, here on the daily basis,
you're trying to spot everything.
Yeah, totally.
So, Zhao, 27:45 to go. We just saw that last ride from Justine Dupont, a beautiful open-faced carve there.
That right-hander.
Yeah, how much does time come into a factor here? Because in history, we've seen these events happen where a lot of times in these heats, you'd only see 2 waves ridden by each team. But now we're seeing 5, 6, 7, 8 waves ridden. So are you out there just trying to ride everything that comes your way? Or are you really trying to watch the clock and do the math and try to figure out, you know, how many waves you should actually be catching?
I think, you know, wow, look at this set. Look how deep. Oh, my God.
So that's like straight out from the lighthouse right there?
Yeah,
peak 1,
Clement
maybe
is
peak
putting
0.
peak 1.
Yeah.
This is what, Dino, this is what we expected. Gosh, man, the boys are really, oh, man, it's...
Watch for the air from Kai Lenny.
Let's see what's behind, because that looked like a monster that Clement was putting Nick on.
Wow, that was another big set.
But I think the time, you know, like managing the time, it's really something that, on the one hand, you need rhythm with the ocean. So I think that is an absolutely, wow.
Here we go. Another one of the biggest waves ridden so far of the day. And of course, it's by Justine Dupont.
Big bottom.
Look at this, carving on the open face, letting this wave unfold in front of her. She figures out which turn to go to. Nice carve there. And she pulls out the back. And that, to me, has to be one of the scariest things. That moment where you pull out the back of the wave, not exactly knowing what's behind it. What does that look like, Zhao, when you pull out of one of these waves and you see a set behind it?
I mean, it's horrifying, really. I mean, you know, obviously all your training and practice, and, you know, you're just, you know that you're supposed to be okay with getting a huge wave on the head. I mean, that's part of the thing.
No one should be okay with that.
But that's the training, because you don't want to be dependent on the jet ski driver, and then if something happens, you know, or... But yeah, it's horrifying. I think, gosh, Lucas, you had one of those this season, right? Like you caught a crazy right, and I think you kicked out. Or,
That glory turns to horror real quick, huh?
That's the moment when you realize where you got yourself into. Yeah, when you're like on that same level from the wave, on the real ocean level, not up on a jet ski, just really floating on the water. And you see that set coming in. Sometimes you kick from a wave and the next one's already breaking, you know. Or like the worst is when it's not breaking and you just realize it's gonna break on you. Yeah. But that's the moment where you just hope for your partner to be coming as fast as possible and as close as possible as well. And most of the times that's what happens.
As a mortal, that's one of my greatest fears. I'm glad that it's you guys doing it and not me. Justine Dupont now, this is a replay of her last wave. I mean, you see this is an absolute monster. Couple good turns through this midsection, and nice and safe. Her driver came and grabbed her right there. So Eric Ribier, 46 years old. This guy's resume is incredible. 2-time European champion, 5-time Galicia champion, 3-time Spanish champion, a jiu-jitsu instructor.
Black belt.
Oh yeah, he does it all. And you know, to me, that's the type of teammate you want, right? He can do it in 2-foot waves. He can do it in 50-foot waves. And if you get in trouble in a dark alley up the road, he can protect you there as well.
Yeah, he's the best partner you could ask for, and I mean, and just such a knowledgeable surfer, and he has this old connection, you know, with Nazaré, and I've been very happy, you know, over the years. He helped me really improve my driving skills, and And he's a really impatient guy. Like, at the same time, he has this tough love approach that is pretty gnarly to deal with, because you're like, he is not there to kind of pat you on the back and say how great you are. He's all about, like, making you improve. And if you suck, he's going to say it straight up and say that just sucked, and you can do much better. He's not going to even say you can do it. You have to go your own way and know that you can do better. But that's just how he rolls. And at the same time, that's, you know, his connection here warrants that. And he just really attracts always really cool teammates. And his connection with Justine, I think, is really nice. And he always has this old connection with Europe that I think was such a big part of his career. And so, you know, to have, you know, keep his French sharp and, you know, just kind of have an opportunity to hang out with the French crew, I think keeps him really happy and stoked too.
Yeah, I don't think being, you know, nice and sugarcoating things in the water at Nazaré is going to help anybody. So I like that, going out there with attitude and the knowledge that, yes, you are there to protect your teammate, but at the same time, your teammate has to be ready. That brings us to the training that goes along with being a big wave surfer, whether you're on a skimboard, a towboard, or a paddleboard. For both of you guys and for all of these athletes in the water right now, I mean, it's not just you show up and you ride big waves. Lucas, I know that you do a lot behind the scenes. Joao as well. Tell us what it takes to be one of the elite big wave tow surfers, to be able to mix it up with the best of the best out here at Nazaré.
It definitely takes a lot. Whatever we're seeing here on the screen, those guys driving and surfing big waves and making it look easy is just like the really final part of a really long, deep, exhausting process. So you're ready for it. So you're able to like get on that elite of like the best big wave surfers in the world and able to perform on that level, to feel that safe in such extreme situations, you know. And yeah, for me, it was a big change coming from skimboarding on the shore break and having to get used to being piloted on 30-footer, maybe 80-footers on some days. So changed a lot on my preparation, not only technical, but physical, mental especially as well. And yeah, it's like a year-round practice. So I'm ready for this part of the year.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I know it's mind, body, and soul out there. And Joao, so the physical stuff, right? The training, we know how strong all these surfers are. The mental part of this, most surfers would never get over the fear to put themselves in this situation. How do you do that?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a little bit what, you know, Lucas and, you know, what Carlos, what we're all it's just this prolonged exposure. You know, when you see a wave the size that is today, if you're not used to this and you're used to surfing at your local beach break or your point, and you caught some big waves at your local point break, you know, you see something this size, you freak out. I mean, you absolutely, your first exposure to this is like, oh damn.
Yeah, we just as we were talking about, you know,
preparation,
the freak out,
you
the
need
preparation.
it for that. Yeah,
yeah, that was gonna be a sick one. He did a 360 air, pretty much entering the wave. Went pretty deep behind the peak. Not the best wave, unfortunately. It was quite like white on white water and bumpy, so he fell in the end, but he was doing a pretty critical line. And here goes Kai Lenny on the left.
Kai Lenny, he needs a big score.
Fast. That looks like a big wave to me. And is he gonna do a sick carve over here? For sure.
There we go.
Yeah, that's Kai getting back into Kai.
Yeah, that's a long left, huh? Another section.
There we go.
360 air, unfortunately not landing.
That's
rad.
That's a pretty cool example. You know, chop hops, mostly, you know, in any other type of surfing, they're just a fun trick that you do in front of your friends to make them laugh. They feel good. I still do them as much as possible. But when you're doing a chop hop on a 40-foot wave, going 40 miles an hour, that's a whole different thing. There's no way to really train for that unless you're out here doing it, right?
Well, the guys do. I've seen Lucas and the boys. They have trampolines, you know. Again, you tap into, because obviously you need to practice a lot in the sea, but every single time you fall, you don't want to start practicing on
muscle memory then.
Yeah, you need the muscle memory. You need those trampoline drills. You need, you know, the skateboarding, you know, snowboarding. And then, yes, then you start laying it in on smaller days and all that. I would say, you know, a really interesting thing, the breath, you know, training, I think is a really key component. And I was really lucky, you know, one of my buddies from Praia Grande in Sintra, you know, has trained a lot of the guys, but he developed this system, a wave crusher system. And it's basically, you know, all around the world it does, but it's using the pool, so more controlled environment.
Heavy
you really
training. Heavy training with
So
Jojo.
high cardio, because surfing has a very particular kind of apnea, right? You know, it's a high cardio apnea. So to get into that relaxation mode, you know, in a really stressful situation, that's where the art comes in. And that's, if you train yourself, you get more used to it. And then the times, you're aware of the time. So then you just get more used to being underwater and knowing, okay, gosh, in the pool, I was like 3 minutes doing drills, or I was at 1.5 minutes, and a record-breaking, you know, hold down is like 1 minute 10. So that can always, once you start using that information, and, you know, you always have the vest, which is a huge thing. So even if you pass out, you know you're going to come up. So it's all these things add, but you need to do that practice. You need to get your body and mind really kind of relaxed under that pressure. And he really developed many, many drills that you're basically doing workouts underwater, you know, increasing that cardio, which is then much harder to then lower. So that's the exercise you're doing, you know, to really practice for, you know, as close as you possibly can to what you're going to have to face in the water.
So in layman's terms, you're trying to hold your breath while 5 of your friends are kicking you in the head underwater and spinning you around, sort of like that.
And doing some push-ups at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting them off you.
Again, that's why most of us just like to watch and enjoy big wave surfing, because that sounds terrifying. There you see the other team, Pink, getting ready.
This is a key heat for them, you know, because Nick and Clement, you know, they definitely got off to a really great start. This is 17 minutes. You know.
Like Clement also, like, got a really good backup score with this 6.83 that we're seeing put on the board.
Oh, because that doesn't count as backup. Yep.
Yeah, that's his backup. I think he has a 7.5 from the previous round. So
the highest single score is doubled.
So that's from the previous round, still counting that one.
Here we go,
the
Team
highest
Yellow.
score,
Yeah, the highest.
Trying to battle their way back into this. So Justine Dupont, no waves counting yet, because her 2 scores from her previous heat were above and beyond what's being put up right now.
Really bumpy wave. You can see, like, it actually has a clean face, not the worst texture, but so many lumps on the way. It makes it so hard for her to be able to turn
even
that.
for her, yeah.
Exactly.
And look at this wave behind.
That's going to be a critical rescue right there, I'm sure. Eric's going to manage it, or Fred.
More action coming through here. Big whip there for Team Pink. It's going to be Nick Von Rupp.
Hang in there.
Fading. Quick ollie. Now he tries to get it down the face, the wind howling up the face of this wave. Here he goes into the most critical point of the ride. Is this wave going to close out? Is he going to attack it? Just kind of digs there.
Digs.
Took all his speed away, and he might actually be thankful for that, because that wave closed out on the inside. Quick look there for Team Blue.
Looks like Ian Walsh is on the rope now, yeah.
But now Kai's sitting on a 10.66, so right back into it. His backup of 4.5. So Ian Walsh now.
I don't know if that's going to put him on the top 3, for example. I think he's probably looking for a bigger
Lanny,
score.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Scooby has like also a 5, as well as Trumbo, but Nick and Clement have like higher scores.
Yeah, it's crunching. It's crunch time. Yeah, Nick does need definitely. He's got 15 minutes. It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Pedro, you know, Scooby and Lucas coming up next, and that's
They're going to be hungry. They're going to be hungry.
Yeah.
They are like,
and they know they have to.
Well, they're in a good position, because, you know, being in the later heats, they're going to know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah.
Here's a look back. So Nick Von Rupp, of course, he's done it all in competitive surfing. He was a silver medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games in 2015. WSL Big Wave Performer of the Year finalist. Just released a documentary called Brusco that it should be rated R, because it's scary. Some of the waves that he rides are so scary. And of course, he can do airs, big turns.
And he's an entrepreneur. It's a really interesting side. Brusco, he's actually part owner of that company. And so he really has this very entrepreneurial spirit. I've seen him, you know, do some public speaking. He's
a smart guy, for
smart
sure.
guy, great ambassador, and just, you know, again, part of this new generation. Ooh, back Kai again.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Oh,
That's the score that we saw.
Oh, it's a replay. Yeah,
that's a replay.
That's his high score, isn't
that
it?
was a 5.33 that he just got, and that's probably after this wave he decided to switch with Ian Walsh, so Ian gets a couple more waves. He did get some 6 scores and rides on the first heat that they were in the water.
Yeah.
But looking to step up his scores and maybe put their team on up there.
So 14-10 to go here. At the moment, Team Pink, Von Rupp And Clement Rosario in the lead, 37.50. Did just get a report from AJ McCord telling us that in the earlier heat, Chumbo smiling, having fun, joking around on the dock. As he headed out into the lineup, deadly serious. So I think we're going to see a totally different face for the next Team Pink coming up. And Lucas, I see you got your walkie-talkie out. You are ready.
Yeah, as I saw that they were like hopping on the skis, I definitely grabbed my radio to make sure.
You got the radio.
Yeah, but here we go. Ian Walsh on the left.
Yeah,
Lucas,
if you gotta go, you can go
No,
running.
it's all good. I'll be like 5 minutes. Whenever there's 5 minutes left on this heat, I'll head.
But Lucas, tell us a story about, like, I was hearing one of them about how Chumbo, like, if you ever tell him that you got a good wave, it's the worst thing you can possibly do, because he's just going to not rest until he outdoes whatever was done. And so a lot of the times in the water, it's like, just keep quiet. Just don't say anything, because then he'll think that, you know, you can keep surfing. So if you start claiming or saying, wow, I did a really sick ride, you're like off the rope, and he's going to, like,
So
not
don't
rest.
say good job.
Yeah, Chumbo is very
so
hungry. He's very hungry, especially when the waves are good, and he likes that type of condition. But sometimes he's also like the best driver you can ask for. So there's some days where he just want to drive you on the waves of your life, and it could be like many waves of your life in a row. It depends on the day, but he's always like so intense in the water. That's, I think, why we got along so well, because I have that same energy when I'm out there, and we complement each other on the froth side, let's put it this way, and the stoke.
You know, there's a reason why there's only about, I don't know, 50, 60 people on Earth, men and women, that have the ability or want to ride waves like this. You know, two of them right here. You guys are built different. The men and women that surf big waves like this are different types of humans, and it's really interesting when you are around a group of surfers who have just ridden, you know, giant waves. I was on Fiji for one of the biggest swells ever, and that night when the surfers came in, you could literally feel the energy coming off of these surfers, and you know you're going to feel that later today.
Here we go.
With these surfers, as we see Team Pink.
This is Nick.
Nick Von Rock. This wave starting to grow, speed starting to build down the line. So much chop and chunk coming up the face of this wave.
Maybe a cleaner section on the inside.
Good pump, good pump.
Oh, is he looking for an air section? I mean, that's
so
a different way to
right
think.
Now with those bumps.
No.
He held on to that.
Wow.
Solid.
That is just full faith in his board, huh?
That was cool.
Yeah.
That was cool.
That's way harder than it looks for you.
That white water.
Like get around that white water.
That's a giant claw of ocean just trying to grab your ankles.
Yeah, exactly.
And eat you.
Punch you off, literally, yeah.
11 minutes now. That could put Nick Von Rupp back into the conversation of taking over the lead here. Great wave there.
Yeah.
So with 21.83 as a total for Team Pink in the water right now, they would be in the lead. But of course, looking at the leaderboard that's going to be changing throughout the entire day of competition. This being the last chance for Nick Von Rupp and Clement to get those big scores. So far, only Clement with one score that's going to be kept, because all of their previous best scores were in their first heat. So let's take a look back here at what the judges would be seeing. So they're allowed to watch replays from all different angles. What are they seeing here that potentially gets them fired up?
You know, it's going to be hard. It's the size of the wave for sure. You know, like, it's a beautiful wave. But
is that a moment that the judges look at?
I think that they might get picky and think that he lost his balance a bit. They might. The line was beautiful from way deep.
Yeah, definitely critical, but sometimes not showing that intention can be crucial.
And after the carves he did in his first heat, even this one, which was a huge
like
fade.
he did have the intention to go very deep, but looked like over there he went too deep for a second. But it was amazing that he was still able to get around it.
That deep, yeah.
He's definitely, we just got the score at 3.7, and that will help him out. That's going to be his backup score.
Okay.
I'm going to start heading out here. I'd like to appreciate and say thank you to WSL and you guys for having me over here. Yeah, I'm going to head up there and start doing spotter.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us to do your second most important job of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Lucas
Lucas is getting called into work. Lucas Fink right here, one of the greatest skimboarders to ever do it.
Tamo junto. Valeu, valeu, galera aí do Brasil.
This was a vacation.
Bora Chumbo, bora Scooby, vamos ganhar.
Wow. That must be pretty exciting because, you know, like Lucas just had said, usually he'd be out there or on the ski or whipping into some waves, but in a different role. And of course, you got a lot in your hands. You know, you have not only the surfer but also the driver, really, that you're accountable for as a spotter up on the bluff. So we'll see how Lucas Fink's team does in this next round coming up. 8 minutes 35 seconds to go.
And it's a lot. The spotter, what Lucas is doing is really interesting, and I think I remember I got injured one season, and I had to spot, and you know, kind of like he was saying, it's not you know, not your favorite role unless you kind of really grow into it. You're on land and you're like feeling a bit, you know, fish out of water, but it's really positive because then you understand how hard that role is, and so when you go back in the water, you can relate much more to what the spotter's doing and how he's having to deal with information. And I think it's, you know, just this thing, again, of the different roles, but interchanging obviously helps because then you're able to use that information better and really, you know, reinforce this thing that, yes, the spotter is there to help you, but the last call is always yours. It's always the surfer, always the driver.
So as time winds down here, we see Team Yellow probably feeling a little bit of urgency. Justine Dupont with no keeper scores yet in this heat, but it looks like they've made the switch. Eric Riviere with a 2.77 that he will hang on to because it seemed like it was really Justine's time to shine in their opening heat. And so now you would think, okay, well, is Justine on the top of the women's leaderboard? Does she need to do more? Or is it going to be Eric's chance to really try to apply himself and potentially get them in the conversation for that overall team leader?
Yeah, that strategy kicks in, and a little bit like Carlos was saying, right? You know, how Yen just kind of said, no, I mean, this really is more about focusing. Michelle has a higher chance of, you know, disputing that title, so let me give her as many opportunities as possible because the teams are so stacked and it's going to be, you know, harder for me to be part of that conversation. And he, you know, kind of sacrificed himself a little bit as a team member, and but that's part of the strategy, and that's really interesting because the team does have this dynamic. And so obviously if you have, you know, someone in the leaderboard conversation individually, it helps even if indirectly the team as a whole, and that they qualify for next year. So that's all part of, you know, kind of the longer term strategy of being part of the contest. And it's hard to keep your spot. You know, there's a lot of teams from all over the world that want to, you know, they want their name there.
Here is your team leaderboard. Nick Von Rupp and Clement Rosero in that top spot. Justine Dupont and Eric Riviere currently in second place. So that would also mean that Justine is the highest ranked female surfer. So she's going for that title as well. And you got to think that there is potentially a fun new rivalry being built today between Justine and Michelle. Yeah. They both have ridden enormous waves out here. And you got to give full credit to Laura Crane as well. Was injured in a previous round. We don't know the situation that she'll be heading into moving forward. We'll keep you updated on that. So she would be considered the young gun coming into this.
Yeah.
The rising star, whereas, you know, Michelle has been putting so much time out there. She's coming for Justine's crown, but we all know Justine Dupont as a tenacious fighter.
Yeah.
She is not going to relinquish that title by any means necessary. So with 5 minutes, 14 seconds to go, can Justine Dupont and Eric Riviere put themselves in the position to get into that overall top spot for a team? That would be the first time a male and female team would get the overall team win.
That would be incredible. Yeah, that's, again, it's history in the making, and it's exactly that. It's kind of like, you know, what Carlos started years ago when, you know, that team, and, you know, Maya's movie, you know, portrays that it was exactly, you know, the male-female connection, and being able to, you know, break these barriers that, you know, female surfers can be part of the conversation. Not only can, should, and how inspiring it is, you know, and I think that's the beauty of these contests. It's these images are beamed all over the world, and you know, inspiring young girls, young groms everywhere, you know, and I think it's really, obviously, I mean, not to be taken lightly, you know, we've been discussing this, how much prep comes in. This is the culmination of a surfer's life. I mean, you practice 20, 25 years to be here for these 4 hours. And so, I mean, it is something to be aware of. And with the internet, and there's images from past seasons and the world records and all that, and it's easy on the screen to kind of diminish a little bit the difficulty. But absolutely, I mean, it is the culmination of a surfer's life to be recognized, to be part of this list, to have your name there. And that's the beauty of it. There's a new generation coming up watching this and just being stoked and wanting to push themselves.
Yeah, there's no screwing around when the waves get severe like they are today. It's for experts only. 3 minutes, 30 seconds ago. Let's take a look back at what we've seen so far here in this heat. This is your team,
this
Pink,
is Clement,
Nick Von Rupp, and Clement Rosselló.
Wow. I forgot it. Wow.
So this is a Portugal-France collab.
This is probably a 683. Wow.
Like a tail slide on a 20-plus foot wave. That is incredible.
After like that beautiful alley-oop.
And here's a Kai Lenny going 100 miles an hour. Well, let's say 40 to 50 miles an hour, but still so fast on a big wave.
Yeah, he has that layered stance, doesn't it?
You can see the protege coming through right there. Yeah, and so again,
cool.
Kai Lenny riding a board that is about 5 years old.
Yeah, gosh, I mean,
not his choice. That was the airline's choice to make him
challenge
adapt.
him that way, adapt. Yeah. Look at that big wall. He started feeling the groove in this heat, definitely. Yeah.
You could tell.
Making it happen and just making something. Yeah. That board, he probably almost tore it off the wall of Lino's.
Yeah,
Red
that
Bull
board
hangar.
was like on the wall of a bar, right?
Yeah. You just said, well, I might just need to reuse this. So this was Nick kind of having a little bit, this is not his favorite, but he still got the backup, which, as we all know, backups are key.
So that board that Nick Von Rupp's riding looks pretty tiny, you know, considering he's on a huge wave like that. So what do you think the average just board length, you know, in the most basic terms possible, what is the average board length that we're seeing out here today, and maybe weight?
You know, I mean, Carlos, then please add, you know, but 511s, you know, I think are absolutely, you know, I remember Nick was talking about like 7 kilos, so that still is relatively heavy, but because of the bumps, kind of helps. And with 7 kilos, with the straps, you can get pretty loose. You have to want to be loose, so all that weight kind of tends to like slow you down because you're feeling weight under your feet. So you have to voluntarily change rails, and you have to really put an extra effort into want to go faster because of the ski, because of all this, the tendency is to just kind of freeze a little bit and try to generate that. But I don't know. I mean, is anyone riding 6.1s? Carlos, did you hear about anyone riding 6.1?
I mean, this is, you got to give so much credit to the designers and the shapers of these boards, because not only do they have to survive, but they also have to thrive, right? You got to, of course, be able to make the wave from beginning to end. But what we're seeing the judges looking for, big turns, airs, it's incredible to me that you have this board design that's going to allow you to ride a 50-foot face, you know, a 60-foot face, but at the same time do a tail slide. Like, that does not compute.
It does not compute.
And so full credit to all the designers and shapers and craftsmen and women behind these boards. I think without them, we wouldn't be watching this futuristic approach to big wave surfing today.
Exactly, Chris. I think that's oh, here we go. This is one of the last 20 seconds. Come on, Nick. Ooh, he had to go under. So this is it. This is a safer line. No, he's not going to be too happy with this, I don't think.
And maybe there's going to be a double up ramp on the inside. Ooh. He's going to look for it. Here we go. Nick Von Rupp.
Big carve.
Oh,
smashed.
No. That was...
But the design...
Twin avalanches coming together.
Gosh, I think it's amazing, you know, because it's so far from what traditional boards are. So the build, the resin, guys are having to put lead, you know, drill holes in and put lead spread. Is it different to put the weight between your front foot and your back foot? Do you want more weight on your front foot? You know, even just where you distribute the weight, you know, those 4 kilos or, you know, 7 have to be distributed all over the board. The flex of the board. I remember Lucas, it was a huge development. He put like carbon underneath his stance, but then the front part of the board didn't have any carbon. So the full, you know, fully glassed carbon wasn't, it just had too much chop, too much chatter. So, you know, and then these everyone surfs since they're a kid, so they like that feel of, you know, slightly looser, a little bit of, you know, reaction from the wave. And so all of these things, you know, are all being added up. Well, here goes Ian. Does this one count? I'm not too sure.
I think time had been up for a little bit there, so that could have just been a bonus ride for Ian Walsh. But, you know, that's another wholly different and challenging element to these big wave events, not just for the surfers, but for the staff, the cast and crew that literally gets a call 2 to 3 days before. You know, you can see it on WSL social media. It goes into a yellow light situation where it's kind of like a maybe. So that's just maybe get ready, maybe start packing your board bag. And then a day or two before the event starts, it goes green. And there's WhatsApp messages and emails and texts flying all over the world. And so whatever you're doing, if you're in this event, if you're, you know, one of the announcers, one of the judges, you drop everything. And you get to Nazaré by any means necessary. And, you know, in the case of Kai Lenny and Ian Walsh, they had a global runaround, rerouted all over the place. They finally made it here. And just that alone, no prep time. You know, maybe they had about an hour before the event started today to get in the water and kind of get loose.
Yeah.
So I give any surfer, any athlete, any driver so much credit, not only for doing what they just did in that 45 minutes, but just getting here.
Just arriving. Yeah. Amazing. No, and that's nature, right? That's the beauty of surfing, you know, and even with the wave pool technology, but just the fact that nature calls the day, you know. Yeah. We do not know, and the storms, you know, these Atlantic storms, here we go back to the leaderboard, and this is a really key heat right now. I mean, from the leadership standpoint, can Lucas and Scooby, you know, defend their title? It's exciting, you know, for Nick. I mean, he's put so much to even be in this position. I'm really excited for him. You know, I'm obviously a big fan. You know, he's from my home beach. But Clement, I think, is really representing super hard. I mean, his surfing, I think he's showing the world. And again, it's this stage that you know, it's so much work. And like you're saying, I mean, so many people, you know, are tapped in to put on this wonderful show. You could see how Lino, one of the veterans here, was so excited with the World Surf League coming and, you know, just putting on this amazing show, and, you know, the live webcast, all of these pieces coming together. It's a big deal for big wave surfing.
Well, pretty cool stat to look at there. Team France with 3 surfers in the top 4 and our current leader representing France. So at the moment, France is looming large, or excuse me, both French surfers on the top of their respective leaderboards for men and women. So our French contingent on top of the big wave surfing world at the moment here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge, with more to come. Swell on the rise and more action right around the corner. I'm going to bring Paul Evans in. Before that, let's take a look at a little bit deeper insight here about Nazaré. Nazaré has hosted numerous earth-shattering world record-setting rides over the years. Most recently, we've seen huge rides from brave men and women that charge these monsters. Check out this ride from February 11th, 2020, when Maya Gabiera set the world record for the largest wave surfed at 73.5 feet. The next season, Sebastian Studner rode this beast of a wave on October 29th, 2020. With this ride, Studner took over the world record for largest wave surfed. This wave measured in at 86 feet tall.
Welcome back to the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Great scenes here today. Big bars on the cliffs, in the water as well. Some solid performances going down. Really enjoyable action. Paul Evans back in for the call alongside Carlos Burle, Jean Merced. Enjoying the show, boys?
A lot. What a show. Yeah, I'm getting tired, you know, just because of the excitement. It's just like, it's intense. Even us here just vibing off all the energy. It's super cool.
Time to polish some Red Bull.
Yeah. Thank God I got it. Yeah. Unlimited Red Bull. That's part of the thing, yeah.
So getting closer towards seeing, well, the second attempt from teams, and we're looking forward to seeing guys like Lucas Senna going at it soon. In the meantime, let's go down and check in with AJ McCord. She's out on the boat.
I am out on the boat, and next to me is Justine Dupont. Justine, talk me through that second heat.
Oh, it was super hard, super hard. I'm a bit sad because I wasn't able to put Eric on a really good wave. It was like a rodeo. It was so hard to surf, like so much chops. But hopefully we made the most of the first hit. So we had already some scores, but I wanted him to show his surfing to the world. But yeah, sorry, Eric.
We talked before you went out in that second heat about how important it was for you to return to Nazaré now that you're a mom, your son almost a year old. Did you ever think that you'd be back so quickly?
Oh, it wasn't really quick. It's 1 year after. But yeah, I'm really happy and stoked, and we are all on the same page with the team. Eric has got kids as well. Andre on the radio, he will be dad soon, maybe tomorrow. So we are a family team. So we understand each other. He understands when I am a bit late because I need to give the milk to the baby or stuff like that for the swell. And yeah. Just I'm really happy to be able to surf and to connect and to be able to surf and to perform and to do this comp with Eric. We had a tough season. It wasn't really easy in Nazaré, so I travel a bit, and let's see if we have more big swell with Eric for the end of the season. But yeah, season so far.
Congrats, Justine. Great to see you out here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh. Love that energy.
Yeah.
Justine Dupont, what a legend. Eric Ribière, those two.
Yeah, and a bit of that conversation about the world record. That was so great to see some of those waves. And there was a project recently called the Big Wave Tracker here in Nazaré, and I think it was a really interesting thing to see this science approach. And, you know, how the measurement of the wave is a fascinating and ongoing conversation. Oh, we got a... This looks like Cotty.
This is Cotton Socks, whipped in by Ben Log. He loves this ride, Cotty.
That's a good open ride for him.
Yeah, that was a cool carve. Disappeared in the foam, came back out.
It's always good to start a heat with a good wave, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a fixture here, obviously, for a long time. But even just in this event, and to your point that you made earlier about the win is secondary to really put in a good performance. I think a couple of times, Cotty's had a couple of wipeouts. He's got hurt a bit during the event, and he really just wants to get out there and put on a bit of a show. He's doing that right now. Meanwhile, have a look at this action.
Ooh, that's Scooby, huh? That was cool. Oh, another carve. Well,
it's kind of hard to read the wave very well from the top, like from the drone right now. I like to see the angle from the beach, yeah, but third turner.
Yeah, we saw Scooby mention with AJ that he wanted to go out and just basically choose better waves. Of course, driving the ski is crucial towards getting good waves. It's quite busy out there in the lineup, with a lot going on. Let's have another look at this wave from Scooby. Committed, going fast.
Look how Lucas is at the lip of the wave, just following him. Oh, that's a good carve. This might come in. This is, I think this is what he was looking for.
Pretty long and open face wave,
big, big open face.
A good way to start the heat too. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure if those scores are the ones already filling in. Because sometimes it's amazing, because it's like in 3 minutes they can suddenly have like 2-3 scores. So this looks like the first wave, but it might be the second. I'm not sure.
I hope so, because the score is not that high.
It's a bit low there,
yeah.
Let's go down to AJ in the boat.
Thanks so much, Paul. Nick Clement, incredible performance so far today. What did it take for you two to get to the top of the leaderboard?
A lot of training with Clement here. Last year we almost won. We should have won. the judges admitted they didn't see my last wave. So, I mean, this year we came back, even more training. We've been training all season long. Clement's been absolutely ripping. I've been getting a couple waves as well, and it's been a long season. We're just stoked that, you know, Clement was really able to get 2 7s. I got a 6 on my first heat, and we're on, you know, in the leaderboard. That's what we want.
And you're not just on the leaderboard as a team, but you're the 1-2 punch in terms of the men. Clement, how much does that speak to the strength of you two together?
Yeah, it's nice to have a nice team, I think, together. You have the experience. I'm more young and a bit more crazy sometimes. But yeah, I think we do a good team together, and we got some pretty nice wave. I'm super happy to be on the leaderboards with Nick and Jivedel, I think, as well. Let's see what Lucas and Chumbo's gonna, Scoopy and Chumbo gonna do. Last year they beat us kind of last minute, so we hope it's not gonna happen again.
Congratulations, great show today.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Great spirit from the boys.
Team
Really
Pink
cool.
in the lead at the moment, a bomb of a wave here for Team Blue. As we see Cotton with the experience, a massive wave, maybe the biggest wave we've seen come through today on that right. And he loves that right. Andrew Cotton, he's been committed to that since time out here, since 2011, I believe, his first season. Hang on. Here's the swell showing up, that angle clicking, and the waves producing. Lucas Shianko's won everything there is to one out here. So they've made the switch already, these guys. Scooby
Yeah, they have done the
driving.
switch already. Apparently just one wave so far for Scooby, and then they switch really quick.
This is going to be really important to see the fight back, because we expected them, you know, we look at the stature, and they didn't get many waves, didn't make great choices in their first heat. Now they're trying to make amends. Von Rapp and Rosero, top of the leaderboard. This is going to be really interesting to see how they reply.
Yeah,
very key heat, very key heat. And it's funny to see the whole history behind the scene, you know. Scooby was teaming up with Nick Van Hoek for a long time. And Lucas was teaming up with Kyle Laney. So now they are in different teams.
Yep.
And not every time you separate, it's easy, you know. There is always a drama. And I think it wasn't easy for them to get engaged to a new team and try to, you know, prep.
Big section for Andrew Cotton.
Oh, they are sticking for the game that they said at first that they're gonna keep looking for the rights, and they're just going for the rights. Huh?
Yeah.
And
Ooh, there
Lucas
was a
at the
little
back.
split. It looked like Michelle there on the left.
Maybe they didn't have any priority. That's why they choose the right. Lucas trying to do the rotate at the end, but unfortunately didn't land. Yeah. But anyways, it's kind of always hard to, you know, have a partner, and then you have to change planes, and then you have to start every scene again. And I think, you know, it was really hard for Nick to come to Scooby and say, Scooby, hey, listen, I want to try something else with Clement. But at the end, you know, it ended up to be a really good choice for him, because Clement is younger, you know, is willing to train hard. And was really good to Scooby and Lucas to be partners too, because they come from the same town and they get a lot of time together to train. And when they come to Nazaré, they stick together a lot too. So
yeah. No, it was. I mean, it was a really difficult thing, and I remember it was a big challenge. This might be, I think, because when we were in one of, oh my God, that was a really close. Wow, this is kind of like, almost like a jet ski interference.
Yeah, they came really close to touch it. So that was Ben Log.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who had priority there.
I think I don't know.
Maybe the yellow team.
Now it might have been delayed, but gosh, that was.
That could be interference.
The awareness, yeah, that was really close. That was really close. But these are the kind of things, obviously just with 3 teams, but it really is an additional component with all that speed. And and then this one, okay, yeah.
So Cotti again on the rope, still sticking with that. Is Ben Lug driving, flying the Saltire of Scotland, hailing from Tiree in the Inner Hebrides. So the Western Isles of Scotland are really stunning.
They are not only going to the rights, but they want to keep control on the right peak. Huh? Like, okay, every wave that comes here, I want to make sure I'm on the position, you know.
Gosh, yeah. But yeah, I remember that. That was tricky because Nick has a certain style, and I think then there's something, you know, that there's a style that you want in your partner, and he's so dedicated and he puts in so much time. And then, you know, Scooby's traveling a lot, and then, you know, he was wanting someone to practice with. And I remember being, I mean, dude, this is making you really unhappy, you know, and it wasn't really jiving. And they had, you know, obviously some great moments, and, you know, they'd go and hang out.
Long distance relationships are tough.
It is.
That's
it is.
the bottom line. Yeah, exactly.
And if you have a big expectation and you can't cope with that situation that it's coming along while you're training with your partner, might as well, or either you have a conversation and you fix it out, or you just move on, you know, and try something new.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's okay too.
That's okay too.
Yeah.
And they are good friends, you know. And
they, yeah, and they didn't let it come to a point that it was, you know, just a complete...
And at the end, it's a good motivation for both of them. I remember Scooby say, okay, you don't want to partner up with me, so now maybe I'm going with Lucas, and now Lucas is pushing a lot his, you know, his performance too. And so
Scooby was blessed with the transition, you know, the fact that Kai came out, he was, you know, it really kind of, especially last year, but you know, that's the thing. He was ready, and Lucas jived, and it was.
And now we have this rivalry. Two amazing teams. There are
two that are
battling, you know. And
it's super cool.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. You know.
Exactly.
It's, really cool. It's good to see. I've been talking to Scooby a lot, and he's always saying, "Oh, maybe I'm getting too old. I start to thinking about maybe quitting." I said, "Man, you're too young. You know." I kept surfing big waves and competing until I was 49, and he was still 36 something, you know, like, come on. He said, yeah, I have more fire to burn. I said, for sure, you know, just keep going, you know, you have so talented.
He's got a lot of talent.
He is so talented.
He really is a surfer,
talented, yeah.
and I mean, that's the thing. He's a showman, and
he's a showman.
But I mean, the talent runs deep, and he won, you know, the nationals in Brazil. I always remember, like, years ago, he's like, yeah, I love big surfing, but, you know, I come from this format too, and so it's something that is super important for big wave surfing to have these talents, you know, and maybe that's the thing. As he gets a bit older, maybe he can start also seeing how important it is to, you know, train also a little extra, and you know, take care of himself, and hopefully that's the transformation instead of leaving it, and he can. Definitely has a lot more to give, and yeah.
Yeah, they are both motivated about the partnership now. I can see it. And Lucas, as his personality, it's always taking care of others, and Scooby likes to be, you know, spoiled all the time and have someone taking care of him, and Lucas does the right job. You know, he takes care of his boards, you know, and
yeah, helps him out.
Make sure he's happy all the time. And in return, Scooby is training more, and, you know, I can see his physical preparation. It's there, you know, he's putting more time on the boards too, more time on the water, coming up with new tricks too and everything. So it's been good for the boys. And now you have Clement and Nick, you know, really pushing the game up.
Yeah.
So let's see how they're going to behave, you know. It's not going to be easy. Imagine, you know, Lucas is defending the title for 4 years, and suddenly, you know, maybe he's not winning this year. What's going to happen, you know? That's going to be a lot of pressure on him, on his shoulder and Scoop's shoulders.
Yeah. No, it's really kind of turned out to be, a spectacular, you know, rivalry, and how it's all kind of unfolding. It's really cool. I think you know, Kai and Ian were definitely, you know, obviously their experience and just the household names in big wave surfing, and it is a little bit of this unlucky, you know, factor of the boards. I think that really didn't, you know, fall in Kai's favor, and it is difficult with such a busy Hawaiian season. You know, so many waves. They are all season long to come and commit. Wow, here we go. This looks like Lucas.
Is that Lucas?
Found a inside beast.
Oh my God!
Wow! That's really what. Oh my God, that was critical as it comes. That's difficult to appreciate how hard what he just did, how he went straight and how he pulled the line and somehow made it in that massive pocket.
Yeah, you can tell that he was trying to be on the right position, like very deep on the pocket of the wave to see maybe a barrel or trying to turn underneath of the lip. But I can notice that even though that he's back from his injury, but he's not 100%. You know, you can tell by, you know, his performance in the other years that he's not 100%. He's above a lot. Yeah. You know, about a lot of people that we know, but man.
Yeah. No,
but that was a really hard wave on
that
surfing.
Was a super bouncy wave. Yeah, that was something like really, really.
A lot of wind on the face too.
Mm-hmm. But I think that felt good for him. That was a really radical line.
Mm-hmm.
And
speaking of lines, more swell filling in throughout the afternoon here, and we're starting to get to the point where we can really look at those scores and see, as this will be penultimate heat, just one more to go after this. Coming into this one was the team of Nick Von Rupp, Clement Rosero. They were leading.
Clement Rosero.
Let's see how these two can go. They put some serious points on the board. Team Blue, Cotton and Larg gone really well. Andrew Cotton, his big score doubled, 11.66. That's really helping their total right now. Look how close Team Pink is behind them, though, in terms of this heat. There's not a lot in it. Chianca, good numbers for him. That's not a surprise at all. He's been unbelievable down the years. Does feel like, in terms of other surfers available in this contest to challenge, the likes of Shanka, the likes of Kai Lenny, who are pretty dominant, particularly as a team together. They were almost kind of a little bit in a league of their own. Yeah. For a couple of seasons, they were just bringing something that no one else did. But obviously what happens is they bring the new line, they're doing all this ultra-aggressive stuff, and everyone's like, okay, and it just raises the level of everybody, and that's exactly what we're seeing here in terms of performances. Meanwhile, let's check out Michel Bouillon on a good-looking left, and it will stretch out a solid wave.
Oh, she kicked out.
Interesting call to get out of there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, again, all these little things that, you know, for us, oh, they almost crashed, you know, the ski. They should quickly get over it. It's not easy to just suddenly get that out of your mind and just really clear everything back. And, yeah, it's just something that, yeah, the quicker you're able to do that, obviously, the better. But it's not naturally to be quick. You know, it kind of... There's some leftover kind of energetics of close calls like that, or the wipeouts. You know, we were talking a bit about the wipeouts.
That's a beautiful finish. Oh my God!
What a way
he was
for
trying
Andrew
to pull in.
Cotton.
Oh,
fading back really far, which
he
is
was looking
exciting.
for the barrel. Huh?
He was looking for the barrel.
He was looking for the barrel.
Meanwhile,
who's that?
Chianca.
That's a clean face, huh?
Wow. Just flying across this thing. Lucas Chianca, check the line from him.
Wow. That was as fast as you can go.
Another good turn. He's going to hold for
right
that.
out of that.
Yes. That's his best wave so far, yeah, in this heat.
It does feel like each set that we're seeing now, we're seeing more of that peak type of energy.
It's that rotation in the swell, isn't it? It looks like it's... Well, Michelle did get the wave that she was looking for. She wanted something closer to one. Maybe that's what she was actually wanting. A Dylan, another Dylan. Yeah, there definitely have been a lot of the boards of choice.
That's the thing about big wave. The more you hold yourself on the rail, the better it is for you to gain speed and spread water out of your turn. And sometimes, you know, some surfers, they just change direction, but they don't express a lot of power on that movement. And what you want is just, you know, more water coming out of your maneuver, and that's what you want. So I'd like to see the replay on Lucas' wave, because that was a really long line on the rail. I want to see how hard he went on the rail too, and see if he's gonna get rewarded by the judge too. Let's see again. Look the speed.
You have to break it up the top a little bit there. That's the only thing probably that.
Pretty dynamic though.
Wow.
I mean, just driving a big roundhouse cutback.
Yeah.
Lucas Chianca.
Going as fast as you can go. No, it's really interesting. You know, just the front foot, back foot stance too. I think a lot of snowboarding, because it is these giant faces.
Okay. Drop
Yeah. Oh, this is Cotty's. Oh my God, this is going to be a crazy one.
Let's listen in to the Red Bull water mic.
Man down, man down. North of your position. North, a little bit. Don't go far away. He's popping out. He's around there. Wait a little bit. Wait there. Okay, he's go to the beach. Okay, you see him?
They grabbed him. Yeah, they grabbed him.
They got in,
board.
picked up Cotty. We saw the board getting picked up as well. Super committed line. He really is getting his teeth into this heat right now. Andrew Cotton, at the moment, finding some choice waves, pushing the fade really to the limits, trying to get barreled and getting lit up on that one. Looks like he's all right.
Well, that's not Ben, right? That's key. That's Jose, huh?
Yep.
That's Jose, yeah.
That's,
so that's the second rescue. Yeah. So you can see the teamwork happening right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Ben.
That's how important the first, rescue can really come in.
And communication. How important is communication?
So covering the area.
Yeah.
So if he pops up a bit north, someone's covering north, and if he pops up south, someone's covering south.
We had the voice of their spotter, Diogo Bizarro, just informing, and what he's doing is
went down.
He's saying where to go for the rescue, essentially, where to expect the pop-up.
Yep. Kind of saying, wait, but immediately he's alerting the team that he went down. So that's a huge, information right there in terms of like not tracking the wave all the way to the inside and then the surfer's way out, or just, and these are really vast areas, I mean, like it's like 500 meters, and underwater you can really, 100 meters is pretty easy to just be underwater and completely lose track, because that's how easy it is. And if there's lots of white water, it's really challenging to find your surfer.
Portugal with an embarrassment of riches in terms of surf. We're up here at Nazaré. Of course, all eyes turn soon to Peniche, Portugal, the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Peniche. Let's get excited about it.
Bom dia and good morning.
Welcome to WSL's the Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto!
Tune in on Red Bull TV and WorldSurfLeague.com. Can't wait for that stop 3 on the Championship Tour back in Portugal. And it has been an active season indeed. In fact, amazing conditions over the last couple of days down at Super 2 Boss. Absolutely dreamy looking. So fingers crossed we score some good waves for that. Right now we're looking at big waves out in the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Just under 20 minutes to go in this heat. There's been lows go down. We've had real near collision with a couple of jet skis. The closest I've seen, certainly in this event, I've seen 2 skis making contact. Looks like everyone came out of that unscathed and fine, but that really was pretty tight. Meanwhile, on the leaderboard, in terms of this heat, bit of movement. Luca Senna getting an improvement, and so doubling his high score and putting a bit of pressure back on the likes of Von Rupp and Rosero, who are leading this coming in. We'll update that as and when. Right now, with 90 minutes, they'll want more, this pen. I think Lucas will be fired up with the energy that he was able to tap into. Now he's back driving. It will be Pedro Scooby on the rope. Scooby, we heard him chat say, I didn't get good waves, and he wants more. And they like the winning feeling. They are the champions from last time out as the team. Let's see what he can do next. Still plenty of time for him. Meanwhile, Cotton now, he's driving. It will be
Ben,
the Scotsman, Ben Log. And so Cotty's supposed to be teaming up with GMAC. GMAC not around, so Ben gets the call up. He's absolutely stoked. What a great opportunity. Also, the switch coming in. Michelle driving. This is Ian Cosenza, her partner. He'll be on the rope. They're making the decision to switch things up. Teams really close together on the peak here. Normally we see a bit more of a spread, right? Generally speaking, it looks like just where everyone's hanging out, a little closer together in terms of trying to find the best waves out here.
Yeah.
And whenever that's going to happen, obviously,
Well, the waves here at Nazaré, they mostly sprawl around the beach, you know, and you have pick 1, pick 2, and pick 3, and, you know, you can sit anywhere and try to get your wave. But, you know, when you have a competition, you want to keep your eyes on your competitor, you know. You don't want them to lose, especially if you have priority, you know. Like if you have priority, sometimes if you sit too far away from them, and then you miss the good wave. So it's up to the second and the third para team to be kind of far away from you and try to avoid your priority and maybe, you know, get a wave underneath of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's where this strategy plays in, and just the fact that it's something, again, you got to focus on your own performance, but if you pretend that there aren't competitors, then it's going to be harder for you to really bring the victory in, and that's absolutely true. I was talking to a friend, and I remember he was a wild card in a contest, and the more experienced guy, I believe it was Owen Wright, yeah, and Miguel Blanco, and so Owen just sat on Miguel, not sat on him, but in a sense just said, I'm not even looking at the ocean, I'm just going to go wherever you're going. Yeah. And it's exactly that. It's just an experienced way of putting in a little extra pressure. Oh, there's Jan, nice carve. He caught some amazing waves this season. Ooh, is he finding?
Wow. He's trying to get the barrel.
Yeah. That one opened up a nice wall.
He's happy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coaching Michel. Yeah. He wants the sled to be out of there quick. Who's there? Is that Michel or no?
No, that's someone else did the
I think it's Indica.
Ben Lark here.
On the right. Again, sticking to the game, huh? This team is not joking on the right, huh?
Yeah, they really are focused on that.
Great wave.
It's working so far, huh?
Wow, that angle with the crowd in the foreground coming in towards the cliff.
Oh my God, that shot, it's beautiful, huh?
Wow.
You can see the whole job done over there.
Right there.
Right there.
So close to him. So getting in, you really want the sled to be as close as...
Who's that?
That's
Peter Scooby? Yeah, nice turn. That was beautiful. Well done. Again,
that's
go.
Put some pressure.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oof.
Yeah, things are just fired up here. This is just more energy, more steeper section. Scooby just plugging in a big layback on a massive wave at full tilt. He was absolutely hammering across that thing. Scooby back on the sled right now. Shumbo just
That's
grabbing
the thing about Scooby, you know, you never know what to expect.
Never know what to expect.
He can come out and, you know, get the best battle of the competition, you know, and do the best turn.
Oh, set outside.
And he is starting to do the 360s too over here, you know.
He was doing them in small surf and just he has
in the big days too, you know. At the beginning of the season,
he's practicing. And
that's the thing about competition, you know. The more pressure you put,
then
the harder you have to train, the better you get.
Put in,
Oh, nice, Ben. Beautiful.
Yeah, Ben's got that loose kind of approach.
He's approaching at a 30-foot wave like he's approaching a 2-foot wave.
This is good. This
is going to be a good score. Look at this.
So.
Wow. Beautiful. That was amazing.
Yeah. They just cleaned up. That wave did clean up just enough for him.
Perfect.
It's a bit interesting scores-wise. Shanker and Scooby trying to come back and attack Von Rapp and Rosero for that leaderboard over. All their points are going up.
Yeah, that does feel like it might be. I mean, the wave really stretched out, but he hooked it. He did. He put in some commitment there. The wave cleaned up enough. It's going to be a really key score. It's an important score, that's for sure.
It's all action here. The Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge at the moment. Got just under 13.5 minutes to go.
That's Ian again.
Senza dealing with some chops.
Pretty ugly wave, huh?
It's part of Michel's.
Oh my God. He's going for the double up. White water inside.
Solid stance.
Solid stance and good turns. Surfing very good too. Well, the way he steps on the board, you can really understand what he's doing. And
yep. But wow, he went over all those bumps and he just glided down that face. Cool.
And that's the backup rescue, huh? That's
Is that
Simbica.
Caio?
No, that's Simbica.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Key, so similar thing to not put Michelle too much at risk and getting first rescue, kind of doing a little bit more of the operation and the pickup.
The second rescue.
Yeah. First is the driver, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm very curious about Scooby's score. Huh?
It's going to be a key score, 12 minutes to go, right?
To do that sort of turn, that's a turn that, you know, you, when it's head high, you're surfing small
Feels
wave.
really good.
But to do that on a giant wave. And then, you know what? He really gave it full treatment as well. So here's the leaderboard where we're at right now. But we are still waiting for that last score of Pedro Scooby to come in. It's Nick Von Rupp and Clement Rosero with that lead at the moment. Let's see how this updates. But obviously, when this heat concludes, there's only 3 more teams that haven't surfed twice. That'll be our last heat of the day. This is the men's leaderboard.
This is already a change, right? Or
yeah. Lucas and Nick kind of tight.
Lucas is climbing up here. He's coming back into this. They had a slow first heat. Their second one has been much, much better indeed. I think conditions playing into that as well. We're seeing more TPs, more peak-type waves, more energy come through. And when that happens, surfers...
More opportunities.
Yeah.
Yep.
Team Blue there. Andrew Cotton driving. It's Ben Larg, who just got a good wave of his own. Don't have a score. Okay, appears on the screen right there. So getting involved, Ben Larg. And he looked great on that wave, actually. Looked like he's enjoying himself again. Not the survival type line, but really being aggressive.
No, and honoring his spot, honoring this opportunity that he got, and really showing that it wasn't by chance. He's not just, you know, some random, you know, substitute surfer, that's for sure. He's really put in his time. He knows Cotty, and really good driving. So, I mean, he really, you know, stepped up and is showing why he's in it.
So, João, do you think if Scooby gets a good score, they're going to switch again?
I think, you know...
That would be a good strategy, yeah?
That would probably be a good strategy because, you know, they're probably waiting for that score to fill in. Lucas, yeah, I mean, in terms of the leaderboard, he's already in second, so that will be an important point because Lucas would probably have a better striking range for the first place. But Scooby's now going to be in the conversation too, so it might be... yeah, I think...
I'm talking more about the team lead, not the individual performance. Yeah.
So if Lucas could get... if anyone could get, like, you know, really manufacture more of a score, it would probably be Lucas. You know,
Michelle again here.
Oh, here she goes.
So we made a switch. Michelle Bouillon back on the rope, back on a wave, a good one. Look at this left lining up for Michelle, as she'll continue with speed into the bowl. And it'll keep providing a section for her here.
Goes.
It's a quick redirect for her, and then she'll get a nice clean kick out, it looks like, as well.
Yeah, she got out. Yeah, these last minutes, it's when, you know, I think the body does start wearing, you know, all that adrenaline starts wearing off, and it's harder and harder to really commit that rail, and, you know, she did have, you know, ooh, gosh, you know, these are the little, you want the board. Ooh, this maneuvering in front of the whitewater is as
kind of tricky, yeah? Like last minute.
Wow.
Oh, they lost the ski.
No.
Oh my God.
We were just talking about that's those little distractions, those little, all this
is pressure. Is the ski going to the beach?
Oh,
or are they going to grab it?
But just goes to show, second rescue there, straight in.
Yeah.
Oh, he might recover the...
He's going to recover the ski for sure.
Yep.
Go, yeah.
Oh.
Go.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Great
Good
job, guys.
Good job.
This is where the training comes in, the amount of time, the hours that they put in out here.
That was a split-second decision, knowing that Michelle could hold her own and stay there by herself.
And he was trying to save Michelle at the last minute.
Yeah, it was the board.
Yeah.
Normally the protocol is abandon, don't go for the board, always go for the sled. Because, you know,
but it's a competition, they want the board.
They want the board as quick
Last
to
10
go.
minutes.
Yeah. That's when the little mistakes can creep in. And
so here the wave again,
great comeback,
kind of good wave, but it's still very bumpy.
Really bumpy.
She couldn't move around too much, couldn't control the board too much.
So let's watch this all the way through. This is a long wave for her. She goes all the way down. And when you do that close to the inside, anytime you're doing that here at Nazaré, there's a really good chance you're going to be dealing with double ups after the rescue. These waves on the inside.
Dice.
Everything breaks in here.
Everything looks great, there she goes. And then the board is on the left-hand side of him. So she's like, no, I want my board. The second rescue wasn't able. He didn't feel comfortable enough about it.
She wants
the
board.
She drops off. No.
Oh, she drops
Bank.
off. Yeah.
That was the key kind of.
So
a lot of maneuvering. This is sketchy ropes. This is, bank. But what a comeback. I mean, obviously a little bit of fortune that there wasn't, a bunch of waves coming through.
And felt like the ski was running, huh?
I think it never stopped.
Never stopped, yeah.
Never stopped.
That's the thing about big wave surfing too, you don't keep the key on the wrist, just keep the key always, plug it in. So you want the ski running at the last minute. If you need it, it's ready to go.
You don't need to turn it on.
Saw how quick Ian Cosenza jumped on the ski and immediately throttled in that first whitewater.
Yeah.
Didn't have to deal with the lanyard on his wrist, putting the key back in, turning the engine over. Ben Larg on the rope here for Team Blue. Andrew Cotton's driving.
Identified something.
They're interested here. Ben Larg out of Scotland, a bomb left. Cotty up watching. A Ben Larg into a big bowl. Look at this thing. And he's absolutely motoring across it.
There's a nice carve there. Found a section, did a rail transition.
A beautiful wave, but not really good to performance, huh?
Yeah, gosh, there goes. It's back to Lucas, isn't it?
Is this Lucas?
Yeah.
Looks like,
Shankar. What's he got for us here? Go real close to Team Blue. And he's looking at a section.
Wow, look at that speed.
And he loves it.
He's
giving it a flex. Luca Senna just streaking across a bomb of a bowl.
He's putting that pressure on, that's for sure. Oh, we got the score, 11. It does enter.
Yeah, it wasn't a really big score for Scubia.
No.
I thought it was going to be a little bit better.
At the moment, they're still chasing numbers here. We just saw a wave go down. That was Luke Shankar. It's a big wave. He was going real fast. Did we see the maneuvering? Did we see those critical turns? Let's get it from all the way out the back. Look at this thing.
Wow. Yeah, that's kind of that push right into the pocket. And here's just setup work, isn't it? Goes through all these chops, ski, rescue. He passes like skimming right by. Oh, look at that section. Wow, flying.
Oh, he just had that right coming towards him crumbling. Otherwise, it looked like he was trying to pull in there. Right? The double up section.
If that wave had given him, he would have for sure pulling into that massive barrel on
this
the
thing's
inside.
a full wedge. You can really see the difference in the energy now compared to those lines and those kind of walls that we had earlier.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Oh, hello.
That's on the right
again. It's like he's on a lighter board. It's so...
And smaller, too, huh? Very loose.
Really expressive surfing, unique style. Yeah, the boys really put in...
Very functional to that board.
Yeah.
Huh? Easy to turn and change directions. Huh?
Attack on that right.
I wonder how heavy it is. Huh?
Yeah.
Looks light.
It does look light under his feet. He's really loose and jumping and really that new school approach. It does look like a Dylan. Yeah, it is a Dylan. Yeah, that's the pat on the head. It was interesting seeing it in I mean, again, less dramatic conditions at the pool, but the tap on the head is a universal thing.
Let's go listen into the Red Bull water mic, these last couple of waves from Ben Larg.
Wow.
No! You can try the right now. Right.
Fade.
Right. Keep going. Right. Big curve. Right.
You can hear that motor, huh?
Swing out now. Priority. We got priority. Amazing, boys. Amazing. Let's go. Go north. Good job. Straight. Left. What a bomb. Left. He's going out. Good job. Let's go.
Cool.
Team Blue there, that's Ben Larg surfing, a solid right, a bomb left. Meanwhile, hang on, Team Pink into it, Chianca. A big wave for them. Still a couple of minutes left. They still want more points. If they want to hang on to the title as the team. Is that Scooby?
Looks like Pedro Scooby.
Okay, all right. Here goes Michelle Bouillon.
They're a duck dive.
Yellow. She's got a great looking wave here. There's so much more energy in the water right now. Much steeper, cupped out, big bowly sections. Bouillon changing her line to not go too wide. Good call. Critical surfing from Michelle.
Oh, gosh. Oh, there's Ben. What a flurry of waves now. Oh, wow. Go, Ben. Ooh, big hook. He's got that
nice
front
turn.
foot transition, and he's really getting more.
Oh, no.
Crazy speed.
It was crazy speed out of the turn.
The
really.
Flying Scotsman, Ben Larg, out of that with
Way
just
to go.
absolutely.
He's trying, huh?
He's
I
charging.
like the new generation putting the show.
Yeah, great to see it. I'm sure Garrett will be watching as well and just loving this as well. His good old mate Andrew Cotton. Been here since day one. Those two doing it with not many other people around at the time. I know, Carlos, you've been here since the very beginning as well. Obviously, Zhao, you're from this part of the world, but just amazing to see the blend of experience from Andrew Cotton and Ben Larg, relatively new on the scene, and he's picking it up. In terms of that baton, he's running with it. He's enjoying himself here.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the first turn, but he was going right, and then he turned under the lip, and then, goes left and gives a little bit of the hurt under the lip, too. So it's going to be a good score,
Yeah, that was radical.
Love this heat. It's been so much go down, and really, it's all about the waves, of course, and we're just seeing so much more energy now come through this swell, the direction, the size, the tide draining out as well, making it shallower. And we're just seeing some real quality waves, and the surfers very much showing up for that with their lines, with how aggressive they're being, the speed management, the control, the fact that they're taking risks and pushing it as well. And we're getting a real show put on here. Last few seconds now, you can see Pink want another wave. Scooby on the rope.
We could hear on the Red Bull mic how, you could feel the sound of the motor, also the guys just really... the spotter doing his role, which is so key. That's Scooby practicing. Yeah, why not?
Love this. Great heat, that one. And I tell you what, it means a lot to get this trophy. Saw in the interview that Nick Von Rupp did with AJ saying that he thought he should have won it last time, and he wants that trophy.
They must be frothy now, huh?
Gosh, this is the excitement of the leaderboard. I mean, gosh, guys, I'm kind of biting my nails here to understand what exactly went down here in terms of the final numbers. But yeah, as expected, Lucas and Scooby put on a tremendous show, isn't it? And just like really, giving it all. Lucas, 50 days into an injury, and here he is, like really representing.
Amazing. And Scooby did a great job too, Honestly, I thought he had a better score on the last wave. I mean, the best wave he had so far. That laid back.
That was a cool wave. That was a really cool wave.
20-footer, 20-footer.
Paul noticed that. That would have been, I would have liked doing that turn. Down at, Capraton on the beach rake.
Yeah, amazing, really. You see where the level's at the moment. Competition just brings that little extra as well.
This is what the boys always do on the big days. They go towards the crowd, and just to feel that roar. It's a bit of like a victory lap, an arena lap, and just kind of like really going in and celebrating just the energy.
Maybe they're going out throughout the heat by the beach, huh?
Maybe that's...
No? Or they're just saying, bring my board, bring my board.
Get my board. Oh, he sent William to go work a bit. Hey,
Yeah.
you've been sitting on the jet ski. You start
Yeah.
swimming a bit, buddy.
Yeah.
The Chico treatment, right?
Great scenes here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. We just witnessed a really, really fun heat. I mean, I say fun, but I mean pretty serious in terms of the action out there in the water, the magnitude of the waves, and this swell as it increases throughout the afternoon. Spot on from the forecast, really. From when we kicked things off this morning, we had a lot of waves being ridden, but maybe just lacked a little bit of intensity. We weren't really getting the second bowl through to the inside. It's been all changed right now. Still got another great looking matchup to come as well. One more heat to bring you from here. And a massive number dropping in for Luca Senna. Just hang on here. So this could be major implications for the leaderboard right now. So that was the second heat for Senna and Scooby. Their surfing's done. There's still a bit of work to do from the judging panel here, guys. We saw that bomb of a left that Senna got, and he was going so fast. The critical hook that he did out the back on that peak was so committed.
Yeah.
He's used to winning here. They had a bit of a challenge put to them in the fact that they didn't go great this morning. Von Rupp Rosero on top of the leaderboard coming into this heat, but we're about to get a number to come in, and let's see where it puts us. Of course, another heat yet to go as well. Those two teams at the moment. Let's get another look.
Yeah. Wow. That is a unique line. I mean, to generate all that speed from the rope and just really a little bit what, you know, Carlos was kind of just saying, you know, when you use all of that speed from the jet ski and you just lay it into the lip like that. This inside, I mean, just the fact that, you know, he's pumping, generating speed, almost like gets like kind of like a, it's not really a cover-up, but gosh, just that lock-in and just
the commitment, just the commitment
to go that far on the wave. Yeah, other judges locking in their scores, you know, 7, 7.5.
Yeah, high score of the day. Clement Rosario with a 7.5. We doubled the high score to a 15. So that's where we're at in terms of the biggest score that we've seen come through. This one is real close to that. Waiting for judges still here.
This is decisive. Ooh, yeah, the boys are having to. Again, this is what we said at the start. It's not an easy task, that's for sure. You know, but judges are absolute surf fans, and they really, you know, they follow everything, and I think that's the energy. I mean, when we're coaching, and if scores kind of like don't quite come the way we want, you know, it is a challenge to try to understand. But hopefully it brings the best out of you, you know, and you kind of like learn and see. Yeah, there was some serious conversation because that's what has to go down, you know, to get to the final score. And
they get the replay, so they go over and over.
They go over and over.
They compare waves to, you know. They are doing their best for sure, you know.
Yeah. No, and I think there is obviously, you know, it is something that is discussed, but the overall result is discussed, you know. So even though an individual ride, because this is a subjective and there is a, you know, this matter that the judges have to be aware of the implications, and you know, and sometimes there's a feeling that, you know, one team was more aggressive or was, you know, ultimately
more complete.
That score we went for comes in. Early indications where it's going to be a little higher, comes in, and it's doubled for the 12.74. So looks like Senna will remain in seconds behind Clement Rosero, just on the individual wave. And a great looking heat with some pressure in terms of trying to get the points, but really just surfing against the ocean mainly. There's the leaderboard. It's live. It's updated.
Oh, and there's a tie between Nick and Scooby.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, the tie to get up. No, Scooby's got the little extra.
So Clement Rosero still with the best wave ridden for the men. We got another heat to go here. It's going to be a great one. Meanwhile, here's the women. Justine Dupont out in front at the moment. We've just seen Michelle Bouillon surf. Laura Crane coming up in the next heat. Another chance for her. We saw her getting a bit of attention, a bit of medical attention. Let's see if she's able to go out again.
Well,
this is the team leaderboard, guys.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is really, really special.
It is.
This is very, very special. I'm so happy for Nick and Clement, you know, to hang on to that leaderboard, you know, for sure. Obviously, Lucas and Scooby have had that feeling for these guys. You know, they've come a long way, and it's been such a build-up, so much practice. You know, when hard work pays off, let's see his reaction. Ooh. It's not over till it's over, but...
Are we live?
Chico.
So
Nick,
basically, I think it's pretty close for the first one, Nick. What do you reckon?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're scaring me right now.
I'm just showing you what I'm seeing right now, and I think Lucas and Scooby are really close to you guys, but looks like
We're still in first, motherfuckers! Fuck, we've been working so hard, man. It's like, you know, we've been putting everything on the line the last couple of months, waiting for this day, whether it's onshore, whether it's offshore, whether it's 100 foot, whether it's 20 foot, whether it's 6 foot, we're out there. And it's paying off. We didn't have the best day ever. Clement driving, surfing, he did great, and me surfing, it was not what I was hoping, but very tough conditions, and you know, you just got to survive through these moments and hopefully take the title and, you know, win one step closer. Last year we should have won, we didn't. You know, similar situation, and this year we're one step closer to winning, and we're super excited and grateful as well. A big shout out to Mountains of the Sea team, Tocardos, Caio, Clement. We started this team really to support us, to perform at the highest level. Thanks to our sponsors, Tudor, Pith. You know, without them, we wouldn't be here. So thank you so much.
Time to say hard work pays off?
Not yet.
Probably yes. One step closer, one step closer. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. It's not over yet. Still another heat to go, but it's close, and you can see how much it means to Nick Von Rupp.
Wow.
We're going to check out some big waves and wipeouts before that last heat of the day. It will be Chris Cote back in for the call. We'll be right back.
This big wave season, we're making our triumphant return to Nazaré, Portugal, for the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge.
Man versus moving mountains here.
It's the Tudor Nazaré Toe Surfing Challenge.
How much are you willing to sacrifice to ride this wave?
Justine Dupont here. Yeah, driving, Justine surfing. Nice carving work. So Kyle Lenny starts off with a spin. He's flying down the line.
Air drops into this one and takes it lip on the head.
That's going to leave a mark.
That's a condominium on the brain. That's the wave of the day. He did it again. Oh, he's body surfing.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that thing.
That was Scooby again. Yes.
Buster up with the chop up, and he's pulling here for a tube and comes flying out, shot out of a chasm. Massive avalanche of whitewater behind him. Looks like the biggest wave we've seen so far today.
That feeling right there is why we surf big waves.
The Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge is brought to you by Tudor, the official timekeeper of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the day of days. The Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge has provided highlights and, of course, some carnage along the way. We've seen some intense waves ridden, and with that, some brutal wipeouts. Chris Cote here with Carlos and Zhao for one more heat till we crown our champions of the day. And so far, I mean, this has to be considered one of the most consistent events to ever go down here at Nazaré. We've seen so many waves ridden, so many big performances. But one thing is, I think we still have more to give, because this next heat is the last chance for these surfers to perform. And with that comes urgency. Is it time for these surfers to dig deep and give us all they got?
And last.
For sure, it's the last heat of the day. The waves are getting better. You know, as we saw in the last heat, you know, the wind is melting out a little, kind of slow a little bit more, you know, and offshore, and they have nothing to lose. So it's do or die. You know, so we are expecting that. The big question here is Laura got injured.
Yeah.
And she's not surfing. And I don't think Tony is going to go surf. So they're going to have more space for them, Tapia and Pierre. And Tapia and Pierre had a really good first heat. They're fighting for, you know, for the leadership. And Rodrigo Coxa and Vitor, they have a lot of experience on the peak, so you know that they're going to go hard in this last heat for sure.
I can't wait to see what happens next. Before we get there, let's go down one more time to AJ McCord standing by with Andrew Cotty and Ben Larg.
Thanks so much, Cote. You guys, a wrap on the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge for you two. A team that found out they were going to go together yesterday afternoon, Cotty. What do you make?
Yeah, obviously, you know, it would have been great to have Garrett here. I've been working with Garrett for like nearly 15 years, 16 years. But I've also been working with Ben for the last 2 years, and it's a shame to not have Garrett, but then a huge opportunity for Ben, and he's been crushing it today, you know, like, so it's been a really good fun to drive him and see him rip, you know.
Ben, for you, you told me you didn't get much sleep last night. You were a little nervous, but you were good to go. Certainly looked like it today. What do you think about your first performance?
Yeah, I mean, I never even thought I was going to be in this comp, you know, so I'm just stoked. Like, the waves I got, I'm happy with. Especially, I think my last left was quite a good one, so I'm happy with that, and happy to get caught a few waves as well, you know.
What was your favorite part about the last-minute switch and working together today?
I don't know, Ben's like, for me, like, Ben's like so young and he's still got so many years left, and to give him like an opportunity like so early, I think it's great, you know, and to be able to perform under that pressure, it's just like, it's a credit to him, you know, so that's cool. It's really, really positive.
Congratulations, you two.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome team right there, currently in that third place position. So they're on the podium for now, but we got a big heat in the water. Kosha, Faria, Team Pink, Team Blue is Tapia and Rollet. So 45 minutes back on the clock, 38 minutes, 55 seconds left to go. So it looks like our first riders up in this final heat of the day.
This is like the fight for the medals, you know. So I think, you know, Kosha and Vitor were a bronze last year, you know. So they know that feeling of being on the podium, and you know, and now this is really exciting because Cotty and Ben, you know, are really up there, and they have really solid scores. So you know, Rodrigo and Vitor to, you know, be in that conversation, and also Tapia and Pierre, and this is also connected to qualifications for next year. So if you make it into those top 4 teams, you're normally automatically qualifying for the next year. And so that's a really big deal. So although it might seem that it's winner take all, it's from the team perspective, there's more at stake.
Yeah,
sure.
Still a lot at stake for all our teams. And speaking of a guy who risked it all today, Pedro Scooby standing by now with Shiga.
Yeah, boys, I'm here in the harbor. Tough one to swallow for you guys. Like, you climb out on the leaderboard, but still in second. I know you're that power couple that always wants to win this. But you surfed really well. Lucas, you surfed really well as well at the end. Really close. Talk me through this one.
It was a really tough condition, you know. I think it's harder for Lucas than me, you know. Of course, I'm not happy, but we try our best, you know. The last 1 month and a half for Lucas was really hard, training and recovering, you know. He broke his foot and, you know, he did a surgery and tried to back as fast as possible. But we're together, gonna train more and back next year.
Want to say some words, Lucas?
Yeah, I tried my best. I'm really feel sorry because I couldn't do my best to be good for him. And
don't worry.
I couldn't find good ways for him. The The swell wasn't the best, but for sure was the same for everybody. So, yeah, it wasn't a good year for me, but let's go.
I thought you guys ripped, so congrats. Anyway.
It's just beginning of the year, bro. Okay, relax, you know. Of course, it's hard for him, you know. I'm more relaxed, you know, about it. Yeah, I'm gonna train more and back next year. Congrats for the winner. And that's life, you know.
That's life. But you looked good out there, Lucas. Congrats, Pedro as well, Scooby. Back to you, boys.
I mean, that shows you the desire, right? A second place finish at an iconic event like this, and he's definitely not happy. Scooby, right there, you know, with that smile, showing us that, of course, you know, they gave everything they had. I got to give so much credit to Lucas Cianca to come back from a broken foot. Gosh, not even just over a month ago. First session out here was 2 days ago.
Yeah,
that's an inhuman feat. I mean, he is a Terminator. And you know, you could see the look on his face too. You know, he obviously wanted a little bit more, and he's taking that, you know, quote, loss to heart. That's a second place finish. That's huge.
It's huge. Yeah, but
I mean,
Scooby being a team player.
It didn't finish yet.
Yeah,
but, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
from the leaderboard, it's definitely difficult to get it away from them, but it's not over till it's over. And if these guys, you know, they all have experience, it does seem like, you know, as the rulebook says, that the team has to stay together. Tony, again, he's so young. He'll have so many opportunities. I'm so glad that Laura was able to put him on a couple of waves and get him a couple of rides, and he was able to, like, you know, just show his surfing and just show he's also been here day in and day out. And so these moments are brutal, you know, from the team perspective. If one gets injured, I remember a couple of years ago too, Antonio Silva, my tow partner, you know, he had a concussion, or at least a threat of a concussion, and so the doctor really said that he didn't even let us go in. We thought it would be okay, but yeah, and you can't go, you know. So the team, there's no substitutes, and so once one of the team member is out, you know, it's all the way, and so it's tough for sure for Tony. He's been littered with injuries, and you know, teammates from Justine. But again, when it's all the big takeaways, he's in it, you know, all these years, and so he's just gaining more and more experience and just learning more. And he's really young. He's a really young guy, 22, I think.
I can't imagine what it would be like as a surfer to grow up in Nazaré, knowing that there's a monster in your backyard, and if you want it, you know, you got it.
You got it.
And so huge credit to Tony as well. You know, he's probably at the harbor right now, you know, obviously thinking of his teammate. Luckily, so far, you know, our knock on wood, only injury of the day.
Yeah.
And for a woman as tough as Laura Crane to not be able to compete, you know, there must be something pretty serious, because she is, you know, again, she is a fierce competitor, as fit as they come. And
she
a warrior.
drove a lot with that injury, so she must have been already fighting a lot of pain through it. It was after that big turn on that, maybe her foot got stuck in the strap.
Straps. But we know that Laura and Tony will be back, and hopefully when we do come back here next year, that they're going to be back in a huge way. That is a dream team right there, and we wish the best for Laura Crane. Keep you updated if we hear anything here. But with 33 minutes, 13 to go. Do not count these two teams out. Team Pink, Kosha and Faria, already dropping some decent scores. A 9.66 for Faria, our team from Brazil. And for Tapia and Rollet, you know, they still have work to do, but they still have plenty of time to go. And as you guys have been saying all day long, tide's pushing in. That swell is pushing in right behind it. We could potentially see some of the biggest, best waves ridden in this final 30 minutes of competition.
Let's see this replay from Faria, you know. Oh, no, that's Tapia.
Yep, this is Tapia on his forehand.
Yeah, first wave.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, found a good one as he's looking for the barrel.
Dealing with the white water. Kind of wait a little bit for the next turn.
That's where this
soft
modern
turn
approach, I think the judges won't reward this too much.
Great style, though. You know,
really
the
classic style.
The speed power flow equation is a little bit different here at Nazaré, but it still holds true. You're going to be flying no matter what. Speed is going to be with you. The power is, well, staying on your board. You know, that power to keep connected and keep upright. And then the flow element, which we're seeing done nicely here
by Victor.
is huge.
That's Victor Ferreira.
Wow,
Yeah.
that was a cool turn.
Yeah.
High-speed snap there,
So much
under duress. Gets out clean. Oof. That was scary.
Last minute kick out, huh?
And we're back at it here, Team Blue. This is Tapia.
Back to back, huh?
That's Tapia. And it's much cleaner now. You know, the situation looks better now. The wind.
Nice fade here on a monster left. Uh-oh, here's where the whitewater comes up the face of the
looking for the
wave.
Oh, my God. Almost had it, huh?
Almost had it.
Almost had it.
Exactly where you don't want to be. We'll keep our eyes on the water here.
Flying.
He was waiting until the last minute to see if he could put it behind the lip. But, you know, the wave had a little bit of the bend.
Yeah.
Twisted. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Oh, he made it. Unbelievable.
Wow, Pierre.
That is pure cowboy stuff right there.
Oh.
Somehow whipping that aquatic vehicle out of the danger zone.
Wow.
That was almost real bad.
Yeah.
That could have been hectic there in the rocks.
That can be really bad for the surfer on the back.
Yeah,
sometimes
I think
he
he
tried
let
to
go.
hold.
I think he, you know, normally it's better to not roll with the jet ski. The driver has the advantage of knowing being kicked off. If you're on the sled and you don't let go, the risk of you getting smashed by the jet ski is huge. So normally, if you get engulfed, you normally let go.
Yeah, and then when you kick it off from the ski, you let the ski go, you always putting your weight off of the ski, and the ski is lighter, can go faster, and it's much easier for the driver to keep control.
Mutually beneficial situation.
Yeah.
Well,
the only thing you get pounded, you know.
Oh yeah, but that right there. So I mean, you're thinking subtleties, right? In a big wave event like this, the subtleties are huge. The fact that he had the presence of mind just to let go, it gave the driver a chance to somehow escape that whitewater that was coming at him like a freight train, and then just that quick response. Literally within 20 seconds, he was back at the surfer picking him up.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah, and they have the backup rescue too. They are always there looking for, you know, for the surfer that is in need on the wave, on the water. And one more thing, there is one rule that it's very important to clarify. Never, if you have a chance, lose your ski, because then you're going to have two people needing for help.
Right.
You know, so if you keep your ski, at least you have the gun, the machine on your hand to go back and try to save your partner, you know. But if you don't have the ski, there will be two guys in the water.
But how much time, you know, obviously to be a surfer out here, you need a lifetime of experience and training and all that. But how much time does it take to be a driver capable of making an escape like that, making a rescue like that, and towing a surfer into a wave like this?
I would say a lot of time in the water.
Right.
It's not a matter of years, you know, but you have to spend time in the water. And, you know, these guys, they know what they're doing because they are in the water all the time. So the more you drive the ski, the more you do
flight hours.
Yeah, the more you risk yourself on rescues, like last-minute rescues, and then the more you're going to get used to it. So there is no other way than, you know, just...
And you got to like that risk. It is what you're saying. You got to like it, you know, because it is really... Sometimes that's it, and there's obviously huge discussions on safety, but that was everything but a safe rescue, although the intention was good, but that's exactly the thing that's so challenging is you know, knowing, understanding all the safety, and then when needed, you just throw it out.
Are we seeing the Huntington hop?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's going to pull it. Nazaré.
Oh, he's going to go again.
Oh! Into oblivion. That was...
back-to-back.
Bravery on display.
Yeah.
27:48 to go.
They are looking for different lines. They know that it's all or nothing now. A barrel could change everything.
For sure.
You know, a barrel could really change anything and get into the
Especially
excellent.
because Tapia doesn't have a big score yet, like a huge score. So it's going to make a difference.
So a quick rescue here for Team Pink, and that rescue goes awry real quick. But these athletes are well trained and prepared for this. We keep our eyes on Team Pink right there. And this is going to be a quick pickup. He's on. So Team Pink now back in the mix, sitting on a 9.66 and a 4.33 and a 7.54 for Kosha. Oh, right there. Rocks, a cave, tons of water moving around where you don't want to be. But these guys are experts in their field, and they're right back out there. And speaking of experts in their field, we've got a sighting of one of the greatest to ever come out of Portugal. Standing by right now with a legend. We got Chica with Frederico Moraes.
Yeah.
Yeah, boys, I'm down here in the harbor, and suddenly Frederico Moraes shows up, former city surfer, one of the best ever in Portugal. What are you doing in Nazaré? It's quite big today.
Cheering Nick's team. No, super proud. I was watching him rip out there. It's been a fun day watching, and yeah, congrats to every surfer.
Art injury for you. Looks like you're healthy right now. What happened?
Feeling better. Well, I tried an air and broke my ankle. So don't try airs. It's not worth it. But yeah, feeling a lot better now. I can walk and drive. Slowly gonna start surfing again, and hopefully I'll be back in shape in a couple of weeks.
So you're back on the CS this year, right?
Yeah, definitely. Gonna try to requalify one more time and stay on tour for a few more years and then retire.
Sounds like a plan. I'm going to do the same. Kidding.
Perfect.
Okay, back to you, boys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind that Frederico Moraes will be back on the championship tour. That guy is one of the best there is to ever do it out there, and especially when you're thinking of Portugal, which has fielded so many amazing surfers at so many different levels, small waves, big waves, all over the place. Frederico Moraes, an absolute hammer, and he will be back. Great to hear that he's starting his road to recovery. And 25:16 left to go here. Our final heat of the day. Nick Von Rupp, along with his partner Clement Rosario, in the top spot for now. But there are two teams fighting to get into that position, or potentially in the top three. And so far, they've been fighting for it hard.
Yeah.
Well, they're giving the
so
best.
Cool that Kika stopped by, though. That's really cool, supporting Nick there, and just shows that, yeah, all of this, you know, sometimes there's this, you know, a bit of beach talk about over-specialization, or, you know, if you're a small wave surfer, you got to stay a small wave surfer all your life, or if, you know, if you're into big waves, just stay to big waves, you know, and this crossover, and just like, yeah, just how he comes here and vibes on it, and people are, you know, kind of poking at him and saying, hey, aren't you going to go surf? And that he's okay with that, and that he still, like, comes out and supports, and then probably, who knows, might suddenly one day just come here and grab the rope, and imagine the lines that he would be carving off the top here. And that's crossover that makes surfing so beautiful.
Italo likes to do that.
Loves it.
It's interesting.
And it's inspiring for them.
You know, you think of a lot of the elite big wave surfers, both of you guys, you know, you think of Garrett McNamara, you know, you think of these names, Brad Gerlach, Mike Parsons, these surfers that their second career after the championship tour, after the qualifying series, was as big wave surfers. So what is it about people like you, specimens like yourselves, that continue to push yourselves up into your 40s and 50s in big waves? How do surfers stay at the top of their field in big wave surfing into their 40s and 50s?
Well, there is no secret. You know, it's just hard work all the time. And, you know, I was talking to, let's see this wave.
Ooh,
who's that?
Reconnected.
The big air out the back.
Yeah.
Kosha and Faria. And this wave grew onto the inside section.
Looks like Faria.
Ooh, nice turn there.
Good turn. Found it. Got clean there.
It's glassy.
It's much better now, huh?
Wow, and he loves it.
He loves it, yeah. That was a good ride, for sure. Well, I was saying, you know, just the hard work. You know, like, I knew that I was going to be in the booth sitting the whole day, and, you know, I did my whole setup last night just to make sure that I had my best food available and my mind would be ready for the pressure then to be on the broadcast the whole day. And I made sure I would just wake up early and, you know, do my routine, and I came walking, you know, and if you find a good routine, a health routine during these long years of your career, knowing that you don't know agenda, you know, whoever does your agenda is the ocean, is the nature, and it's a last minute call all the time, and you're dealing with jet lags and different type of food, different type of bed. So it's very stressful, but at the end, if you learn how to deal with it in the best way possible, you can have a very long career. And, you know,
Darn it.
You have to be in the water. You have to be in the water, you know.
I thought you were going to give me some magic solution, though, to just let me do it.
magic pill.
Years of hard work. Okay. Well, I'll do my best. 21:49 to go.
But never too late, Chris. It's never too late. So.
I think it's too late for most of us to attempt to ride this wave, but it is sure fun to watch. 21 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Carlos and João, so far in this heat, are you seeing anything that could potentially get one of these two teams into the top three, potentially into that top one?
Not yet, I'll be honest. That's my take. I saw a couple of attempts. I would have loved that barrel ride. I think that could have like really shifted things around. It just seemed like there was a lump or a bit, maybe a fraction of a second of hesitation. The wave is not always very inviting. I mean, you know, it's what we're talking about. It's a massive face, right? And so to pull under the lip of a massive wave, when you also know these kind of conditions, that there's been a couple of clamps and, you know, that the probability when your feet are in the straps, I've noticed that to pull into a barrel is just an additional like level of stress. And so I think, yeah, that's what makes it so radical. That's what makes these days also so incredible, is that these barrel opportunities are pop up. But yeah, and Scooby really showed the way in terms of doing it under competition. And I mean, I remember it's just one of those things that when you watch it, it's like, gosh, you know, that's the dream line. That's exactly, you know, what we're looking for, is that wave that collaborates and everything lines up, and on a giant face, you're able to pull into a massive barrel. It's as good as it gets.
Speaking of that collaboration, right now we're going to get some great insight. Right above us with the spotters, Claudia is standing by.
That's right. We're here with Diogo, the spotter for Cody and Ben. How is it out there? How do you spot a good one? How do you pick it up?
Takes years of practice to choose waves. I was a lifeguard. I've been surfing my whole life. I'm really thankful to Andrew Cotton and Ben Lark for picking me up, for believing in me. I'm stoked about the performance. I think we did really well.
We could hear you on the Red Bull water mic, and that was a very interesting ride with you guys and giving us some insight on how is it to be communicating with someone in the water. What do you think is the most important part of your job?
The most important part of my job is keeping them alive.
Ben was a rookie in this one.
The part of choosing waves. First, the most important thing is safety.
Ben was a rookie in this one. Was that a bit more challenging?
No, not at all. He was a rookie, but only on the paper. He did really well.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, we don't know who the winner of this event is, but we do know the winner of Best Name goes to Diogo Bizarro. That is a superhero name, and the way he speaks, he talks like a superhero as well.
Does.
This guy you got to get him to Hollywood.
He's got a lot of posture, this total attitude in the good way, you know, positive and just really holding his ground. And, you know, holding it up for the spotters. I think that's the thing, you know, like he really takes, as he should, you know, what he's doing very seriously, and he's stoked.
I love that answer, keeping my surfers alive. It's like, whoa, okay, we were having fun in here, and now we know it's a very serious deal. 18:23 to go. Couple more opportunities will no doubt come in for these two teams in the lineup. Unfortunately, Laura Crane and Tony Laureano had to opt out of this heat due to an injury that Laura Crane suffered while putting in a valiant effort out here at Nazaré. So that team is out. That's why we're only seeing two teams in the water. But with these two teams, we're seeing additional skis. So each team has an extra safety ski and driver. And on top of that, 3 or 4 additional skis in the lineup as safety and broadcast.
Safety.
Yeah. It's very important to say that in the head of the safety team, it's Alemão de Maresias, which is a very
legendary
Alemão de Maresias, and we want to say thanks to the whole team, the whole crew. Very good job. You know, we can't see much from here, but we know that they are into it since yesterday, like making plans and doing all the strategies to keep everybody safe. And it's a huge job. You know, it's not easy at all. And, you know, there are 4 different type of alerts. And I was at the meeting yesterday paying attention. You know, the first alert, it's, you know, when it's something normal happens, you know, like the surfer just wipe out and you have just your driver coming to pick it up the surfer. The second alert is when the driver cannot go and pick it up the surfer, and then the second rescue goes there and pick it up. The third alert is when the surfer loses the ski. So when the surfer loses the ski, they receive the signal, okay, guys, you are in action now. Paying attention, someone is in need of help. And the fourth alert, it's when something happened to someone serious, really serious, like someone gets injured. And then the competition has to stop. Thank God we didn't have this situation until now, and I hope it goes on until the end of the day. And if something's really bad happened, we have a team in the water, have a team at the beach. So
layers of
safety, and we didn't see this much on the broadcast, but this is a very important part of the competition. The most important, I would say, because at the end of the day, everybody wants to go back to their family and be safe. But surfing big wave, it's about risk. Everybody knows that when you go surf big wave, you are willing to pay the ultimate price. And most of the time we are going in the water when the authorities are closing the beach, taking the civilians away, closing the boats, the harbors. There we go.
You guys go out on days where most humans are not even allowed to go out.
Yeah.
Do you need a pass? Do you need a license to surf?
Yeah, of course. You need the license. You need to be
and the teams need to be enrolled, because you don't want, the thing is also, if you have an inexperienced team that just suddenly rocks up, it puts everyone in jeopardy too. And so there is that side of things, that there is a little bit of respect that pace, or respect that positioning. And so experience really is a big deal, and then to use that experience to risk. But as we've been saying, it's not about the shortcuts. Yes, obviously risk is involved. There's always something that's not exactly right. There's always something that you just have to overcome. But you can't just rock up at a world-class wave like this just because you've got a brand new jet ski and think that you're going to be able to
please don't do that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Rollet,
Team Blue, Rollet.
He's going to make a run? No, he's not.
No. That's a demon chasing him down.
Yeah.
So when you laid out back in the water like that, obviously you're going to get smashed around by the white water. But is the goal to try to stay on the surface? Are you trying to penetrate? Because right there it just kind of looked like he laid back. Is there any kind of skill or something you need to know how to do to put yourself in a good position?
Well, normally you have flotation, extra flotation, so it's hard for you to penetrate.
You can skip across the top of the water.
Yeah, and some people at the beginning, there were a lot of talking about how you would behave, because we were the first guy trying to understand.
For the rest of them.
So some people would say, oh, you need to just dive and try to be underwater for as much as possible. But I really don't believe in that, because, for you, it's very important to keep yourself close to the surface, because then you can breathe. If you have oxygen, you will survive. But if you don't have oxygen. But being close to the surface, it means that you're going to get pounded. So you have to know how to protect yourself. Then again, it comes to technique. And technique comes with practice and sharing with others, your experience. But being very directly to you, I would harder stay close to the surface.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
It's safer.
Yeah, you get hit harder, but you're dragged away from the impact zone too. Mm-hmm. So nowadays, the issue of flotation. But I remember Garrett saying that it's better to float than to sink, and when it's put in those simple terms, how can you, kind of argue with that? But yeah, at the surface, it is a little bit tricky because you get the maximum impact of the wave. But ultimately, you're brought closer to shore, further away from the bigger waves.
From the impact zone.
Out of the impact zone.
Yeah. You don't want to be on the impact zone. That's the worst place to be.
Yeah.
Oh, your phone is ringing.
That's not me. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go here. Your leaderboard is safe for now. Top three. They do have time. 12 minutes, 18 seconds.
Yep.
They have the skill. They've got the bravery. They have the fortitude to attempt greatness, to try to unseat one of these top three teams. But the problem here is, you're looking at the scores needed. They're pretty massive. So for Kosha and Faria, 10.98 would be a score that they're going to need to get.
Okay.
And for Tapia and Roulette, 12.88. So that would be 2 waves needed.
Yeah.
2 big waves, 2 long, well-surfed waves. We know that they have the ability. Now it's just up to nature to provide. And at the moment, they're fighting their way back out to the takeoff zone. No easy task.
I know, and you guys know that it's not only nature, you know, it's about ability and commitment.
Putting yourself in this position.
Yeah. And Tapia at the beginning of the heat, I really like it, the way he was approaching the left, like going for the barrel.
Oh, here he goes
again.
Here
he goes again, you know, maybe now. You know, a good fade at the beginning, another turn, looking for the steeper part of the wave.
Oh no, this is Team Pink.
Oh, this is Team Pink. Yeah, you're right. Who's that?
Oh,
that's Kosha?
That was a cool kind of layback.
Is that Kosha?
That looks like Kosha, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another layback. Yeah, beautiful.
Really cool.
Go for a big finish here. So 3 nice turns.
Yeah.
On a solid wave.
Yeah. So out of the 4 surfers that are in the water, we have 3 good footers. And, you know, the potential to get a battle on the left over here, especially at this size, you know, closer to the rock, closer to the cliff, it's big, you know. And look, it's getting cleaner, you know, less wind. I don't know the tide, maybe it's starting to move up a little bit, but I've seen some really good barrels when it's like this.
Yeah.
So I would just sit there and wait for the right one. You know, you see Kosha, he's doing the right thing. You know?
A buzzer beater barrel would be a great way to
that would be amazing, you know. And then it can change everything. You know, they can go to up to the leadership. You know. And
that's a fly in the champagne of the boys, isn't it?
Yeah. There's time. 10 minutes to go, and we've seen it. So on a day like today, right? You know, when you're watching the Lexus Pipe Pro, for example, the final ends, the water gets packed. There's 100 surfers out there hungry for it. On a day like today, what would the crowd be like here at Nazaré?
I mean, there'll be a couple of teams that, you know, again, that's why, you know, this leaderboard is so key because, yes, it is, you know, the picture of the best at the moment, but there's at least like maybe 4 or 5 teams at least that are, you know, in the conversation and that could, you know, be
there.
So sometimes imagine like the second rescue guys, they might team up because
they want to catch a couple waves out.
They've been watching surfing all day.
Yeah.
They have their wetsuit on. The jet skis have gas. You know, everything's kind of set up. And so, yeah, I would imagine they would team up. Guys like Miguel Blanco, the guys who are on the alternate list, you know,
Will Santana,
exactly. He was, you know, being a second rescue for Lucas.
That's Pierre.
Wow,
Well,
here we go.
That left. Huge.
That's a big wave.
Oh, my God.
Pierre Roulette.
Wow.
Representing France here on Team Blue.
Oh my God.
The speed bumps got him.
Oh, maybe.
Kind of slowed down there for a second.
What about the track of the ski right in front of him? I saw a track
he
of the
popped up really quickly, though.
Yeah.
That's the good news. Bad news is his board's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Disappeared. 8 minutes, 35 seconds to go.
Ooh.
Yeah. Quick look there for Team Pink.
Ooh, there's the board. There's his board. Oof. On the lip.
So these boards are built, obviously, for battle. You know, they're as it's thickly glassed as you'll ever see a surfboard. But when one of these boards goes towards the rocks, doesn't stand a chance, right?
Disintegrated. There's some here in the Hall of Fame. I think that's Alessandro from Italy, Ale's board. Completely disintegrated. Yeah, the nose chopped off. I remember my board when it got into the rocks. I mean, yeah.
Chewed up.
Chewed up. Chewed up.
Sometimes you lose them. You can't find them.
They're just gone.
Disappeared. Yeah, you don't know how that happened, but
the
just
Nazaré board
disappears.
gods took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a sacrifice, and probably worth it. You know?
Yeah.
Although these boards are specialized, they're I'd imagine pretty expensive.
Yeah.
$1,000, $2,000.
Yeah, $1,500. You know, if you have the bro deal, you could maybe reduce a little bit, but
yeah, be careful what you wish for when you get yourself a nice tow board.
Wow, you see the track? See the track of the ski right in front of him.
Gosh, that was.
And so, what would that track do? It would just make it that much harder for the fins and the rails to.
Yeah, it's hard for the surfer just to get over it. You know, a lot of bumps, and not the usual bumps that you see on the wave when it's windy.
Like then, sideways bumps, yeah.
Yeah, then the windy waves you can predict, but the sharp bumps from the ski, they are all over the wake. It's all over the place, you know.
It's a
very
tricky thing because it really does interfere.
Yeah.
I mean, to have a wake right up, you gotta launch out. This is a beautiful looking wave.
Oh man,
see
these
how
guys
he's slowing down. That's really
they're having
good
the time
launch.
of their life.
Yeah.
You know, only 2 skis in the water, and it's perfect.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
And here we go, Team
he's
Blue.
Trying to stall. What is he up to? Ooh, kind of slowed down a bit. Didn't quite materialize it. Maybe big carve. Yeah.
Stop, yeah.
Great style.
Yeah. Very smooth.
I mean, win or lose, riding a wave like that has to feel just incredible.
By yourself, with a friend.
Because it's not
One
very
more ski in
often
the water.
It's not very often that you're riding a real glassy, clean face out here at Nazaré.
I mean, there's a lot of days. I think one of the beautiful things of Nazaré, and you know, when you connect to the place, is how many moods it has. You know, it really has like such a vast spectrum. You know that. You know, it can be a point break. It can be like giant slabs. You know, the sand changes and the sizes. I put my son, he was 6 years old, on a perfect little, you know, 2-footer, and it was beautiful, just lining all the way down the beach. And so you're like, gosh, how, you know, it's just so many.
It's super fun out here when it's that high, right? I mean, this is like an epic beach break.
Epic beach break. And lots of peaks. It does obviously get crowded, you know, and the locals are hungry as they should. But, you know, it's just about respect and lots of opportunities. And you can find 8-foot days. People, I mean, it pounds you a lot. So if you get tired, you know, you can't surf all day. It's not that kind of place that, you know, people need to.
Ooh. I'd like to surf here at Head High just to say I surfed Nazaré.
Are you going to stick around tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's go in the
Don't
water.
get any ideas. I think tomorrow's going to be as big as this. I'm a small wave enthusiast, like many of our viewers out there watching. But just to see and feel the power of this place is, it's stunning to walk over the bluff and look down at a true wonder of nature. And it's still a place that, you know, we're discovering and rediscovering so many times. And, you know, as you said, Zhao, so many different faces to this wave. You know, a few weeks ago, it was as big and hairy and scary as it gets.
Yeah.
And there were surfers up to that task to at least attempt it. And, you know, I think a lot has been said about this wave, that this is the break that we will see the biggest wave ever surfed. And, you know, is that something that we're going to see in the next few years? That's a question I'm sure big wave surfers don't like to ask. Like, when and where is the biggest wave going to be ridden? But do you think it will be here at Nazaré?
It looks like most probably will be here for sure, because
it's a world class.
And you know why? There are a lot of adventures here, you know, when it comes to surf big waves at Nazaré, because the arena is perfect for you to move around, and so you can get waves from, you know, different angles, and you can approach the wave from different perspectives too, and it's very, very consistent, different than other places that has a lot of big waves around the world. So Nazaré, for me, you know, and when it comes to big wave surfing, it's a unique place where you want, especially nowadays, it's the pinnacle of the big wave surfing around the world. It's a place where you're gonna just keep your eyes on and be close to it whenever the swell is big and approaching the coast, because you can surf the biggest wave of your life here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's fun because this year the Pacific was obviously on fire, and I mean, Mavericks is an incredible break, and you know, that's the beauty of the, you know, the world record, is that it can be anywhere in the world too, and so there is something to be said about that. And you know, these legendary breaks from all over, it's just for Nazaré, you know, a big wave to enter this gamut that was so exclusive just to Hawaii, how hard it was for California to break into the Hawaiian grip of what are, you know, these iconic waves. And so for Nazaré to be part of that, you know, to be leading the conversation is really something really special. And again, I think it just, when you come and you experience it, and, you know, and you train, and then you come here and you're actually there, and you feel it, it's like, okay, no wonder there's so much talk about this place.
And it's definitely, I think it's received its credit around the world. I mean, I talk to relatives that don't know anything about surfing. They wouldn't be able to name lower trestles, but you say the word Nazaré, Portugal, they know exactly what you're talking about.
Amazing.
You know, it's on every news channel when big things happen here. It's a global event, and so it's just really been amazing to see it like we're seeing it today, with so many reps and so much opportunity for these surfers to advance things on a progressive level, not just wave height or, you know, the size of the wave, but how these surfers are, you know, deciphering this wave has been really fun to watch.
Yeah. And like I was saying before, you know, there is one thing about Nazaré that is very unique. You know, it's the setup here. It's perfect for you to capture the content. So imagine how many big days are going on in places like Cortes Bank, which is 100 miles out to sea, right in the middle of the sea. You know, I bet, you know, they would have like maybe 10 days out of the whole year. There are huge waves, 100-foot waves, and nobody's out there surfing. Different than Nazaré. You know, Nazaré has the best
logistics,
perfect scene as a spot that I ever saw in my life. Because as a photographer, as a filmmaker, you can move from point A to point B to point C to point D, and as you move around, you change the size of the wave too. Any wave you get here at Nazaré, you're gonna get a good picture. I'm sure I go out tomorrow, you know, I would have like 10 different angles, and they will be all different from each other. And at the end, my wave would look huge. You know, not only because of the angles, because the waves are huge here, but the whole setup makes much easier for you
to share
to share that, you know. So it's not only the wave itself, the whole setup, it's perfect.
Well, there's thousands of spectators out here, and on a day like today, when the event is on, I mean, you can get yourself a hot dog, a beer, a Red Bull, and turn right around, and you got the front row seat. It truly is the perfect place for an event of this magnitude. And with that horn, it's official.
It's official.
The Tudor
Well
Nazaré Big Wave Challenge is a wrap, but we still have some math to do. We're not going to crown any champions until we're absolutely sure of what has transpired. So now the back half, the logistics comes into play. So don't pop the champagne just yet.
It's pretty much in the bag, and that key heat, and that was like really gosh. But what an amazing comp, and you know, regardless, I think, you know, just the fact that, you know, Nick and Clement are held on to the lead through that. It's a bit, and that huge day that Nick was out here with the team, and you know, it is that testament to the hard work and the training, and being valued for that, and making the most out of the tricky conditions, and so a lot of merit to the boys, and you know, the Mountains of the Sea, this new project that Nick opened up with, and so it's huge for him, and you know, him and all the just the overall excitement that he brings to the sport, and his stoke, and being rewarded for that. I think it's something else.
I always like
really
to see a new winner as well. I mean, it was great to have those, you know, Chumbo and Kai Lenny battles going back and forth, title to title, but it's really cool. And it would be tough to call Nick Van Rupp an underdog, but for Clement Rosero, whose name really, you know, wasn't on, I would say, on the top of everybody's list of potential victors, for him, this is a huge step in propelling him to the top of the food chain here in the big wave surfing world. And there you go. That's a job well done right there.
Very
happy.
Yeah, I was just going to add, because I was just thinking about how, you know, this issue about the big wave world record, and you know, and the how you measure the size, you know, what Carlos was alluding to, you know, about the angle and how you capture this. And so there's actually been, again, because of the, you know, such ideal conditions for science and at the same time, and so the science of measuring waves has actually become a really big deal, and it's kind of a, you know, a really significant side story in terms of like exactly helping you know, the World Surf League, helping, you know, the institutions to get to what is the record. And what's interesting was at the same time, the scientists were bringing this conversation they have a lot of averages about waves, and, wave forecasting is all about averages, but they were identifying the individual breaker. How can we, so it's really cool that surfing was kind of teaching science that, hey, an individual wave is actually a really big deal. Because they're all, I mean, there's millions, trillions of waves breaking, and they're all about the averages. And so it's just so cool that, that science was being brought in. But finally, if it wasn't all of this heritage of the World Surf League, understanding what is a radical line, stuff that we've been taught since we're kids, I think it's really something else that is what makes the record. You have to have a radical line. You have to have something that a surfer knows and a scientist has to learn from us.
Only a surfer and a scientist knows the feeling of riding this wave. Well, what a day we had here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. Our leaderboards are officially set now. Our men and women went out on a day that, when it was called on, you could feel the excitement buzzing through this arena. And here it is, your winner of the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge for the men. It's going to be Clement Rossero representing Team France, along with his teammate Nick Von Rupp. So Nick Von Rupp gets that 5th place finish. Lucas Cianca, so close, right there in 2nd place. And give it up to Scottish surfer, newcomer to this event, Ben Log, came through in that 3rd place on the podium. That right there is an interesting and exciting leaderboard. Some new names we're seeing, and some kind of shocking names that are lower on the list than we're used to seeing them. Kai Lenny, the adversity of having to ride an old board, his surfboards never showed up. He'll be back. And let's take a look now at our women's leaderboard. Congratulations yet again.
The queen, one of the
to our women's champion by a mile, Justine Dupont. What makes Justine Dupont so unstoppable out here at Nazaré?
I think the fact that she's having fun out there, she can be really nervous or maybe full of adrenaline, anticipating the whole situation, because nobody goes out when it's huge and doesn't have that feel of adrenaline. But at the end, she's very happy about everything. She's the one that takes the most out of it.
But she's going to be even happier now. There's going to be some diaper money. There's going to be another trophy to bring home. Congratulations to Justine Dupont. And now for our team standings at the end of this battle. The team that took the top spot is also going to take home a nice payday, but more importantly than that, the glory of victory here at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. You see there,
what a story.
The lighthouse, the castle at the end of the point revealed to us. Sure, our fans and spectators are going to be making their way down to the award ceremony, which is going to be right around the corner. So we have a lot more show to come for all of you out there watching. The post show is going to be epic. Of course, the award ceremony is where the party officially will begin. And one thing I've discovered over the years is that big wave surfers throw great parties. So this is going to be a fun night here in Nazaré. Sure. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Post show is coming right up, as well as our award ceremony. We got a lot more to come here from Nazaré. We'll be right back.
E eu acho que a minha vida inteira gira em torno daquele momento.
You've dedicated your whole life to this one thing. Is it worth it?
It's a good question.
No momento agora eu me sinto 200% pronto.
Yo he sido siempre muy competitivo. Cuando quiero un objetivo voy a muerte a por él, ¿no? Ya sea cogerme una ola o intentar ganar un campeonato.
The entire week of looking at the forecast has looked really good. As good as, any swell I've watched in the last 4 or 5 years there. It's going to be cold, big, dark, and scary, but it could be really good. Could be some really special waves out there.
Eu vivo 365 dias do ano esperando aquele dia.
What a monumental day it's been at the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. And as we expected, major performances from some huge names from the big wave scene convening here at Nazaré. The swell continued throughout the day. We're looking for the likes of Luca Senna, who's been decorated really with everything that you can win in terms of the glittering prizes he's achieved at this wave down the years. But he didn't have it all his own way today. Kai Lenny, great to see him back in action here. And this morning, surfers pushing so hard. Guys like Nick Von Rupp were giving it everything, and you could see how much it meant to him to try and get the win. And guess what? He's gone and done that. An amazing team performance from Nick Cloud. Teaming up with Clément Rosero, who's been one of the rising stars of the big wave scene and a multidisciplinarian. Served a bit of notice last time out, 12 months ago. And then getting the biggest score for a male this time around. Clément Rosero very much announcing himself in this event as we'll get ready for the awards ceremony. And there's no really anywhere else comparable to this scene here on the cliff with the waves that just crash underneath. You can actually feel the vibrations, see the spray come up, the rescues going down right underneath the crowd's noses here. Really is an absolutely magical part of the surf world, and it's been a real pleasure to be back here again, once again, to celebrate the culture and the excitement. And surfers that are here for months on end each winter, dealing with the cold, dealing with the danger factor, putting in the commitment and the training, well, that all pays off. Hard to think of someone really that spent more time committed and dedicated to this place than Nick Von Rupp over the last few seasons. Obviously based here in Portugal anyway, just down the coast in Praia Grande. This is his home, and up here whenever he can. And I think this is going to be a really emotional moment to have a Portuguese winner in terms of the team at this venue. Looking back towards the town beach, and a real contrast in the sort of magnitude of the waves that fill in there, which just really underlines just how magical the bathymetry is here, and a freak of nature that this place is. Really are being treated to something that's pretty rare. See waves of this size and magnitude so consistently, and on top of all that, we just so happen to have this outcropping of rock, which provides the perfect stadium really type atmosphere for fans to come and watch and enjoy it all and really be involved, to be part of the event. You see spectators clapping the rescues, and that's one of the reasons why this place has really just gone down as one of the biggest tourist attractions in Portugal. Back when surfers like Garrett McNamara and Andrew Cotton and the likes, when they were first surfing out here, I don't think many people really heard of Nazaré. It wasn't particularly well known. Now, absolutely one of the places, a must-do, whether you're a surfer or just a tourist over here in Portugal. Coming to Nazaré is very much on the itinerary right now. Skis heading back, motoring back into the harbour. Everyone back safely, which is, of course, the most important thing. Anytime there's a session out here, there is always the element of danger, which is part of the reason why it is so exciting. Great to see everyone getting back in there fine, and we're approaching that award ceremony. I think it's going to be a lot of energy from the crowd here as well. Just really enjoying the fact that Nick Von Rupp, with his mate Clément Rosero, the Europeans representing Carlos, what a day, mate.
What a day, Paul. Amazing. We did it again, huh? The surfer was good. You know, I really like the way the new generation approached the waves. And the results, I think, was fair. I was talking to João just now, you know. I didn't agree with some scores, but the result was fair.
We've already talked about this, and, you know, every year we come into this event, we look at names like Kai Lenny, Lucas Senna, and we've generally thought, okay, there's a lot of talent in the field, but they have kind of been in a league of their own. They brought new lines completely, stuff that no one else is doing, the way they've attacked. And I think, well, obviously, with the result that we've seen here, but just overall from the points of everyone, it feels like everyone else is elevated here, João.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's beautiful to see. That's what makes the sport progress. And, you know, back in the day in surfing, you know, airs were unheard of. And then, you know, that was that whole revolution that, you know, Kelly's generation brought. And big wave surfing, it's, you know, it's kind of really similar in that sense. And Kai and Lucas really brought this completely different approach to big wave surfing and just this attack mode, you know, and not, like we were saying, not so much surviving. Obviously these sizes, but you know, then the fact that guys like Clément are watching, you know, and studying it, and then just coming up, and then bang, you know, they're able to, you know, really skyrocket to the top. Guys like Ben Larg, you know. So again, what Carlos is saying, this is what is so important for something that requires so much experience, but big wave surfing really needs also the youth movement. You know, it needs that different approach, like different lines, and just something that makes it, you know, continually evolving. And it's great. We just witnessed that right here, right now.
Let's check out some vision of our men's winners, Clément Rosero and Nick Van Rupp, victorious here at Nazaré on a day which promised much, really, in terms of the forecast of what was going to go down a couple of days out. You never really know what you're going to get until the day, but we saw some great performances from these guys.
Really cool.
Snap has been really impressive. I mean, they didn't have the lead for all of the day, though. Nick and Clément did have that lead there for a hot little minute, but yeah.
You see the game face on there, Nicolau. You see how serious he is, the preparations, everything dialed in. These two, and they're not here to make up the numbers. I mean, it's obvious, really, but they were here for the win.
Huge, yeah. Look at Clément just waiting, kind of like, then you don't really see it, and then suddenly goes into that massive slash, so deep, backs it up.
And I really love the way that he deals with the bumps, you know. Feels like he's just going over the bumps.
Yeah.
I mean, that was early on this morning, right? And the waves weren't the biggest then, but just the approach that they were showing, the attacking lines, the aggression, the management of the speed and the control, all of those elements that really set them up, built that platform for that second heat that they surfed when they actually did the damage with the scores.
Yeah, what steps out of this team, it's the way they are approaching the wave today was kind of unique, you know, with some really new way of surfing big wave, radical and very smooth too, very consistent. And even Nick, that didn't have the best day of his life, was pushing really hard, was able to put together some scores too.
I think this risk element is what's really cool, and you see that line and you see a lip that is just so menacing, and that you still have, you know, that attitude. Yeah, just go and try to attack it. And Nick, you know, he didn't make some of the turns, and you could see he was a little bit bummed, but he was already evolving his attack, and, you know, and just that is already a big shift. And I think, yeah, we just witnessed like a big jump, and that's really cool. That's really cool.
Well, on their way back in, our winning team, Nick and Clément, caught up with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Paul. Nick, Clément, incredible performance so far today. What did it take for you two to get to the top of the leaderboard?
A lot of training with Clément here. Last year we almost won. We should have won, but judges admitted they didn't see my last wave. So, I mean, this year we came back, even more training. We've been training all season long. Clément's been absolutely ripping. I've been getting a couple waves as well, and it's been a long season. We're just stoked that, you know, Clément was really able to get 2 7s. I got a 6 on my first heat, and we're on, you know, in the leaderboard. That's what we want.
And you're not just on the leaderboard as a team, but you're the 1-2 punch in terms of the men. Clément, how much does that speak to the strength of you two together?
Yeah, it's nice to have nice team, I think, together. You have the experience. I'm more young and a bit more crazy sometimes. But yeah, I think we do a good team together and we got some pretty nice wave. I'm super happy to be on the leaderboards with Nick and Jivedel, I think, as well. Let's see what Lucas and Chumbo's gonna, Scoopy and Chumbo gonna do. Last year they beat us kind of last minute. So we hope it's not gonna happen again.
Congratulations, great show today.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Great interview, huh?
Great interview. They were already feeling it, weren't
Yeah.
they? Yeah. But it was on edge until the end. It was really on edge until the end.
And I like the way they're seeing it. You know, it's a rivalry that is a lot of energy. They're motivating them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Switching over to think about our best female performance. And we talk about experience and how important that is here. And really, there is no substitute for it in terms of getting the read on the wave. And you think of surfers like
Fred and
Justine Dupont with her partner, Fred David. And Justine so dialed into this wave. The amount of time she's been spending here for several years now, and that commitment pays off big time.
She's living here.
Yeah, full time.
Full time.
I think Junior was born here, right?
Elias.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
But yeah, what a story. I mean, Fred and her, they moved here. Again, this full commitment to the break, to the wave. And yeah, it you know, her talent in small waves, longboarding, and you can just see like just the lines that she's going for.
She's all around.
Yeah.
And like I said, you know, always I have to highlight that. She's stoked all the time, you know. She's always happy.
Yeah.
And that makes a huge difference, you know.
That was such a
beautiful hook under the lip, you know, with a lot of spray and committed to the short break. Look at that. And made her out of that. Unbelievable.
That was cool. That's really awesome.
All right, time to go down to our awards presentation with Chris Cote.
Surf World proud. And with that, it is time. So to help us award the trophies as well, we have President of WSL Europe, Francisco Spinola, and Manuel Siqueira, the Mayor of Nazaré. We have seen some incredible performances over the year, and this wave truly is a monster. And one woman has come to this wave and tamed this beast time and time again. Your winner for the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge Best Women's Performance. Give it up for Justine Dupont! Let's get the whole team up here. Justine, an incredible performance yet again. You're unstoppable here at Nazaré, and I can see you are one of the greatest mothers to ever surf this wave. That's an easy one to say. Justine, tell us about your challenge today. Tell us what it feels like to be one of the most dominant surfers in the history of this event.
I think it's just because I have a good surrounding. So I'm just gonna thank so much my team. Thanks so much Eric, because you can say we should have a prize for the best driver in Nazaré for all time. It's Eric. He's the best driver for all the time. The crazy swell as well. All the time they're there. All the time putting the time in the water. So yes, thanks so much Eric. I have a lot to say. Thanks Fredo to be there. Thanks a lot to my love. Thanks to André, because his wife is pregnant. She was about to give birth yesterday. In fact, she postponed for tomorrow. Like this, André could do the safety for us since the beginning, since our first day here. So thanks so much. And thanks Jessica to let him go on the cliff. And yeah, thanks so much to the family that take care of our little one when we are in the water. So thanks a lot, family Machado. Thanks to you. And yeah, well done, Clément. It's really sick to see this young kid coming up, and it's a bright future for him. He's pushing the the level of big wave surfing. He's French, so it's a proud. And yeah, well done, Clément. And he's making the thing a bit harder for Chumbo, Lucas Chumbo, but he's such an inspiring surfer. Lucas is amazing. So well done, Lucas, for your amazing recovery. And yeah, it was hard because he broke his ankle with me in Mavericks 1 month and a half, something like that ago, and he came back to Nazaré to surf and to try to fight against Clément, and Clément got the best of it. So yeah, thanks everybody. So that's it. Sorry, I was speaking for. And thanks so much the water safety. Thanks so much to all of you guys to come here and to make the noise on the cliff. You make it special. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Obrigado. Obrigado, Eric.
One of the greatest to ever do it, Justine Dupont, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and Justine won now, so you guys can have your baby. Give it up one more time. Parabéns. Teamwork makes the dream work. Congratulations, Justine Dupont. All right. So the Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge Best Men's Performance winner had to go out there and battle some of the best big wave surfers on the planet. So after nearly 2 hours in the water, challenging conditions, I want to hear a huge Nazaré round of applause representing France. Give it up for Clement Rosero! Clement, you went up against some of the biggest names in this sport, and now your name is right there with them among the elite. What's it feel like to get a victory here at this incredible wave?
Yeah, I still can't believe it. Last year we finished second with Nick. I finished second individual. It was such a big dream. I watched from just there, the podium, and now I'm on top of the podium. Chumbo is pushing me a lot. I have Nick pushing me as well. We trained super hard all the season. Lucas was not here for 1 month and a half. He was not training. He was injured. So he was there today on the water pushing hard, and we were like super scared that he will get the lead. I'm super happy. I can't wait to be here next year and try to give my best on the water, and that everyone's will be at 100%. And I'm super proud to be here today.
Well, I know you have a big team behind you, but your performance out there will now be considered legendary. One more time, give it up for Clement Rosero. And now we've been talking about teamwork all day long. Not just the team of surfers in the water, but the team of spotters behind us, the safety team, the team that put together this entire competition. It takes a village to put on an event of this magnitude. But at the end of the day, it's all about the team that's in the water. Your best team performance winners for the Tudor Nazaré Challenge, represented right here by Clement Rosero and by Portugal's Nick van Rupp. Your team champions. Raise that flag high, Nick. So, Nick, you put in a lot of time, a lot of energy, and a lot of effort out here, as does your team. Why don't you go down the line and tell us what it means to you to be standing on this stage with these champions?
It's been blood, sweat, and tears for 10 years, 15 years. Nazaré is such an important place for us. This season, we put it all on the line. We're here in the water, whether it's 6 foot, 100 foot, onshore, offshore. 2 weeks ago, we had one of the biggest swells ever, and we're out there. We're the first ones. And I want to thank all these guys right here. This means a lot to us because, you know, we created Mountains of the Sea exactly for this, to push the levels. And We pushed the levels 2 weeks ago when it was really big. We pushed the levels, winning the event as well. And I want to thank Clement for being such an incredible surfer and, you know, getting better driving. Tocardoso, Caio, and all the rest of the team that's supporting for us to make this possible. So, and this is also for Portugal. Vamos com tudo. Todos os portugueses que têm estado aqui a apoiar a Nazaré, desde o Dino, o Pitbull, o Lino, Walter. Isto aqui é por Portugal. Vamos com tudo, pessoal. Vamos com tudo.
Give it up for the team champions. These are some photos that are going to be shown on front pages all over Europe, all over the world. So get them now. Your team champions for the 2025 Tudor Nazaré Big Wave Challenge. I want to say congratulations to all of our competitors and thank you to our safety teams for keeping watch on these athletes. Let's go! And now it's time. It's time to celebrate big wave surfing. It's time to celebrate this beautiful city of Nazaré. Let's hear it one more time for all of our athletes, for our winning team, for Justine Dupont, for Clement Rosario. Another epic event in the books.
Guys, the bottles.
Thanks, Chris. Emotional scenes. Nick Von Rupp absolutely delighted to represent Portugal. And the best team really embodying what it means to surf successfully and safely, crucially, out here at Nazaré. As we see a demonstration of the inflation. Von Rupp inflated on the stage. Best place to be inflated. And instead of seawater going in your face, a Maestria Galicia straight out of the bottle. Love this stuff here. Great energy. What a fun day of competition that we've had.
Amazing. So, so cool. Yeah, Nick really, I mean, blood, sweat, and tears. He really put it all together. And to honor with the victory for his project, the Mountains of the Sea, and, you know, like all of his sponsors. And he really, you know, puts it all on the line. And this is a great testament. Yeah, it was a key fight, and Lucas, I mean, amazing that after coming back from an injury and pushing it on a really hard day, so bouncy, stretching his injury like through and through. Laura, obviously, also, you know, a rookie coming in so strong. Ben, third, amazing.
Great day for Europe. Great day for France. Taking out both men's and women's individual performance. Clement Rosero and Justine Dupont. Let's dive into those men's scoreboard and just see exactly what Clement was able to do in terms of his numbers. And someone that really was able to rise to the challenge that's been set, really, and that bar's been set really high by Luca Senna. Just a reminder again, Luca Senna has won this event every time it's ran. He's been unbelievable here. He won it paddling. He's won towing, best team. He's been absolutely incredible out here. Big story as well. Ben Log, first time ever in the event, third place. That's huge.
Massive, massive. Yeah, just first chance he got, and he immediately shows that youthful line, you know, again, what we were talking about here, and just really honoring that place, this opportunity that Garrett gave him, you know, and he grabbed it. He grabbed it with all he got, and yeah. So, you know, these guys are really a lot of grit, a lot of energy. Yeah, and just honoring this massive wave, isn't it?
You know, I really like the testimony, you know, the speech. They were very true. You know, everything that I see behind the scene, you know, everybody was saying face to face to the cameras and no mask at all. You know, this is what we live for real, you know, like, you know, it's the big wave story been building here and been reading here at Nazaré. And we are just witnessing the future of the sport.
Yeah. Overall performances that we saw today as well. We know we talk about competition generally, like elevates the level as well. In big waves, it's something a little bit different. But we saw again how this format really just allows everyone to get out there and really shine and push their limits.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, you know, I think if there's too many teams in the water, you know, I think so that's been an adaptation. And I think the rules and the formats are always evolving so that it's all about the high performance, right? So that what it really does boil down to is that it doesn't get too tactical. So, I mean, I think all across the board in all sports, you know, it's like watching a football match. You know, if you see guys playing for the tie or getting too tactical, it gets boring. It's not a show. It's not like, it's not all on the line, you know? And so this is, the format has to kind of follow that, you know? And then the surfers, obviously, they're going to do their thing. They're going to be competitive. They're going to learn the rules, read about them, know that it's 45 minutes. No, it's not in an hour and a half, you know? They have to adapt to that. But the bottom essence of it is really to put on a show. And I think, yeah, when all those elements come together like it did today, it's really cool how, you know, overcome the conditions and rip.
Let's check out the women's leaderboard now. And of course, one of the other things unique about this event, having both the men and the women out in the same lineup, in the same conditions. And Justine Dupont, really, she's been unbelievable at this event throughout. It was cool to see Laura Crane get involved. Unfortunately, she did get hurt early on, but I think a very bright future for her. Michelle Bouillon as well, as ever, as you might expect. Great surfing from her. The win here still eludes her. She just seems to be getting better and better every time, though. And then the teamwork. We talk about how important that is, being crucial. And there we go, Von Rupp, Rosero.